Sessions and told Porter that he wanted to clean house at the Department of Justice 765 in a meeting in the White House residence that Porter attended on January 27, 2018. Porter recalled that the president talked about the great attorneys he had in the past with successful win records, such as Roy Cohn and Jay Goldberg, and said that one of his biggest failings as president was that he had not surrounded himself with good attorneys. Citing Sessions as an example, 766, the president raised Sessions' recusal and brought up and criticized the special counsel's investigation 767. Over the next several months, the president continued to criticize Sessions in tweets and media interviews, and on several occasions appeared to publicly encourage him to take action in the Russia investigation, despite his recusal 768 on June 5, 2018. For example, the president 760 SC_RRP 000033 Porter 12/6/17 notes. See Porter 413-18-302 at 6. 761 SC_RRP 000033 Porter 12/6/17 notes. Porter 4/13/18-302 at 6. 762 Porter 4/13/18-302 at 6 to 7. 763 Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Michael D. Scheer. Trump says Russia inquiry makes us look very bad. New York Times, December 28, 2017. 764 Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Michael D. Scheer. Trump says Russia inquiry makes us look very bad. New York Times, December 28, 2017. 765 Porter 413-18-302 at 14. 766 Porter 58-18-302 at 15. Contemporaneous notes Porter took of the conversation state Roy Cohn 14-0/J Goldberg 12-0. SC_RRP 000047 Potter 127-18 notes. 767 Porter 58-18-302 at 15-16. 768 CEG at Real Donald Trump 228-18-934 AM at Tweet YS AG Jeff Sessions asking the Inspector General to investigate potentially massive FISA abuse will take forever, has no prosecutorial power, and already late with reports on corny etc. Isn't the IG an Obama guy? Why not use Justice Department lawyers? Disgraceful. At Real Donald Trump 47-18-452 PM at Tweet lawmakers of the House Judiciary Committee are angrily accusing the Department of Justice of missing the Thursday deadline for turning over unredacted documents relating to FISA abuse, FBI, Corny Lynch, McCabe Clinton emails, and much more. Slow walking, what is going on? Bad. At Real Donald Trump 422-18-822 AM at Tweet lawmakers asking Sessions to investigate Corny and Hillary Clinton. At Fox News, good luck with that request. At Real Donald Trump 12/16/18337 PM at Tweet 110U.S Department of Justice AITARTTEY work B 1AETTET//B catch it material PTT FR crim. PE tweeted, the Russian witch hunt hoax continues, all because Jeff Sessions didn't tell me he was going to recuse himself. I would have quickly picked someone else. So much time and money wasted, so many lives ruined, and Sessions knew better than most that there was no collusion. 769 on August 1, 2018, the president tweeted that Attorney General Jeff Sessions should stop this rigged witch hunt right now. 770 on August 23, 2018, the president publicly criticized Sessions in a press interview and suggested that prosecutions at the Department of Justice were politically motivated because Paul Manafort 011 had been prosecuted but Democrats had not. 771 the president said, I put in an attorney general that never took control of the Justice Department, Jeff Sessions. 772 that day, Sessions issued a press statement that said I took control of the Department of Justice the day I was sworn in. While I am Attorney General, the Action 773 of the Department of Justice will not be improperly influenced by political considerations. The next day, the president tweeted a response. Department of Justice will not be improperly influenced by political considerations. Jeff, this is great, what everyone wants, so look into all of the corruption on the other side, including deleted emails, corny lies ampersand leaks, Mueller conflicts, McCabe Sturzik page or FISA abuse, Christopher Steele ampersand his phony and corrupt dossier, the Clinton Foundation, illegal surveillance of Trump campaign, Russian collusion by Dems, and so much more. Open up the papers, ampersand documents without redaction. Come on Jeff, you can do it, the country is waiting. 774 on November 7, 2018, the day after the midterm elections, the president replaced Sessions with Sessions as chief of staff as acting attorney general. 775 analysis in analyzing the president's efforts to have Sessions and recuse himself and regain control of the Russia investigation. The following considerations and evidence are relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Obstructive act. To determine if the president SEFF011S to have the attorney general and recuse could qualify as an obstructive act, it would be necessary to assess evidence on whether those actions would naturally impede the Russia investigation. That inquiry would take into account the supervisory role that the attorney general, if unrecused, would play in the Russia investigation. It also would have to take into account that the attorney general's recusal covered Jeff Sessions should be ashamed of himself for allowing this total hoax to get started in the first place. 769 at Real Donald Trump 6/5/18-731 AM at Tweet. 770 at Real Donald Trump 8/1/18-924 AM at Tweet. 771 Fox ampersand Friends interview of President Trump, Fox News August 23, 2018. 772 Fox ampersand Friends interview of President Trump, Fox News August 23, 2018. 773 Sessions, 823-18 press statement. 774 at Real Donald Trump, 8/24/186. 17 AM at Tweet at Real Donald Trump 8/24/186 28 AM at 775 at Real Donald Trump 11/7/18-244 PM at Tweet. I11U.S Department of Justice at Terali.backslash/ERPR 0A11ET//Macy Chahi material pre-T to U air FR Krivl. P60. Other campaign-related matters. The inquiry would not turn on what Attorney General Sessions would actually do if unrecused, but on whether the efforts to reverse his recusal would naturally have had the effect of impeding the Russia investigation. On multiple occasions in 2017, the president spoke with Sessions about reversing his recusal so that he could take over the Russia investigation and begin an investigation and prosecution of Hillary Clinton. For example, in early summer 2017, Sessions recalled the president asking him to unrecuse, but Sessions did not take it as a directive. When the president raised the issue again in December 2017, the president said, as recorded by Porter, "Not telling you to do anything. I am not going to get involved. I am not going to do anything or direct you to do anything. I just want to be treated fairly." The duration of the president's efforts, which spanned from March 2017 to August 2018, and the fact that the president repeatedly criticized Sessions in public and in private for failing to tell the president that he would have to recuse, is relevant to assessing whether the president's efforts to have Sessions unrecuse could qualify as obstructive acts. B. Nexus to an official proceeding. As described above, by mid-June 2017, the existence of a grand jury investigation supervised by the special counsel was public knowledge. In addition, in July 2017, a different grand jury supervised by the special counsel was impaneled in the District of Columbia, and the press reported on the existence of this grand jury in early August 2017. 776. Whether the conduct towards the Attorney General would have a foreseeable impact on those proceedings turns on much of the same evidence discussed above with respect to the obstructive act element. C. Intent. There is evidence that at least one purpose of the president's conduct towards Sessions was to have Sessions assume control over the Russia investigation and supervise it in a way that would restrict its scope. By the summer of 2017, the president was aware that the special counsel was investigating him personally for obstruction of justice, and in the wake of the disclosures of emails about the June 9 meeting between Russians and senior members of the campaign, see volume it, section T.G. Supru, it was evident that the investigation into the campaign now included the president's son-in-law, and former campaign manager. The president had previously and unsuccessfully sought to have Sessions publicly announce that the special counsel investigation would be confined to future election interference, yet Sessions remained recused. In December 2017, shortly after Flynn pleaded guilty, the president spoke to Sessions in the Oval Office with only Porter present and told Sessions that he would be a hero if he unrecused. Porter linked that request to the president's desire that Sessions take back supervision of the Russia investigation and direct an investigation of Hillary Clinton. The president said in that meeting that he just want left bracket and right bracket to be treated fairly, which could reflect his perception that it was unfair that he was being investigated while Hillary Clinton was not. But a principal effect of that act would be to restore supervision of the Russia investigation to the Attorney General, a position that the president frequently suggested should be occupied by someone like Eric Holder and Bobby Kennedy, who the president described as protecting their 776, e.g. Del Quinton Wilbur, ampersand Byron Cho. Special counsel Robert Mueller impanels Washington grand jury in Russia probe. Wall Street Journal, August 3, 2017. Carol D. Leonig et al. Special counsel Mueller using grand jury in federal court in Washington as part of Russia investigation. Washington Post, August 3, 2017. 112 U.S. Department of Justice Alt tilde work prequel chat / MACET 1 TAIT 1. Material pre-teaching Erkler Feckle. Arcritely, P60. Presidents. A reasonable inference from those statements and the president's actions is that the president believed that an unrecused attorney general would play a protective role and could shield the president from the ongoing Russia investigation. The president orders McGahn to deny that the president tried to fire the special counsel overview. In late January 2018, the media reported that in June 2017, the president had ordered McGahn to have the special counsel fired based on purported conflicts of interest, but McGahn had refused, saying he would quit instead. After the story broke, the president, through his personal counsel and 2 aides, sought to have McGahn deny that he had been directed to remove the special counsel. Each time he was approached, McGahn responded that he would not refute the press accounts because they were accurate in reporting on the president's effort to have the special counsel removed. The president later personally met with McGahn in the Oval Office with only the chief of staff present and tried to get McGahn to say that the president never ordered him to fire the special counsel. McGahn refused and insisted his memory of the president's direction to remove the special counsel was accurate. In that same meeting, the president challenged McGahn for taking notes of his discussions with the president and asked why he had told special counsel investigators that he had been directed to have the special counsel removed. Evidence by the press reports that the president tried to fire the special counsel on January 25, 2018. The New York Times reported that in June 2017, the president had ordered McGahn to have the Department of Justice fire the special counsel 777. According to the article, left bracket AMID, the first wave of news media reports that Mr. Mueller was examining a possible obstruction case. The president began to argue that Mr. Mueller had 3 conflicts of interest that disqualified him from overseeing the investigation. 778. The article further reported that left bracket AFTER, receiving the president's order to fire Mr. Mueller, the White House counsel refused to ask the Justice Department to dismiss the special counsel, saying he would quit instead. 779. The article stated that the president ultimately backed down after the White House counsel threatened to resign rather than carry out the directive. 780. After the article was published, the president 777 Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Maggie Haberman, Trump ordered Mueller fired, but backed off when White House counsel threatened to quit. New York Times, January 25.2018. 778 Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Maggie Haberman, Trump ordered Mueller fired, but backed off when White House counsel threatened to quit. New York Times, January 25.2018. 779 Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Maggie Haberman, Trump ordered Mueller fired, but backed off when White House counsel threatened to quit. New York Times, January 25, 2018. 780 Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Maggie Haberman. Trump ordered Mueller fired, but backed off when White House counsel threatened to quit. New York Times, January 25, 2018. 113U.S. Department of Justice at Tar. World PROTLTIET // Macy 1TAIH Material PROTEETETIUT 1TLER Feel. Archival. P6E dismissed the story when asked about it by reporters, saying fake news, folks, fake news, a typical New York Times fake story. 781. The next day, the Washington Post reported on the same event but added that McGahn had not told the president directly that he intended to resign rather than carry out the directive to have the special counsel terminated. 782. In that respect, the Post story clarified the Times story, which could be read to suggest that McGahn had told the president of his intention to quit, causing the 783 president to back down from the order to have the special counsel fired. 2. The president seeks to have McGahn dispute the press reports. On January 26, 2018, the president's personal counsel called McGahn's attorney and said that the president wanted McGahn to put out a statement denying that he had been asked to tire the special counsel and that he had threatened to quit in protest. 784. McGahn's attorney spoke with McGahn about that request and then called the president's personal counsel to relay that McGahn would not make a statement. 785. McGahn's attorney informed the president's personal counsel that the Times story was accurate in reporting that the president wanted the special counsel removed. 786. Accordingly, McGahn's attorney said, although the article was inaccurate in some 787 other respects, McGahn could not comply with the president's request to dispute the story. Hicks recalled relaying to the president that one of his attorneys had spoken to McGahn's attorney about the issue. 788. 781. Sophie Tatum, ampersand Kara Scannell. Trump denies he called for Mueller's firing. CNN, January 26, 2018. Michael S. Schmidt, ampersand Maggie Haberman. Trump ordered Mueller fired, but backed off when White House counsel threatened to quit. New York Times, January 25, 2018. 782. The Post article stated despite internal objections, Trump decided to assert that Mueller had unacceptable conflicts of interest and moved to remove him from his position. In response, McGahn said he would not remain at the White House if Trump went through with the move. McGahn did not deliver his resignation threat directly to Trump but was serious about his threat to leave. Rosalind S. Helderman, ampersand Josh Dawsey. Trump moved to fire Mueller in June, bringing White House counsel to the brink of leaving. Washington Post, January 26, 2018. 783. Rosalind S. Helderman, ampersand Josh Dawsey. Trump moved to fire Mueller in June, bringing White House counsel to the brink of leaving. Washington Post, January 26, 2018. See McGahn 3817 302 at 3-4. 784 McGahn 3/8/18 302 at 3. Agent note. 785 McGahn 3818 302 at 3. Agent note. 786 McGahn 3818 302 at 3-4. Agent note. 787 McGahn 3818 302 at 4. Agent note. 788 Hicks 313 18 302 at 11. Hicks also recalled that the president spoke on the phone that day with Chief of Staff John Kelly and that the president said Kelly told him that McGahn had totally refuted the story and was going to put out a statement. Hicks 3/13 18 302 at 11. But Kelly said that he did not speak to McGahn when the article came out and did not tell anyone he had done so. Kelly 8-18 302 at 1-2. Also on January 26, 2017, Hicks recalled that the president asked Sanders to contact McGahn about the story. 789 McGahn told Sanders there was no need to respond and indicated that some of the article was accurate. 79 Consistent with that position, McGahn did not correct the Times story. On February 4, 2008, Priebus appeared on Meet the Press and said he had not heard the president say that he wanted the special counsel fired. 791. After Priebus's appearance, the president called Priebus and said he did a great job on Meet the Press. 792. The president also told 793 Priebus that the president had never said any of those things about the special counsel. The next day, on February 5, 2018, the president complained about the Times article to Porter. 794. The president told Porter that the article was bullshit and he had not sought to terminate the special counsel. 795. The president said that McGahn leaked to the media to make himself look good. 796. The president then directed Porter to tell McGahn to create a record to make clear that the president never directed McGahn to fire the special counsel. 797. Porter thought the matter should be handled by the White House Communications Office, but the president said he wanted McGahn to write a letter to the file for our records and wanted something beyond a press statement to demonstrate that the reporting was inaccurate. 798. The president referred to McGahn as a lying bastard and said that he wanted a record from him. 799. Porter recalled the president. 789. Hicks 313 18 302 at 11. Sanders did not recall whether the president asked her to speak to McGahn or if she did it on her own. Sanders 7/23/18 302 at 2. 790. Sanders 7/23 18 302 at 1-2. 791. Meet the Press interview with Reince Priebus, NBC, February 4, 2018. 792. Priebus 4/3/18 302 at 10. 793. Priebus 4/3/18 302 at 10. 794. Porter 4/13 18 302 at 16-17. Porter did not recall the timing of this discussion with the president. Porter 4/13 18 302 at 17. Evidence indicates it was February 5, 2018. On the back of a pocket card, dated February 5, 2018, Porter took notes that are consistent with his description of the discussion. Cos. 1. Letter from OM. Never threatened to quit DJT. Never told him to fire him. SC_RRP 000053. Porter undated notes. Porter said it was possible he took the notes on a day other than February 5. Porter 4/13/18 302 at 17. But Porter also said that Koss referred to matters he wanted to discuss with Chief of Staff Kelly, Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17, and Kelly took notes dated February 5, 2018, that state POTUS Don McGahn letter, Mueller plus resigning. WH0000I 7684 Kelly 2518 notes. Kelly said he did not recall what the notes meant, but thought the president may have used about having McGahn write a letter. Kelly 8/2/18/302 at 3. McGahn recalled that Porter spoke with him about the president's request about 2 weeks after the New York Times story was published, which is consistent with the discussion taking place on or about February 5. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 795 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. 796 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. 797 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. 798 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. Porter 5/8/18/302 at 18. 799 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. Porter 5/8/18/302 at 18. Saying something to the effect of, if he doesn't write a letter, then maybe I'll have to get rid of him. Later that day, Porter spoke to McGahn to deliver the president's message. 801 Porter told McGahn that he had to write a letter to dispute that he was ever ordered to terminate the special 803 counsel. 802 McGahn shrugged off the request, explaining that the media reports were true. McGahn told Porter that the president had been insistent on firing the special counsel, and that McGahn had planned to resign rather than carry out the order. Although he had not personally told the president he intended to quit. 804 Porter told McGahn that the president suggested that McGahn would be fired if he did not write the letter. 805 McGahn dismissed the threat, saying that the optics would be terrible if the president followed through with firing him. On that basis, 806 McGahn said he would not write the letter the president had requested. 807 Porter said that to his knowledge, the issue of McGahn's letter never came up with the president again, but Porter did recall telling Kelly about his conversation with McGahn. 808 The next day, on February 6, 2018, Kelly scheduled time for McGahn to meet with him and the president in the Oval Office to discuss the Times article. 809 The morning of the meeting, the president's personal counsel called McGahn's attorney and said that the president was going to be speaking with McGahn and McGahn could not resign no matter what happened in the meeting. 810 The president began the Oval Office meeting by telling McGahn that the New York Times story did not look good and McGahn needed to correct it. 811 McGahn recalled the president said, I never said to fire Mueller. I never said fire. This story doesn't look good. You need to correct this. You're the White House counsel. 812 800 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. 801 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 802 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 803 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 804 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 805 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 806 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 17 to 18. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 807 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 808 Porter 4/13/18/302 at 18. 809 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. WH00017685 Kelly 2618 notes. McGahn recalled that before the Oval Office meeting, he told Kelly that he was not inclined to fix the article. McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 810 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 5. Agent note 22619 a mail, counsel for Don McGahn to special counsel's office, confirming February 6, 2018 date of call from the president's personal counsel. 811 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. Kelly 8/2/18/302 at 2. 812 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. Kelly 8/2/18/302 at 2. 116 U.S. Department of Justice //MTT CEFTTTIFL Mtrital Preti to UFDER Fedar Critful P60. In response, McGahn acknowledged that he had not told the president directly that he planned to resign, but said that the story was otherwise accurate. 813 The president asked McGahn, did I say the word fire? 814 McGahn responded, what you said is, call Rod left bracket Rosenstein right bracket, tell Rod that Mueller has conflicts and can't be the special counsel. 815 The president responded, I never said that. 816 The president said he merely wanted McGahn to raise the conflicts issue with Rosenstein and leave it to him to decide what to do. 817 McGahn told the president he did not understand the conversation that way and instead had heard, call Rod, there are conflicts, Mueller has to go. 818 The president asked McGahn whether he would do a correction, and McGahn said no. 819 McGahn thought the president was testing his mettle to see how committed 821 McGahn was to what happened. 822 Kelly described the meeting as a little tense. The president also asked McGahn in the meeting why he had told special counsel's office. 822 McGahn investigators that the president had told him to have the special counsel removed responded that he had to and that his conversations with the president were not protected by attorney-client privilege. 823 The president then asked, what about these notes? Why do you take notes? Lawyers Don T take notes. I never had a lawyer who took notes. 824 McGahn responded that he keeps notes because he is a real lawyer and explained that notes create a record and are not a bad thing. 825 The president said we had a lot of great lawyers like Roy Cohn. He did not take notes. 826 After the Oval Office meeting concluded, Kelly recalled McGahn telling him that McGahn 827 and the president did have that conversation about removing the special counsel. McGahn recalled that Kelly said that he had pointed out to the president after the Oval Office that McGahn 813 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. 814 McGahn 3/8/18/302 at 4. Kelly 8/2/18/302 at 2. 815 Megan 38 18 302 at 5. 816 Megan 38 18 302 at 5. 817 Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. 818 Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. 819 Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. Kelly 82 18 302 at 2. 820 Megan 38 18 302 at 5. 821 Kelly 8/2/18 302 at 2. 822 Megan 38 18 302 at 5. 823 Megan 38 18 302 at 5. 824 Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. Megan said the president was referring to Donaldson's notes, which the president thought of as Megan's notes. Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. 825 Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. 826 Megan 3/8/18 302 at 5. 827 Kelly 8/2/18 302 at 2. Had not backed down and would not budge. 828 Following the Oval Office meeting, the president's personal counsel called Megan's counsel and relayed that the president was fine with Megan. 829 Analysis. In analyzing the president's efforts to have Megan deny that he had been ordered to have the special counsel removed, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Obstructive act. The president's repeated efforts to get Megan to create a record denying that the president had directed him to remove the special counsel would qualify as an obstructive act if it had the natural tendency to constrain Megan from testifying truthfully or to undermine his credibility as a potential witness if he testified consistently with his memory rather than with what the record said. There is some evidence that at the time, the New York Times and Washington Post stories were published in late January 2018. The president believed the stories were wrong and that he had never told Megan to have Rosenstein remove the special counsel. The president correctly understood that Megan had not told the president directly that he planned to resign. In addition, the president told Priebus and Porter that he had not sought to terminate the special counsel, and in the Oval Office meeting with Megan, the president said, "I never said to fire Mueller. I never said fire." That evidence could indicate that the president was not attempting to persuade Megan to change his story, but was instead offering his own but different recollection of the substance of his June 2017 conversations with Megan and Megan's reaction to them. Other evidence cuts against that understanding of the president's conduct. As previously described, see Volume I, Section ILE. Suprasubstantial evidence supports Megan's account that the president had directed him to have the special counsel removed, including the timing and context of the president's directive, the manner in which Megan reacted, and the fact that the president had been told the conflicts were insubstantial were being considered by the Department of Justice and should be raised with the president's personal counsel rather than brought to Megan. In addition, the president's subsequent denials that he had told Megan to have the special counsel removed were carefully worded. When first asked about the New York Times story, the president said, "Fake news, folks, fake news, a typical New York Times fake story." And when the president spoke with Megan in the Oval Office, he focused on whether he had used the word fire, saying, "I never said to fire Mueller. I never said fire, and did he say the word fire?" The president's assertion in the Oval Office meeting that he had never directed Megan to have the special counsel removed thus runs counter to the evidence. In addition, even if the president sincerely disagreed with Megan's memory of the June 17, 2017 events, the evidence indicates that the president knew by the time of the Oval Office 828 Megan 38 302 at 5. Kelly did not recall discussing the Oval Office meeting with the president after the fact. Kelly 8/2 302 at 2. Handwritten notes taken by Kelly state on left bracket right bracket. Mueller discussion in June. Ben and Priebus came out okay. WH0000L7685 Kelly 2618 notes. 829 Megan 38 302 at 5 agent note. 118 U.S. Department of Justice ATTARTTEY.VARL PR 01HIET// make Kate material pre-T to HR critical. P60 meeting that Megan's account differed and that Megan was firm in his views. Shortly after the story broke, the president's counsel told Megan's counsel that the president wanted Megan to make a statement denying he had been asked to fire the special counsel, but Megan responded through his counsel that that aspect of the story was accurate and he therefore could not comply with the president's request. The president then directed Sanders to tell Megan to correct the story, but Megan told her he would not do so because the story was accurate in reporting on the president's order. Consistent with that position, Megan never issued a correction. More than a week later, the president brought up the issue again with Porter, made comments indicating the president thought Megan had leaked the story, and directed Porter to have Megan create a record denying that the president had tried to fire the special counsel. At that point, the president said he might have to get rid of Megan if Megan did not comply. Megan again refused and told Porter, as he had told Sanders, and as his counsel had told the president's counsel, that the president had in fact ordered him to have Rosenstein remove the special counsel. That evidence indicates that by the time of the Oval Office meeting, the president was aware that Megan did not think the story was false and did not want to issue a statement or create a written record denying facts that Megan believed to be true. The president nevertheless persisted and asked Megan to repudiate facts that Megan had repeatedly said were accurate. Nexus to an official proceeding. By January 2018, the special counsel, S.U. Sotheby, grand jury had been further confirmed by the return of several indictments. The president also was aware that the special counsel was investigating obstruction-related events because, among other reasons, on January 8, 2018, the special counsel's office provided his counsel with a detailed list of topics for a possible interview with the president. 830, the president knew that Megan had personal knowledge of many of the events the special counsel was investigating, and that Megan had already been interviewed by special counsel investigators. And in the Oval Office meeting, the president indicated he knew that Megan had told the special counsel's office about the president's effort to remove the special counsel. The president challenged McGahn for disclosing that information and for taking notes that he viewed as creating unnecessary legal exposure. That evidence indicates the president's awareness that the June 17, 2017 events were relevant to the special counsel's investigation and any grand jury investigation that might grow out of it. To establish a nexus, it would be necessary to show that the president's actions would have the natural tendency to affect such a proceeding, or that they would hinder, delay, or prevent the communication of information to investigators. Because McGahn had spoken to special counsel investigators before January 2018, the president could not have been seeking to influence his prior statements in those interviews. But because McGahn had repeatedly spoken to investigators and the obstruction inquiry was not complete, it was foreseeable that he would be interviewed again on obstruction-related topics. If the president were focused solely on a press strategy in seeking to have McGahn refute the New York Times article, a nexus to a proceeding or to further investigative interviews would not be shown. But the president's efforts to have McGahn write a letter for our records approximately 10 days after the stories had come out well past the typical 831/29/I8 letter. President's personal counsel to special counsel's office at 1 to 2 in our conversation of January 8. Your office identified the following topics as areas you desired to address with the president in order to complete your investigation on the subjects of alleged collusion and obstruction of justice, listing 16 topics. Time to issue a correction for a new story indicates the president was not focused solely on a press strategy, but instead likely contemplated the ongoing investigation and any proceedings arising from it. See intent. Substantial evidence indicates that in repeatedly urging McGahn to dispute that he was ordered to have the special counsel terminated, the president acted for the purpose of influencing McGahn's account in order to deflect or prevent further scrutiny of the president's conduct towards the investigation. Several facts support that conclusion. The president made repeated attempts to get McGahn to change his story. As described above, by the time of the last attempt, the evidence suggests that the president had been told on multiple occasions that McGahn believed the president had ordered him to have the special counsel terminated. McGahn interpreted his encounter with the president in the Oval Office as an attempt to test his mettle and see how committed he was to his memory of what had occurred. The president had already laid the groundwork for pressing McGahn to alter his account by telling Porcher that it might be necessary to fire McGahn if he did not deny the story, and Porcher relayed that statement to McGahn. Additional evidence of the president's intent may be gleaned from the fact that his counsel was sufficiently alarmed by the prospect of the president's meeting with McGahn that he called McGahn's counsel and said that McGahn could not resign no matter what happened in the Oval Office that day. The president's counsel was well aware of McGahn's resolve not to issue what he believed to be a false account of events despite the president's request. Finally, as noted above, the president brought up the special counsel investigation in his Oval Office meeting with McGahn and criticized him for telling this office about the June 17, 2017 events. The president's statements reflect his understanding and his displeasure that those events would be part of an obstruction of justice inquiry. J. The president's conduct towards Flynn, Manafort, overview. In addition to the interactions with McGahn described above, the president has taken other actions directed at possible witnesses in the special counsel's investigation, including Flynn, Manafort, 1 CWND, as described in the next section. Cohen. When Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement with the president's personal counsel stated that Flynn's actions would be viewed as reflecting hostility towards the president. During Manafort's prosecution, and while the jury was deliberating, the president repeatedly stated that Manafort was being treated unfair, and made it known that Manafort could receive pardon. Evidence I. Conduct directed at Michael Flynn. As previously noted, see Volume 2, Section 11.b. Supra, the president asked for Flynn's resignation on February 13, 2017. Following Flynn's resignation, the president made positive public comments about Flynn, describing him as a wonderful man, a fine person, and a very good person. 831. The president also privately asked advisors to pass messages to Flynn conveying 832 that the president still cared about him and encouraging him to stay strong. In late November 2017, Flynn began to cooperate with this office. On November 22, 2017, Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement he had with the president. 833. Flynn's counsel told the president's personal counsel and counsel for the White House that Flynn could no longer have confidential communications with the White House or the president. 834. Later that night, the president's personal counsel left a voicemail for Flynn's counsel that said, "I understand your situation, but let me see if I can state it in starker terms. Left bracket it would surprise me if you've gone on to make a deal with the government. Left bracket if there's information that implicates the president, then we've got a national security issue, so we need some kind of heads up. Just for the sake of protecting all our interests if we can." Left bracket remember what we've always said about the 835 president and his feelings toward Flynn, and that still remains. On November 23, 2017, Flynn's attorneys returned the call from the president's personal counsel to acknowledge receipt of the voicemail. 836. Flynn's attorneys reiterated that they were no longer in a position to share information under any sort of privilege. 837. According to Flynn's 838 attorneys, the president's personal counsel was indignant and vocal in his disagreement. The president's personal counsel said that he interpreted what they said to him as a reflection of Flynn's 831 CEG remarks by President Trump in press conference, White House, February 16, 2018, stating that Flynn is a fine person, and I don't think left bracket Flynn right bracket did anything wrong. If anything, he did something right, he was just doing his job. Interview of Donald J. Trump, NBC, May 11, 2017, stating that Flynn is a very good person. 832. See Priebus I/1817 302. At 9 to 10, the president asked Priebus to contact Flynn the week he was terminated to convey that the president's DLL cared about him and felt bad about what happened to him. Priebus thought the president did not want Flynn to have a problem with him. McFarland 12/22/17302 at 18. About a month or two after Flynn was terminated, the president asked McFarland to get in touch with Flynn and tell him that he was a good guy, he should stay strong, and the president felt bad for him. Flynn 1/19/18 at 9, recalling the call from Priebus and an additional call from Hicks, who said she wanted to relay on behalf of the president that the president hoped Flynn was okay. Christie 2/13/19 at 3, describing a phone conversation between Kushner and Flynn the day after Flynn was fired, where Kushner said, "You know the president respects you. The president cares about you. I get the president to send out a positive tweet about you later," and the president nodded his assent to Kushner's comment, promising a tweet. 833 counsel for Flynn 3/1/18302 at 1. 834 counsel for Flynn 3/1/18302 at I. 835/11/22/17 voicemail transcript. President's personal counsel to counsel for Michael Flynn. 836 counsel for Flynn 3/1/18302 at 1. 837 counsel for Flynn 3/1/18/302 at 1. 838 counsel for Flynn 3/1/18302 at I. 839 hostility towards the president and that he planned to inform his client of that interpretation. Flynn's attorneys understood that statement to be an attempt to make them reconsider their position, because the president's personal counsel believed that Flynn would be disturbed to know that such a message would be conveyed to the president. 840 on December 1, 2017, Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements pursuant to a cooperation agreement. 841. The next day, the president told the press that he was not concerned about what Flynn might tell the special counsel. 842 in response to a question about whether the president still stood behind Flynn, the president responded, "We'll see what happens." 843 Over the next several days, the president made public statements expressing sympathy for Flynn and indicating he had not been treated fairly. 844 on December 15, 2017, the president responded to a press inquiry about whether he was considering a pardon for Flynn by saying, "I don't want to talk about pardons for Michael Flynn yet. We'll see what happens. Let's see. I can say this, when you look at what has gone on with the FBI and with the Justice Department, people are very, very angry." 845 2. Conduct directed at Paul Manafort. On October 27, 2017, a grand jury in the District of Columbia indicted Manafort and former Deputy Campaign Manager Richard Gates on multiple felony counts, and on February 22, 2018, a grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia indicted Manafort and Gates on additional felony. 839 counsel for Flynn 3/1/18302 at 2. Because of attorney-client privilege issues, we did not seek to interview the president's personal counsel about the extent to which he discussed his statements to Flynn's attorneys with the president. Counsel for Flynn 3/1/18302 at 2. 84841 Information, United States v. Michael T. Flynn, 1. 17 CR 232 DDC December 1, 2017. 1. Plea Agreement, United States v. Michael T. Flynn, 1. 17 CR 232 DDC December I, 2017. 3. 842 President Trump remarks on tax reform and Michael Flynn's guilty plea. C-SPAN December 2, 843 President Trump remarks on tax reform and Michael Flynn's guilty plea. C-SPAN December 2, 2017. 844 See at Real Donald Trump 12/2/17 p.m. at tweet. So General Flynn lies to the FBI and his life is destroyed, while crooked Hillary Clinton, on that now famous FBL holiday interrogation with no swearing in and no recording, lies many times, and nothing happens to her. Rigged system or just a double standard? President Trump departure remarks. C-SPAN December 4, 2017. Well, I feel badly for General Flynn. I feel very badly. He's led a very strong life, and I feel very badly. 845 President Trump White House departure. C-SPAN December 15, 2017. Counts 846 The charges in both cases alleged criminal conduct by Manafort that began as early as 2005 and continued through 2018. 847 In January 2018, Manafort told Gates that he had talked to the president's personal counsel and they were going to take care of us. 848 Manafort told Gates it was stupid to plead, saying that he had been in touch with the president's personal counsel and repeating that they should sit tight and we'll be taken care of. 849 Gates asked Manafort outright if anyone mentioned pardons, and Manafort said no one used that word. 850 As the proceedings against Manafort progressed in court, the president told Porter that he, 851, never liked Manafort and that Manafort did not know what he was doing on the campaign. The president discussed with aides whether and in what way Manafort might be cooperating with the special counsel's investigation and whether Manafort knew any information that would be harmful to the president. 852 In public, the president made statements criticizing the prosecution and suggesting that Manafort was being treated unfairly. On June 5, 2018, before a scheduled court hearing that day on whether Manafort's bail should be revoked based on new charges that Manafort had tampered with witnesses while out on bail, the president told the press he feel badly about a lot of them. 846 Indictment, United States v. Paul J. Manafort, Jr. and Richard W. Gates III. 17 CR 201 DDC, October 27, 2017. 13 Manafort and Gates DDC Indictment, United States v. Paul J. Manafort, Jr. and Richard W. Gates III. L8 CR 83 EDVA, February 22, 2018. 9 Manafort and Gates EDVA Indictment. 847 Manafort and Gates DDC Indictment. Manafort and Gates EDVA Indictment. 848 Gates 4/18 302 at 4. In February 2018, Gates pleaded guilty, pursuant to a cooperation plea agreement, to a superseding criminal information, charging him with conspiring to defraud and commit multiple offenses, i.e., tax fraud, failure to report foreign bank accounts, and acting as an unregistered agent of a foreign principal against the United States, as well as making false statements to our office. Superseding criminal information, United States v. Richard W. Gates III, 1. I-7CR 201 DDC, February 23, 2018. Doc 195. Plea Agreement, United States v. Richard W. Gates III, L. I-7CR 201 DDC, February 23, 2018. Doc 205. Gates has provided information and in court testimony that the office has deemed to be reliable. 849 Gates 4/18/18 302 at 4. 850 Gates 4/18/18 302 at 4. Manafort told this office that he never told Gates that he had talked to the president's personal counsel or suggested that they would be taken care of. Manafort also said he hoped for a pardon but never discussed one with the president, although he noticed the president's public comments about pardons. Manafort 10/1/18 302 at 11. As explained in Volume 1, Section IV.A.8 Supra, Manafort entered into a plea agreement with our office. The U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia determined that he breached the agreement by being untruthful in proffer sessions and before the grand jury. Order, United States v. Manafort L. L7CR 201 DDC February 13, 2019. 503. 851 Porter 5/8/18 302 at 11. Priebus recalled that the president never really liked Manafort. See Priebus 4/3/18 302 at 11. Hicks said that candidate Trump trusted Manafort's judgment while he worked on the campaign, but she also once heard Trump tell Gates to keep an eye on Manafort. Hicks 3/13/18 302 at 16. 852 Porter 5/8/18 302 at 11. McGinn 12/14/17 302 at 14. 123 U.S. Department of Justice ATTORFLEY Nork Pro Colchet //MA COFLTAIFL. Material Protechikal UFLCLER Feckle. R. Crifle. P60, because I think a lot of it is very unfair. I mean, I look at some of them where they go back 12 years. Like Manafort has nothing to do with our campaign. But I feel I tell you, I feel a little badly about it. They went back 12 years to get things that he did 12 years ago. I feel badly for some people because they've gone back 12 years to find things about somebody, and I don't think that's right. 853 In response to a question about whether he was considering a pardon for Manafort or other individuals involved in the special counsel's investigation, the president said, I don't want to talk about that. No, I don't want to talk about that. But look, I do want to see people treated fairly. That's what it's all about. 854 hours later, Manafort's bail was revoked and the president tweeted, wow, what a tough sentence for Paul Manafort, who has represented Ronald Reagan, Bob Dole and many other top political people and campaigns. Didn't know Manafort was the head of the mob. What about Corny and Crooked Hillary and all the others? Very unfair. 855 Immediately following the revocation of Manafort's bail, the president's personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, gave a series of interviews in which he raised the possibility of a pardon for Manafort. Giuliani told the New York Daily News that WHEN, the whole thing is over, things might get cleaned up with some presidential pardons. 856 Giuliani also said in an interview that although the president should not pardon anyone while the special counsel's investigation was ongoing, when the investigation is concluded, he's kind of on his own right. 857 In a CNN interview 2 days later, Giuliani said, I guess I should clarify this once and for all, the president has issued no pardons in this investigation. The president is not going to issue pardons in this investigation. When it's over, hey, he's the president of the United States. He retains his pardon power. Nobody is taking that away from him. 858 Giuliani rejected the suggestion that his and the president's comments could signal to defendants that they should not cooperate in a criminal prosecution because a pardon might follow, saying the comments were certainly not intended that way. 859 Giuliani said the comments only acknowledged that an individual involved in the investigation would not be excluded from left bracket a pardon right bracket if in fact the president and his advisors come to the conclusion that you have been treated unfairly. 860 Giuliani observed that pardons were not unusual in political investigations but said that doesn't mean they're going to happen. 853 Remarks by President Trump in press gaggle, White House June 15, 2018. 854 Remarks by President Trump in press gaggle, White House June 15, 2018. 855 at READONALDTRUMP 6/15/18141 p.m. at tweet. 856 Chris Sommerfeld Rudy Giuliani says Mueller probe might get cleaned up with presidential pardons in light of Paul Manafort going to jail. New York Daily News June 15, 2018. 857 Sharon LaFreniere, judge orders Paul Manafort jailed before trial, citing new obstruction charges. New York Times June 15, 2018 quoting Giuliani. State of the Union with Jake Tapper transcript CNN June 17, 2018. Karim Demitian, Giuliani suggests Trump may pardon Manafort after Mueller's probe. Washington Post June 17, 2018. 858-859 State of the Union with Jake Tapper transcript CNN June 17, 2018. 860 State of the Union with Jake Tapper transcript CNN June 17, 2018. Here, doesn't mean that anybody should rely on it. Big signal is nobody has been pardoned yet. S61 on July 31, 2018. Manafort's criminal trial began in the Eastern District of Virginia, generating substantial news coverage. 862. The next day, the president tweeted, "This is a terrible situation, and Attorney General Jeff Sessions should stop this rigged witch hunt right now before it continues to stain our country any further. Bob Mueller is totally conflicted, and his 17 angry Democrats that are doing his dirty work are a disgrace to USA." 863 minutes later, the president tweeted, "Paul Manafort worked for Ronald Reagan, Bob Dole and many other highly prominent and respected political leaders. He worked for me for a very short time. Why did government tell me that he was under investigation? These old charges have nothing to do with collusion, a hoax. 864. Later in the day, the president tweeted, looking back on history, who was treated worse, Alphonse Capone, legendary mob boss, killer and public enemy number one, or Paul Manafort, political operative ampersand Reagan/Gold darling, now serving solitary confinement, although convicted of nothing. Where is the Russian collusion? 865. The president's tweets about the Manafort trial were widely covered by the press. 866. When asked about the president's tweets, Sanders told the press, certainly, the president's been clear. He thinks Paul Manafort's been treated unfairly. 867. On August 16, 2018, the Manafort case was submitted to the jury and deliberations began. At that time, Giuliani had recently suggested to reporters that the special counsel investigation needed to be done in the next 2 or 3 weeks. 868. And media stories reported that a Manafort acquittal would add to criticism that the special counsel investigation was not worth the time. And 869. Expense, whereas a conviction could show that ending the investigation would be premature. 861. State of the Union with Jake Tapper transcript, CNN June 17, 2018. 862. CEG, Kathleen Polantz, takeaways from day one of the Paul Manafort trial, CNN July 31, 2018. Frank Bruni, Paul Manafort's trial is Donald Trump's too. New York Times opinion July 31, 2018. Rachel Weiner et al., Paul Manafort trial day 2. Witnesses describe extravagant clothing purchases, home remodels, lavish cars paid with wire transfers. Washington Post August 1, 2018. 863. At Real Donald Trump 8/1/18/924 a.m. at tweet. Later that day, when Sanders was asked about the president's tweet, she told reporters, it's not an order. It's the president's opinion. Sarah Sanders, White House Daily Briefing, C-SPAN August 1, 2018. 864. At Real Donald Trump 8/1/18/934 a.m. at tweet. 865. At Real Donald Trump 8/1/18/11/35 a.m. at tweet. 866. CEG, Carol D. Leonig et al., Trump calls Manafort prosecution a hoax, says Sessions, should stop Mueller investigation right now. Washington Post August 1, 2018. Lewis Nelson, Trump claims Manafort case has nothing to do with collusion. Politico August 2018. 867. Sarah Sanders, White House Daily Briefing, C-SPAN August 1, 2018. 868. Chris Strom, ampersand Shannon Petch piece, Mueller probe doesn't need to shut down before midterms, officials say. Bloomberg August 15, 2018. 869. CEG, Kathleen Polantz et al. Manafort jury ends first day of deliberations without a verdict. CNN August 16, 2018. David Bricos, what Mueller's Manafort case means F or the Trump Batulta 125U.S. Department of Justice ATT 0RL/E tilde W0RLTPR 0TLTTET // Macy material per titil attil fetal. R. Criffle. P60. On August 17, 2018, as jury deliberations continued, the president commented on the trial from the South Lawn of the White House. In an impromptu exchange with reporters that lasted approximately 5 minutes, the president twice called the special counsel's investigation a rigged witch hunt. 870. When asked whether he would pardon Manafort if he was convicted, the president said, I don't talk about that now. I don't talk about that. 871. The president then added, without being asked a further question, I think the whole Manafort trial is very sad when you look at what's going on there. I think it's a very sad day for our country. He worked for me for a very short period of time. But you know what, he happens to be a very good person. And I'll think it's very sad what they've done to Paul Manafort. 872. The president did not take further questions. 873. In response to the president's statements, Manafort's attorney said Mr. Manafort really appreciates the support of President Trump. 874. On August 21, 2018, the jury found Manafort guilty on 8 felony counts. Also on August 21, Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to 8 offenses, including a campaign finance violation that he said had occurred in coordination with and at the direction of a candidate for federal office. 875. The president reacted to Manafort's convictions that day by telling reporters, Paul Manafort is a good man, and it's a very sad thing that happened. 876. The president described the special counsel's investigation as a witch hunt that ends in disgrace. 877. The next day, the president tweeted, I feel very badly for Paul Manafort and his wonderful family. Justice took a 12-year-old tax case, among other things, applied tremendous pressure on him, and unlike Michael Cohen, he refused to make up stories in order to get a deal. Such respect for a brave man. 878. In a Fox News interview on August 22, 2018, the president said, left bracket Cohen right bracket makes a better deal when he uses me, like everybody else. And one of the reasons I'll respect Paul Manafort so much is he went through that trial. You know they make up stories. People make up stories. This come, Bloomberg August 2, 2018. Gabi Marandiello, what a guilty verdict for Manafort would mean for Trump and Mueller. Washington Examiner August 18, 2018. 870. President Trump remarks on John Brennan and Mueller probe. C-SPAN August 17, 2018. 871. President Trump remarks on John Brennan and Mueller probe. C-SPAN August 17, 2018. 872. President Trump remarks on John Brennan and Mueller probe. C-SPAN August 17, 2018. 873. President Trump remarks on John Brennan and Mueller probe. C-SPAN August 17, 2018. 874. Trump calls Manafort very good person. All in with Chris Hayes August 17, 2018 transcript. Manafort lawyer. We appreciate Trump's support. CNN August 17, 2018. https://www.cnn.com/videos/politics/2018/08/17/Paul Manafort attorney Trump J. Idel. Iberation Schneider lead VPX.CNN. 875 transcript at 23 United States v. Michael Cohen L. 18 CR 602 SDNY August 21, 2018. Doc 7 Cone 821 18 Transcript. 876 President Trump remarks on Manafort trial. C-SPAN August 21, 2018. 877 President Trump remarks on Manafort trial. C-SPAN August 21, 2018. 878 at Real Donald Trump 822 18 921 AM at tweet. Whole thing about flipping, they call it Tino all about flipping. 879 The president said that flipping was not fair and almost ought to be outlawed. 880 in response to a question about whether he was considering a pardon for Manafort, the president said, "T have great respect for what he's done in terms of what he's gone through. He worked for many people many years, and T would say what he did, some of the charges they threw against him, every consultant, every lobbyist in Washington probably does." 881 Giuliani told journalists that the president really thinks Manafort has been horribly treated and that he and the president had discussed the political fallout if the president pardoned Manafort. 882 The next day, Giuliani told the Washington Post that the president had asked his lawyers for advice on the possibility of a pardon for Manafort and other aides and had been counseled against considering a pardon until the investigation concluded. 883 On September 14, 2018, Manafort pleaded guilty to charges in the District of Columbia and signed a plea agreement that required him to cooperate with investigators. 884 Giuliani was reported to have publicly said that Manafort remained in a joint defense agreement with the president following Manafort's guilty plea and agreement to cooperate, and that Manafort's attorneys regularly briefed the president's lawyers on the topics discussed and the information Manafort had provided in interviews with the special counsel's office. 885 On November 26, 2018, the special counsel's office disclosed in a public court filing that Manafort had breached his plea agreement by lying about multiple subjects. 886 The next day, Giuliani said that the president had been upset for weeks about what he considered to be the un-American, horrible treatment of 879 Fox & Friends exclusive interview with President Trump. Fox News August 23, 2018 recorded the previous day. Fox & Friends exclusive interview with President Trump. Fox News August 23, 2018 recorded the previous day. 881 Fox & Friends exclusive interview with President Trump. Fox News August 23, 2018 recorded the previous day. 882 Maggie Haberman & Katie Rogers. How did we end up here? Trump wonders as the White House soldiers on New York Times August 22, 2018. 883 Carol DeLeonic & Josh Dawsey. Trump recently sought his lawyer's advice on possibility of pardoning Manafort, Giuliani says. Washington Post August 23, 2018. 884 Plea Agreement, United States v. Paul J. Manafort, Jr. LL7CR, 201 DDC September 14, 2018. 422. 885 Karen Freifeld & Nathan Lane, Trump lawyer. Manafort said nothing damaging in Mueller interviews. Reuters October 22, 2018. Michael S. Schmidt et al., Mona/Arts lawyer, said to brief Trump attorneys on what he told Mueller. New York Times November 27, 2018. Dana Bash, Mona/Art team briefed Giuliani on Mueller meetings. CNN, posted 11/28/18, available at https://www.cnn.com/videos/paul/itcs/2018/11/28/Manafort lawyers. Keeping Trump lawyers. Giuliani updated Mueller probe Bash sought nrvpx.cnn. See Sean Hannity, interview with Rudy Giuliani, Fox News September 14, 2018. Giuliani, left bracket THERE, was a quote put out by a source close to Manafort that the plea agreement has and cooperation agreement has nothing to do with the Trump campaign. Now I know that because we've been privy to a lot of facts I can't repeat. 886 Joint Status Report, United States v. Paul J. Mona/Art, Jr. DDC November 26, 2018. 455. Manafort. 887 In an interview on November 28, 2018, the president suggested that it was very brave that Manafort did not flip. If you told the truth, you go to jail. You know this flipping stuff is terrible. You flip and you lie and you get the prosecutors will tell you 99% of the time they can get people to flip. It's rare that they can't, but I had 3 people. Manafort, Corsi, I don't know Corsi, but he refuses to say what they demanded. 888 Manafort, Corsi, it's 889, actually very brave. In response to a question about a potential pardon for Manafort, the president said it was never 890, discussed, but I wouldn't take it off the table. Why would I take it off the table? 3. Harm to ongoing matter, 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 harm to ongoing matter. 887 Stephen Collinson. Trump appears consumed by Mueller investigation as details emerge. CNN November 29, 2018. 888 Corsi is a reference to Jerome Corsi, who was involved in efforts to coordinate with WikiLeaks and Assange, and who stated publicly at that time that he had refused a plea offer FRO_'s office because he was not going to sign a lie. Sarah Murray & Eli W. A TKINS says he won't agree to plea deal. CNN November 26, 2018. 889 Marisa Schultz & Nikki Schwab. Oval Office interview with President Trump. Trump says pardon for Paul Manafort still a possibility. New York Post November 28, 2018. That same day, the president tweeted, "While the disgusting fake news is doing everything within their power not to report it that way, at least 3 major players are intimating that the angry Mueller gang of Tims is viciously telling witnesses to lie about facts & they will get relief. This is our Joseph McCarthy era." At READONALDTRUMP 11/28/18839 AM at tweet. 890 Marisa Schultz & Nikki Schwab. New York Post Oval Office interview with President Trump. Trump says pardon for Paul Manafort still a possibility. New York Post November 28, 2018. Harm to ongoing matter, harm to ongoing matter, harm to ongoing matter, harm to ongoing matter. Harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter 1 harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter 895 harm to ongoing matter 896 harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter 129 U.S. Department of Justice at tilde null clo at / may coatt 1 ia material ploti to u fr cliffle. P6e harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter 111 harm to ongoing matter 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 900 harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter 1 harm to ongoing matter 905 harm to ongoing matter 907 harm to ongoing matter 908 harm to ongoing matter 130 U.S. Department of Justice /1/ERK /may CLTAILIMATERIAI FOTTIREF RCIM. P6e analysis in analyzing the president's conduct towards Flynn Manafort evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Little, the following obstructive act. The president's actions towards witnesses in the special counsel's investigation would qualify as obstructive if they had the natural tendency to prevent particular witnesses from testifying truthfully or otherwise would have the probable effect of influencing, delaying, or preventing their testimony to law enforcement. With regard to Flynn, the president sent private and public messages to Flynn, encouraging him to stay strong and conveying that the president still cared about him before he began to cooperate with the government. When Flynn's attorneys withdrew him from a joint defense agreement with the president, signaling that Flynn was potentially cooperating with the government, the president's personal counsel initially reminded Flynn's counsel of the president's warm feelings towards Flynn and said that still remains. But when Flynn's counsel reiterated that Flynn could no longer share information under a joint defense agreement, the president's personal counsel stated that the decision would be interpreted as reflecting Flynn's hostility towards the president. That sequence of events could have had the potential to affect Flynn's decision to cooperate as well as the extent of that cooperation. Because of privilege issues, however, we could not determine whether the president was personally involved in or knew about the specific message his counsel delivered to Flynn's counsel. With respect to Manafort, there is evidence that the president's actions had the potential to influence Manafort's decision whether to cooperate with the government. The president and his personal counsel made repeated statements suggesting that a pardon was a possibility for Manafort, while also making it clear that the president did not want Manafort to flip and cooperate with the government. On June 15, 2018, the day the judge presiding over Manafort's DC case was considering whether to revoke his bail, the president said that he felt badly for Manafort and stated, "I think a lot of it is very unfair." And when asked about a pardon for Manafort, the president said, "I do want to see people treated fairly. That's what it's all about." Later that day, after Manafort's bail was revoked, the president called it a tough sentence that was very unfair. 2 days later, the president's personal counsel stated that individuals involved in the special counsel's investigation could receive a pardon if in fact the left bracket president and his advisors come to the conclusion that you have been treated unfairly, using language that paralleled how the president had already described the treatment of Manafort. Those statements, combined with the president's commendation of Manafort for being a brave man who refused to break, suggested that a pardon was a more likely possibility if Manafort continued not to cooperate with the government. And while Manafort eventually pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, he was found to have violated the agreement by lying to investigators. The president's public statements during the Manafort trial, including during jury deliberations, also had the potential to influence the trial jury. On the second day of trial, for example, the president called the prosecution a terrible situation and a hoax that continues to stain our country, and referred to Manafort as a Reagan/Dole darling who was serving solitary confinement even though he was convicted of nothing. Those statements were widely picked up by the press, while jurors were instructed not to watch or read news stories about the case. And 131 U.S. Department of Justice ALTERHC work prot/may set ki material preti to URFR criffy. P6e are presumed to follow those instructions. The president's statements during the trial generated substantial media coverage that could have reached jurors if they happened to see the statements or learned about them from others. And the president's statements during jury deliberations that Manafort happens to be a very good person and that it's very sad what they've done to Paul Manafort had the potential to influence jurors who learned of the statements which the president made just as jurors were considering whether to convict or acquit Manafort. P. Nexus to an official proceeding. The president's actions towards Flynn Manafort appear to have been connected to pending or the official proceedings involving each individual. The president's conduct towards FLYN and principally occurred when both were under criminal investigation by the special counsel's office, and press reports speculated about whether they would cooperate with the special counsel's investigation. And the president's conduct towards Manafort was directly connected to the official proceedings involving him. The president made statements about Manafort and the charges against him during Manafort's criminal trial. And the president's comments about the prospect of Manafort flipping occurred when it was clear the special counsel continued to oversee grand jury proceedings. C. Intent. Evidence concerning the president's intent related to Flynn as a potential witness is inconclusive. As previously noted, because of privilege issues we do not have evidence establishing whether the president knew about or was involved in his counsel's communications with Flynn's counsel, stating that Flynn's decision to withdraw from the joint defense agreement and cooperate with the government would be viewed as reflecting hostility towards the president. And regardless of what the president's personal counsel communicated, the president continued to express sympathy for Flynn after he pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, stating that Flynn had led a very strong life and the president felt right bracket very badly about what had happened to him. Evidence concerning the president's conduct towards Manafort indicates that the president intended to encourage Manafort to not cooperate with the government. Before Manafort was convicted, the president repeatedly stated that Manafort had been treated unfairly. One day after Manafort was convicted on 8 felony charges and potentially faced a lengthy prison term, the president said that Manafort was a brave man for refusing to break and that flipping almost ought to be outlawed. At the same time, although the president had privately told aides he did not like Manafort, he publicly called Manafort a good man and said he had a wonderful family. And when the president was asked whether he was considering a pardon for Manafort, the president did not respond directly and instead said he had great respect for what Manafort done in terms of what he's gone through. The president added that some of the charges they threw against him, every consultant, every lobbyist in Washington probably does, in light of the president's counsel's previous statements that the investigations might get cleaned up with some presidential pardons, and that a pardon would be possible if the president to the conclusion that you have been treated unfairly. The evidence supports the inference that the president intended Manafort to believe that he could receive a pardon, which would make cooperation with the government as a means of obtaining a lesser sentence unnecessary. We also examined the evidence of the president's intent in making public statements about Manafort at the beginning of his trial and when the jury was deliberating. Some evidence supports a conclusion that the president intended, at least in part, to influence the jury. The trial generated widespread publicity, and as the jury began to deliberate, commentators suggested that an acquittal would add to pressure to end the special counsel's investigation. By publicly stating on the second day of deliberations that Manafort happens to be a very good person, and that it's very sad what they've done to Paul Manafort, right after calling the special counsel's investigation a rigged witch hunt, the president's statements could, if they reach jurors, have the natural tendency to engender sympathy for Manafort among jurors, and a fact finder could infer that the president intended that result. But there are alternative explanations for the president's comments, including that he genuinely felt sorry for Manafort or that his goal was not to influence the jury, but to influence public opinion. The president's comments also could have been intended to continue sending a message to Manafort that a pardon was possible. As described above, the president made his comments about Manafort being a very good person immediately after declining to answer a question about whether he would pardon Manafort. 133U.S. Department of Justice AMON=TEY/NORC/PROCHET/MACIOHTAIH Material PRCHDUHDERFR Crifle P6EK. The president's conduct involving Michael Cohen overview. The president's conduct involving Michael Cohen spans the full period of our investigation. During the campaign, Cohen pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project on behalf of the Trump Organization. Cohen briefed candidate Trump on the project numerous times, including discussing whether Trump should travel to Russia to advance the deal. After the media began questioning Trump's connections to Russia, Cohen promoted a party line that publicly distanced Trump from Russia and asserted he had no business there. Cohen continued to adhere to that party line. In 2017, when Congress asked him to provide documents and testimony in its Russia investigation in an attempt to minimize the president's connections to Russia, Cohen submitted a letter to Congress falsely stating that he only briefed Trump on the Trump Tower Moscow project 3 times, that he did not consider asking Trump to travel to Russia, that Cohen had not received a response to an outreach he made to the Russian government, and that the project ended in January 2016, before the first Republican caucus, or primary. While working on the congressional statement, Cohen had extensive discussions with the president's personal counsel, who according to Cohen, said that Cohen should not contradict the president and should keep the statement short and tight. After the FBI searched Cohen's home and office in April 2018, the president publicly asserted that Cohen would not flip and privately passed messages of support to him. Cohen also discussed pardons with the president's personal counsel and believed that if he stayed on message, he would get a pardon, or the president would do something else to make the investigation end. But after Cohen began cooperating with the government in July 2018, the president publicly criticized him, called him a rat, and suggested his family members had committed crimes. Evidence 1. Candidate Trump's awareness of and involvement in the Trump Tower Moscow project. The president's interactions with Cohen as a witness took place against the background of the president's involvement in the Trump Tower Moscow project, as described in detail in Volume 1, Section IV.A1 Supra. From September 2015 until at least June 2016, the Trump Organization pursued a Trump Tower Moscow project in Russia, with negotiations conducted by Cohen, then Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization and Special Counsel to Donald J. Trump. 909 The Trump Organization had previously, and 909 in August 2018 and November 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty to multiple crimes of deception, including making false statements to Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project, as described later in this section. When Cohen first met with investigators from this office, he repeated the same lies he told Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project. Cohen 87-18-302 at 1217. But after Cohen pleaded guilty to offenses in the Southern District of New York on August 21, 2018, he met with investigators again and corrected the record. The office found Cohen's testimony in these subsequent proffer sessions to be consistent with and corroborated by other information obtained in the course of the office's investigation. The office's sentencing submission in Cohen's criminal case stated, starting with his second meeting with the left bracket special counsel's office right bracket in September 2018, the defendant has accepted responsibility not only for 134U.S. Department of Justice A*ERHEY.VRPR0DTTET//MACI 0HTAIH Material PR0TEETEDUHDER Fed R. Griffey P6E unsuccessfully pursued a building project in Moscow 910. According to Cohen, in approximately September 2015, he obtained internal approval from Trump to negotiate on behalf of the Trump Organization to have a Russian corporation build a tower in Moscow that licensed the Trump name 912 and brand 911. Cohen thereafter had numerous brief conversations with Trump about the project. Cohen recalled that Trump wanted to be updated on any developments with Trump Tower Moscow 913 and on several occasions brought the project up with Cohen to ask what was happening on it. Cohen also discussed the project on multiple occasions with Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka Trump. 914. In the fall of 2015, Trump signed a letter of intent for the project that specified highly lucrative terms for the Trump Organization 915. In December 2015, Felix Sater, who was handling negotiations between Cohen and the Russian corporation, asked Cohen for a copy of his and Trump's passports to facilitate travel to Russia to meet with government officials and possible financing partners. 916. Cohen recalled discussing the trip with Trump and requesting a copy of Trump's passport from Trump's personal secretary, Graph 917. By January 2016, Cohen had become frustrated that Sater had not set up a meeting with Russian government officials, so Cohen reached out directly by email to the office of Dmitry his false statements concerning the left bracket Trump Tower right bracket Moscow project, but also his broader efforts through public statements and testimony before Congress to minimize his role in and what he knew about contacts between the left bracket Trump Organization right bracket and Russian interests. During the course of the campaign, the information provided by Cohen about the left bracket Trump Tower right bracket Moscow project in these proffer sessions is consistent with and corroborated by other information obtained in the course of the left bracket special counsel's office's right bracket investigation. The defendant, without prompting by the left bracket special counsel's office right bracket, also corrected other false and misleading statements that he had made concerning his outreach to and contacts with Russian officials during the course of the campaign. Goff sentencing submission at 4 United States v. Michael Cohen I-8CR 850SDNY December 7, 2018. At Cohen's sentencing, our office further explained that Cohen had provided valuable information while taking care and being careful to note what he knows and what he doesn't know. Transcript at 19 United States v. Michael Cohen L8CR 850SDNY December 12, 2018. Doc 17 Cohen 12/12/18 transcript 910 C Volume 1 Section IV.AI super noting that starting in at least 2013 several employees of the Trump Organization, including then President of the organization Donald J. Trump, pursued a Trump Tower Moscow deal with several Russian counterparties. 911 Cohen 912-18-302 at 1-4. Cohen 87-18-302 at 15. 912 Cohen 912-18-302 at 2-4. 913 Cohen 912-18-302 at 4. 914 Cohen 912-18-302 at 4 I0. 915 MDCH 000-618-25-10-28-15 letter of intent signed by Donald J. Trump, Trump Acquisition, LLC, and Andrei Rozov, LC Expert Investment Company. Cohen 9/12-18-302 at 3. Written responses of Donald J. Trump November 20, 2018 at 15. Response to question III, Parza, through G. 916 MDCH 000-600-12/19/15 email Sater to Cohen. 917 Cohen 912-18-302 at 5. Peskov, who was Putin's deputy chief of staff and press secretary. 918 on January 20, 2016, Cohen received an email response from Elena Polyakova, Peskov's personal assistant, and phone records confirm that they then spoke for approximately 20 minutes, during which Cohen described the Trump Tower Moscow project and requested assistance in moving the project forward. 919 Cohen recalled briefing candidate Trump about the call soon afterwards. 92 Cohen told Trump he spoke with a woman he identified as someone from the Kremlin, and Cohen reported that she was very professional and asked detailed questions about the project. 921 Cohen recalled telling Trump he wished the Trump Organization had assistants who were as competent as the woman from the Kremlin. 922 Cohen thought his phone call renewed interest in the project. 923 the day after Cohen's call with Polyakova, Sater texted Cohen asking him to left bracket CALL me when you have a few minutes to chat. It's about Putin they called today. 924 Sater told Cohen that the Russian government liked the project and on January 25, 2016, sent an invitation for Cohen to visit Moscow for a working visit. 925 after the outreach from Sater, Cohen recalled telling Trump that he was waiting to hear back on moving the project forward. 926 after January 2016, Cohen continued to have conversations with Sater about Trump Tower Moscow and continued to keep candidate Trump updated about those discussions and the status of the project. 927 Cohen recalled that he and Trump wanted Trump Tower Moscow to succeed, and 928 that Trump never discouraged him from working on the project because of the campaign. In March or April 2016, Trump asked Cohen if anything was happening in Russia. 929 Cohen also. 918 CIF 0004123015 text message Cohen to Sater. Trump org _Mc _002331/11/16 email Cohen to PR _Peskova at prepress.gov.ru. MDCH 0006901/14/16 email Cohen to info at prepress.gov.ru. Trump org _Mc _0023511616 email Cohen to PR _Peskova at prepress.gov.ru. 919 1/20/16 email Polyakova to Cohen. Call records of Mikhail Cohen, showing a 22-minute call on January 20, 2016, between Cohen and the number Polyakova provided in her mail. Cohen 912-18-302 at 2-3. After the call, Cohen saved Polyakova's contact information in his Trump Organization Outlook contact list. 1/2016 Cohen Microsoft Outlook entry 6:22 a.m. Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 5, 9-2 921 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 5 to 6 Cohen IL/12/18 302 at 4, 922 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 5, 923 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 5, 924 FS00LL 121/16 text messages Satcher ampersand Cohen 925 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 5, 1/25/16 email Satcher to Cohen attachment 926 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 5, 927 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 6. In later congressional testimony, Cohen stated that he briefed Trump on the project approximately 6 times after January 2016 hearing on issues related to Trump Organization before the House Oversight and Reform Committee 116 th Kong. February 27, 2019, CQ Kong. Transcripts at 24. Testimony of Michael Cohen. 928 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 6. 929 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 4. 136 U.S. Department of Justice Actuary Work PROS 11ET//May. Kotimitrial Protitzer Fiar Krifl. P6E recalled briefing Donald Trump Jr. in the spring a conversation that Cohen said was not idle chit-chat because Trump Tower Moscow was potentially a $1 billion deal. 930 Cohen recalled that around May 2016, he again raised with candidate Trump the possibility of a trip to Russia to advance the Trump Tower Moscow project. 931 At that time, Cohen had received several texts from Satcher seeking to arrange dates for such a trip. 932 On May 4, 2016, Satcher wrote to Cohen, he had a chat with Moscow. Assuming the trip does happen, the question is before or after the convention. Obviously the pre-meeting trip you only can happen anytime. 933 Cohen, you want but the two big guys left bracket is right bracket the question. I said I would confirm and revert. Responded my trip before Cleveland. Trump once he becomes the nominee after the convention. 934 On May 5, 2016, Satcher followed up with a text that Cohen thought he probably read to Trump. Peskov would like to invite you as his guest to the St. Petersburg Forum, which is Russia's Davos. It's June 16th to 19th. He wants to meet there with you and possibly introduce you to either Putin or Medvedev. This is perfect. The entire business class of Russia will be there as well. He said anything you want to discuss including dates and subjects are on the table to discuss. 935 Cohen recalled discussing the invitation to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum with candidate Trump and saying that Putin or Russian Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev might be there. 936 Cohen remembered that Trump said that he would be willing to travel to Russia if Cohen could lock and load on the deal. 937 and June 2016, Cohen decided not to attend the St. Petersburg 938 Economic Forum because Satcher had not obtained a formal invitation for Cohen from Peskov. Cohen said he had a quick conversation with Trump at that time, but did not tell him that the project was over because he did not want Trump to complain that the deal was on again off again if it were revived. 939 During the summer of 2016, Cohen recalled that candidate Trump publicly claimed that he had nothing to do with Russia and then shortly afterwards privately checked with Cohen about the status of the Trump Tower Moscow project, which Cohen found interesting. 940 At some point Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 10. 93931 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 7. 932 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 7. 933 00015 5416 text message Satcher to Cohen. 934 FS 000L 55416 text message Cohen to Satcher. 935 0001 617 5516 text messages Satcher ampersand Cohen. 936 Cohen 9/12/L8 302 at 7. 937 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 7. 938 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 7 to 8. 939 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 8. Cohen 3/19/19 302 at 2. 94137 U.S. Department of Justice Attorney WMK Prechet //May Secate Material Pre-TT Atir Fiar Krifi. P6E. That summer, Cohen recalled having a brief conversation with Trump in which Cohen said the Trump Tower Moscow project was going nowhere because the Russian development company had not secured a piece of property for the project. 941 Trump said that was too bad and Cohen did not recall talking with Trump about the project after that. 942 Cohen said that at no time during the campaign did Trump tell him not to pursue the project or that the project should be abandoned. 9432 Cohen determines to adhere to a party line, distancing candidate Trump from Russia, as previously discussed. See Volume 2, Section II.A. Supra. When questions about possible Russian support for candidate Trump emerged during the 2016 presidential campaign, Trump denied having any personal, financial, or business connection to Russia, which Cohen described as the party line, or message, to follow for Trump and his senior advisors. 944 After the election, the Trump Organization sought to formally close out certain deals in advance of the inauguration. 945 Cohen recalled that Trump Tower Moscow was on the list of deals to be closed out. 946 In approximately January 2017, Cohen began receiving inquiries from the media about Trump Tower Moscow, and he recalled speaking to the president-elect when those inquiries came in. 947 Cohen was concerned that truthful answers about the Trump Tower Moscow project might not be consistent with the message that the president-elect had no relationship with Russia. 948 In an effort to stay on message, Cohen told a New York Times reporter that the Trump Tower Moscow deal was not feasible and had ended in January 2016. 949 Cohen recalled that this was part of a script or talking points he had developed with President-elect Trump and others. To 941 Cohen 3/19/19 302 at 2. Cohen could not recall the precise timing of this conversation, but said he thought it occurred in June or July 2016. Cohen recalled that the conversation happened at some point after candidate Trump was publicly stating that he had nothing to do with Russia. Cohen 3/19/19 302 at 2. 942 Cohen 319 302 at 2. 943 Cohen 319 302 at 2. 944 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at L. Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 3/5. Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 9. 945 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 1-2. See also Kilads 4/4/18 302 at 8-9. 946 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 1-2. 947 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 3. 948 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 4. 949 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 5. The article was published on February 19, 2017, and reported that Satter and Cohen had been working on plan for a Trump Tower Moscow as recently as the fall of 2015, but had come to a halt because of the presidential campaign. Consistent with Cohen's intended party line message, the article stated, Cohen said the Trump organization had received a letter of intent for a project in Moscow from a Russian real estate developer at that time, but determined that the project was not feasible. Megan Tohi & Scott Shane, a back-channel plan for Ukraine and Russia, courtesy of Trump Associates, New York Times, February 19, 2017. 138 U.S. Department of Justice ATTERHEY work project / make okay material proteacher feel. Arcrifle. P6E dismissed the idea of a substantial connection between Trump and Russia. 95 Cohen said that he discussed the talking points with Trump but that he did not explicitly tell Trump he thought they were untrue because Trump already knew they were untrue. 951 Cohen thought it was important to say the deal was done in January 2016 rather than acknowledge that talks continued in May and June 2016 because it limited the period when candidate Trump could be alleged to have a relationship with Russia to an early point in the campaign before Trump had become the party's presumptive nominee. 9523 Cohen submits false statements to Congress, minimizing the Trump Tower Moscow project in accordance with the party line. In early May 2017, Cohen received requests from Congress to provide testimony and documents in connection with congressional investigations of Russian interference in the 2016 election. 953 At that time, Cohen understood Congress's interest in him to be focused on the allegations in the Steele reporting concerning a meeting Cohen allegedly had with Russian officials in Prague during the campaign. 954 Cohen had never traveled to Prague and was not concerned about those allegations, which he believed were probably false. 955 On May 18, 2017, Cohen met with the president to discuss the request from Congress, and the president instructed Cohen that he should cooperate because there was nothing there. 956 Cohen eventually entered into a joint defense agreement (JOA) with the president and other individuals who were part of the Russia investigation. 957 In the months leading up to his congressional testimony, Cohen frequently spoke with the president's personal counsel. 958 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 5-6. 95 951 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 6. 952 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at I0. 953 PSCO 0000000 3285 letter C to Cohen. PSCO 00000 3315 1217 letter SSCI to Cohen. 954 Cohen 11/2018 302 at 2-3. 955 Cohen 11/2018 302 at 2-3. 956 Cohen 11/12/18 302 at 2. Cohen 11/2019 302 at 3. 957 Cohen 11/12/18 302 at 2. 958 Cohen 11/12/18 302 at 2-3. Cohen 11/2018 at 2-6. Cohen told investigators about his conversations with the president's personal counsel after waiving any privilege of his own, and after this office advised his counsel not to provide any communications that would be covered by any other privilege, including communications protected by a joint defense or common interest privilege. As a result, most of what Cohen told us about his conversations with the president's personal counsel concerned what Cohen had communicated to the president's personal counsel and not what was said in response. Cohen described certain statements made by the president's personal counsel, however, that are set forth in this section. Cohen and his counsel were better positioned in this office to evaluate whether any privilege protected those statements because they had knowledge of the scope of their joint defense agreement and access to privileged communications that may have provided context for evaluating the statements they shared. After interviewing Cohen about these matters, we asked the president's personal counsel if he wished to provide information to us about his conversations with Cohen related to Cohen's congressional testimony about, said that in those conversations the president's personal counsel would sometimes say that he had just been with the president. 959 Cohen recalled that the president's personal counsel told him the JOA was working well together and assured him that there was nothing there, and if they stayed on message, the investigations would come to an end soon. 960 At that time, Cohen's legal bills were being paid by the Trump Organization. 961 And Cohen was told not to worry because the investigations would be over by summer or fall of 20L7. 962 Cohen said that the president's personal counsel also conveyed that as part of the JOA, Cohen was protected, which he would not be if he went rogue. 963 Cohen recalled that the president's personal counsel reminded him that the president loves you and told him that if he stayed on message, the president had his back. 964 In August 2017, Cohen began drafting a statement about Trump Tower Moscow to submit to Congress, along with his document production. 965 The final version of the statement contained several false statements about the project. 966 First, although the Trump Organization continued to pursue the project until at least June 2016, the statement said the proposal was under consideration at the Trump Organization from September 2015 until the end of January 2016. By the end of January 2016, I determined that the proposal was not feasible for a variety of business reasons and should not be pursued further. Based on my business determinations, the Trump Organization abandoned the proposal. 967 Second, although Cohen and candidate Trump had discussed possible travel to Russia by Trump to pursue the venture, the statement said despite overtures by Mr. Satter, I never considered asking Mr. Trump to travel to Russia in connection with this proposal. I told Mr. Satter that Mr. Trump would not travel to Russia unless there was a definitive agreement in place. 968 Third, although Cohen had regularly briefed Trump on the status Trump Tower Moscow, the president's personal counsel declined and through his own counsel indicated that he could not disaggregate information he had obtained from Cohen from information he had obtained from other parties. In the in view of the admonition this office gave to Cohen's counsel to withhold communications that could be covered by privilege, the president's personal counsel's uncertainty about the provenance of his own knowledge, the burden on a privilege holder to establish the elements to support a claim of privilege, and the substance of the statements themselves. We have included relevant statements Cohen provided in this report. If the statements were to be used in a context beyond this report, further analysis could be warranted. 959 Cohen L1/2018-302 at 6, Cohen 11/2018-302 at 2-4. 96961 Cohen 11/2018-302 at 4. 962 Cohen 9/1818-302 at 8. Cohen 11/2018-302 at 3-4. 963 Cohen 11/2018-302 at 4. 964 Cohen 9/1818-302 at 11. Cohen 11/20/18-302 at 2. 965 PSCO 000003680 and PSCO 000003687 a mail and attachment Michael Cohen's counsel to Cohen. Cohen said it was not his idea to write a letter to Congress about Trump Tower Moscow. Cohen 9/1818-302 at 7. 966 PSCO 0000947 8 statement of Michael D. Cohen, Ace August 28, 2017. 967 PSCO 0000947 8 statement of Michael D. Cohen, Ace August 28, 2017. 968 PSCO 0000947 8 statement of Michael D. Cohen, Ace August 28, 2017. 140U.S Department of Justice ATTERTTE.work pre-tilchet/May Setchifl. MATERIAL pre-teachitl UFLTLER crifl. P60 of the project and had numerous conversations about it. The statement said Mr. Trump was never in contact with anyone about this proposal other than me on 3 occasions, including signing a non-binding letter of intent in 2015. 969 Fourth, although Cohen's outreach to Peskov in January 2016 had resulted in a lengthy phone call with a representative from the Kremlin, the statement said that Cohen did not recall any response to my mail left bracket to Peskov right bracket nor any other contacts by me with Mr. Peskov or other Russian government officials about the proposal. 970 Cohen's statement was circulated in advance to and edited by members of the JDA 971. Before the statement was finalized, early drafts contained a sentence stating, the building project led me to make limited contacts with Russian government officials. 972 in the final version of the statement that line was deleted. 973 Cohen thought he was told that it was a decision of the JOA to take out that sentence and he did not push back on the deletion. 974 Cohen recalled that he told the president's personal counsel that he would not contest a decision of the JDA. 975 Cohen also recalled that in drafting his statement for Congress, he spoke with the president's personal counsel about a different issue that connected candidate Trump to Russia. Cohen's efforts to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin in New York during the 2015 United Nations General Assembly 976 in September 2015. Cohen had suggested the meeting to Trump, who told Cohen to reach out to Putin's office about it. 977 Cohen spoke in a mail with a Russian official about a possible meeting and recalled that Trump asked him multiple times for updates on the proposed meeting with Putin. 978 When Cohen called the Russian official the second time, she told him it would not follow proper protocol for Putin to meet with Trump, and Cohen relayed that. 969 PSCO 0000947 8 statement of Michael D. Cohen, Ace August 28, 2017. 970 PSCO 0000947 8 statement of Michael D. Cohen, Ace August 28, 2017. 971 Cohen 9/12/18-302 at 8-9. Cohen also testified in Congress that the President's counsel reviewed and edited the statement. Hearing on issues related to Trump Organization before the House Oversight and Reform Committee 116 TH Kong. February 27, 2019 CQ Kong. Transcripts at 24-25. Testimony by Michael Cohen. Because of concerns about the common interest privilege, we did not obtain or review all drafts of Cohen's statement. Based on the drafts that were released through this office's filter process, it appears that the substance of the 4 principal false statements described above were contained in an early draft prepared by Cohen and his counsel. PSCO 000003680 and PSCO 000003687 a mail and attachment Cohen's counsel to Cohen. 972 PSCO 000003687 draft statement of Michael Cohen. Cohen 11/2018-302 at 4. 973 Cohen 11/2018-302 at 4. A different line stating that Cohen did not recall any response to my mail left bracket to Peskov in January 2016 right bracket nor any other contacts by me with Mr. Peskov or other Russian government officials about the proposal remained in the draft. CPSCO 000000947 8 statement of Michael D. Cohen, Ace August 28, 2017. 974 Cohen 11/2018-302 at 4. 975 Cohen JL slash 2018 302 at 5. 976 Cohen 918 302 at I0 to 11. 977 Cohen 918 302 at 11. Cohen 11 slash 12 slash I8 302 at 4. 978 Cohen 9 slash 18 302 at 11. Cohen 11 slash 12 302 at 5. 141 U.S. Department of Justice ATTERFLUY work pre-Cat slash MB. CEFLTAIH material pre-Teachital UFLTLER FET archival. P61 message to Trump 979 Cohen anticipated he might be asked questions about the proposed Trump-Putin meeting when he testified before Congress because he had talked about the potential meeting on Sean Hannity's radio show 98. Cohen recalled explaining to the president's personal counsel the whole story of the attempt to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin and Trump's role in it. 981 Cohen recalled that he and the president's personal counsel talked about keeping Trump out of the narrative, and the president's personal counsel told Cohen the story was not relevant and should not be included in his statement to Congress. 982 Cohen said that his agenda in submitting the statement to Congress with false representations about the Trump Tower Moscow project was to minimize links between the project and the president, give the false impression that the project had ended before the first presidential primaries, and shut down further inquiry into Trump Tower Moscow with the aim of limiting the ongoing Russia investigations. 983 Cohen said he wanted to protect the president and be loyal to him by not contradicting anything the president had said. 984 Cohen recalled he was concerned that, if told the truth about getting a response from the Kremlin or speaking to candidate Trump about travel to Russia to pursue the project, he would contradict the message that no connection existed between Trump and Russia, and he rationalized his decision to provide false testimony because the deal never happened. 985 He was not concerned that the story would be contradicted by individuals who knew it was false because he was sticking to the party line adhered to by the whole group. 986 Cohen wanted the support of the president and the White House, and he believed that following the party line would help put an end to the special counsel and congressional investigations. 987 Between August 18, 2017, when the statement was in an initial draft stage, and August 28, 2017, when the statement was submitted to Congress, phone records reflect that Cohen spoke with the president's personal counsel almost daily. 988 On August 27, 2017, the day before Cohen 979 Cohen 11-12-18 302 at 5. Cohen 918 302 at 11. 981 Cohen 319 302 at 2. 982 Cohen 319 302 at 2. C. Cohen 918 302 at 11, recalling that he was told that if he stayed on message and kept the president out of the narrative, the president would have his back. 983 Cohen 912 302 at 8. Information at 4-5 United States v. Michael Cohen I. L8CR 850 SDNY November 29, 2018. .2 Cohen information. 984 Cohen I 1/20/18 302 at 4. 985 Cohen II/2018 302 at 4. Cohen 11/12/18 302 at 2-3-4-6. 986 Cohen 9/12/L8 302 at 9. 987 Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 8-9. 988 Cohen 11/12/18 302 at 2-3. Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 5. Call records of Michael Cohen reflecting 3 contacts on August 18, 2017 24 seconds, 5 minutes 25 seconds, and IO minutes 58 seconds. 2 contacts on August 19, 23 seconds and 24 minutes 26 seconds. 3 contacts on August 23, 8 seconds, 20 minutes 33 seconds, and 5 minutes 8 seconds. 1 contact on August 24, 11 minutes 59 seconds. 14 contacts on August 27, 28 seconds, 4 minutes 37 seconds, I minute 16 seconds, 1 minute 35. 142 U.S. Department of Justice ATTEFFLUY World Pre//MACET_TAIR material pre-checked Urakirfka Arkrifi. P60 submitted the statement to Congress. Cohen and the president's personal counsel had numerous contacts by phone, including calls lasting 3, 4, 6, 11, and 18 minutes. 989 Cohen recalled telling the president's personal counsel, who did not have first-hand knowledge of the project, that there was more detail on Trump Tower Moscow that was not in the statement, including that there were more communications with Russia and more communications with candidate Trump than the statement reflected. 99 Cohen stated that the president's personal counsel responded that it was not necessary to elaborate or include those details because the project did not progress, and that Cohen should keep his statement short and tight and the matter would soon come to an end. 991 Cohen recalled that the president's personal counsel said his client appreciated Cohen, that Cohen should stay on message and not contradict the president, that there was no need to muddy the water, and that it was time to move on. 992 Cohen said he agreed because it was what he was expected to do. 993 After Cohen later pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project, this office sought to speak with the president's personal counsel about these conversations with Cohen, but counsel declined, citing potential privilege concerns. 994 At the same time that Cohen finalized his written submission to Congress, he served as a source for a Washington Post story published on August 27, 2017, that reported in depth for the first time that the Trump Organization was pursuing a plan to develop a massive Trump Tower in Moscow at the same time as candidate Trump was running for president. In late 2015 and early 2016. 995 The article reported that the project was abandoned at the end of January 2016, just before the presidential primaries began. Several people familiar with the proposal said. 996 Cohen recalled that in speaking to the Post, he held to the false story that negotiations for the deal ceased in January 2016. 997 seconds, 6 minutes 16 seconds. seconds, I minutes 10 seconds, 3 minutes 5 seconds, 18 minutes 55 seconds, 4 minutes 56 seconds, 11 minutes 6 seconds, 8 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 989 Cohen, 11/20/18 302 at 5. Call records of Michael Cohen, reflecting 14 contacts on August 27, 2017 28 seconds, 4 minutes 37 seconds, 1 minute 16 seconds, I minutes 35 seconds, 6 minutes 16 seconds, I minutes IO seconds, 3 minutes 5 seconds, 18 minutes 55 seconds, 4 minutes 56 seconds, 11 minutes 6 seconds, 8 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, Cohen 1L/20/18 302 at 5, 99991 Cohen 1I/2018 302 at 5. Cohen also vaguely recalled telling the president's personal counsel that he spoke with a woman from the Kremlin and that the president's personal counsel responded to the effect of "so what?" because the deal never happened. Cohen 11/2018 302 at 5, 992 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 5, 993 Cohen 11/2018 302 at 5, 994 2819 email counsel for personal counsel to the president to special counsel's office 995 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 7. Carol D. Leonig et al., Trump's business sought deal on a Trump tower in Moscow while he ran/or president, Washington Post August 27, 2017. 996 Carol D. Leonig et al., Trump's business sought deal on a Trump tower in Moscow while he ran/or president, Washington Post August 27, 2017. 997 Cohen 9/18/I8 302 at 7. On August 28, 2017, Cohen submitted his statement about the Trump Tower Moscow project to Congress. 998 Cohen did not recall talking to the president about the specifics of what 999 the statement said or what Cohen would later testify to about Trump Tower Moscow. He recalled speaking to the president more generally about how he planned to stay on message in his testimony 1000 on September 19, 2017. In anticipation of his impending testimony, Cohen orchestrated the public release of his opening remarks to Congress, which criticized the allegations in the Steele material and claimed that the Trump Tower Moscow project was terminated in January of 2016, which occurred before the Iowa caucus and months before the very first primary. 1001 Cohen said the release of his opening remarks was intended to shape the narrative and let other people who might be witnesses know what Cohen was saying so they could follow the same message. 1002 Cohen said his decision was meant to mirror Jared Kushner's decision to release a statement in advance of Kushner's congressional testimony, which the president's personal counsel had told Cohen the president liked. 1003 Cohen recalled that on September 20, 2017, after Cohen's opening remarks had been printed by the media, the president's personal counsel told him that the president was pleased with the Trump Tower Moscow statement that had gone out. 1004 on October 24 and 25/2017, Cohen testified before Congress and repeated the false statements he had included in his written statement about Trump Tower Moscow. 1005 phone records show that Cohen spoke with the president's personal counsel immediately after his testimony on both days. 1006-4. The president sent messages of support to Cohen in January 2018. The media reported that Cohen had arranged a $130,000 payment during the campaign to prevent a woman from publicly discussing an alleged sexual encounter. She had 998 BSCO 000009477 9478 82817 letter and attachment. Cohen to SSCI 999 Cohen 11/12/18 302 at 2. Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 9. Cohen 9/12/18 302 at 9. 1001001 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 7. CEG read Michael Cohen's statement to the Senate Intelligence Committee, CNN September 19, 2017. 1002 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 7. 1003 Cohen 9/18/18 302 at 7. Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 6. 1004 Cohen 11/20/18 302 at 6. Phone records show that the president's personal counsel called Cohen on the morning of September 20, 2017, and they spoke for approximately 11 minutes, and that they had 2 more contacts that day, one of which lasted approximately 18 minutes. Call records of Michael Cohen, reflecting 3 contacts on September 20, 2017, with calls lasting for 11 minutes 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and 18 minutes 38 seconds. 1005 Cohen information at 4. Executive Session, Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence U.S. House of Representatives. Interview of Michael Cohen October 24, 2017 at I0 to 11, 117 to 119. 1006 Call records of Michael Cohen, reflecting 2 contacts on October 24, 2017 12 minutes 8 seconds and 8 minutes 27 seconds, and 3 contacts on October 25, 2017 1 second, 4 minutes 6 seconds, and 6 minutes 6 seconds, with the president before he ran for office. 1007. This office did not investigate Cohen's campaign period payments to women. 1008. However, those events, as described here, are potentially relevant to the president's and his personal counsel's interactions with Cohen as a witness, who later began to cooperate with the government. On February 13, 2018, Cohen released a statement to news organizations that stated in a private transaction in 20I6, I used my own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to left bracket the woman right bracket. Neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with left bracket the woman right bracket, and neither reimbursed me for the payment either directly or indirectly. 1009. In congressional testimony on February 27, 2019, Cohen testified clarified that he had discussed what to say about the payment with the president and that the president had directed Cohen to say that the president was not knowledgeable of left bracket Cohen's right bracket actions in making the payment. 1010 on February 19, 2018, the day after the New York Times wrote a detailed story attributing the payment to Cohen and describing Cohen as the president's fixer. Cohen received a text message from the president's personal counsel that stated, "Client says thanks for what you do." 1011 on April 9, 2018, FBI agents working with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern 1012 that District of New York executed search warrants on Cohen's home, hotel room, and office. Day, the president spoke to reporters and said that he had just heard that they broke into the office of one of my personal attorneys, a good man. 1013 The president called the search as a real disgrace and said it's an attack on our country in a true sense. It's an attack on what we all. 1007 C.E.G. Michael Rothfeld, ampersand Joe Palazzolo, Trump lawyer arranged $130,000 payment for adult film star Silence. Wall Street Journal, January 12, 2018. 1008 The office was authorized to investigate Cohen's establishment and use of Essential Consultants LLC, which Cohen created to facilitate the $130,000 payment during the campaign, based on evidence that the entity received funds from Russian-backed entities. Cohen's use of Essential Consultants to facilitate the $130,000 payment to the woman during the campaign was part of the office's referral of certain Cohen-related matters to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. 1009 C.E.G. Mark Berman, longtime Trump attorney, says he made $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels with his money. Washington Post, February 14, 2018. 1010 Hearing on issues related to Trump Organization before the House Oversight and Reform Committee, IW Kong. February 27, 2019, CQ Kong. Transcripts at 147 to 148. Testimony of Michael Cohen. Toll records show that Cohen was connected to a White House phone number for approximately 5 minutes on January 19, 2018, and for approximately 7 minutes on January 30, 2018, and that Cohen called Melania Trump's cell phone several times between January 26, 2018, and January 30, 2018. Call records of Michael Cohen. 1011 to 1918 text message. President's personal counsel to Cohen. See Jim Ruttenberg et al. Tools of Trump's fixer. Payouts, intimidation and the tabloids. New York Times, February 18, 2018. 1012 Goff up to Def Mot for temp. Restraining order in the matter of search warrants executed on April 9, 2018. 18 MJ 3161 SDNY April 13, 2018. Doc 1 on April 9, 2018. Agents from the New York Field Office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation executed search warrants for Michael Cohen's residence, hotel room, office, safety deposit box, and electronic devices. 1013 Remarks by President Trump before meeting with senior military leadership, White House, April 9, 2018. Stand for. 1014 Cohen said that after the searches he was concerned that he was an open book, that he did not want issues arising from the payments to women to come out, and that his false statements to Congress were a big concern. 1015 A few days after the searches, the president called Cohen. 1016 According to Cohen, the president said he wanted to see Cohen and asked if Cohen was okay, and the president encouraged Cohen to hang in there and stay strong. 1017 Cohen also recalled that following the searches he heard from individuals who were in touch with the president and relayed to Cohen a friend of the president's reached out support for him. 1018 Cohen recalled that to say that he was with the boss in Mar-a-Lago and DTE president had said he loves you and not to worry. 1019 Cohen recalled that for the Trump Organization told him the boss loves you. A friend of the president's told him everyone knows the boss has your back. On or about April 7, 2008, Cohen began speaking with an attorney, Robert Costello, who 1022 had a close relationship with Rudolph Giuliani, one of the president's personal lawyers. Costello told Cohen that he had a back channel of communication to Giuliani and that Giuliani had said the channel was crucial and must be maintained. 1023 On April 20, 2018, the new 1024 York Times published an article about the president's relationship with and treatment of Cohen. The president responded with a series of tweets predicting that Cohen would not flip. The New York Times and a third-rate reporter are going out of their way to destroy Michael Cohen and his relationship with me in the hope that he will flip. They use non-existent sources and a drunk/drugged-up loser who hates Michael, a fine person with a wonderful family. Michael is a businessman for his own account/lawyer who I have always liked, ampersand respected. Most people will flip if the government lets them out of trouble. Every 1014 Remarks by President Trump before meeting with senior military leadership, White House, April 9, 2018. 1015 Cohen, 1017-18 302 at 11. 1016 Cohen, 319-19 302 at 4. 1017 Cohen, 319-19 302 at 4. 1018 Cohen, 912-18 302 at 11. 1019 Cohen, 912-18 302 at 11. Cohen, 912-18 302 at 11. 1021 Cohen, 912-18 302 at 11. 1022 417-18 email, Citron to Cohen. 419-18 email, Costello to Cohen. McSCO 0017718, redacted billing statement from David Off, Hutcher ampersand Citro to Cohen. 1023 421-18 email, Costello to Cohen. 1024 C. Maggie Haberman et al. Michael Cohen has said he would take a bullet for Trump. Maybe not anymore. New York Times, April 20, 2018. 146 U.S. Department of Justice Attorney World Pert IIMTT, see Chahi material pre-T to U ARFR Crifle. P60, if it means lying or making up stories. Sorry, I don't see Michael doing that despite the horrible witch hunt and the dishonest media. 1025 in an email that day to Cohen, Costello wrote that he had spoken with Giuliani. 1026 Costello told Cohen the conversation was very positive. Left bracket, right bracket. You are loved. They are in our corner. Sleep well tonight left bracket right bracket you have friends in high places. 1027 Cohen said that following these messages, he believed he had the support of the White House if he continued to toe the party line, and he determined to stay on message and be part of the team. 1028 At the time, Cohen understood that his legal fees were still being paid by the Trump organization, which he said was important to him. 1029 Cohen believed he needed the power of the 1030 president to take care of him, so he needed to defend the president and stay on message. Cohen also recalled speaking with the president's personal counsel about pardons after the searches of his home and office had occurred at a time when the media had reported that pardon discussions were occurring at the White House. 1031 Cohen told the president's personal counsel he had been a loyal lawyer and servant, and he said that after the searches he was in an uncomfortable position and wanted to know what was in it for him. 1032 According to Cohen, the president's personal counsel responded that Cohen should stay on message, that the investigation was a witch hunt, and that everything would be fine. 1033 Cohen understood based on this conversation and previous conversations about pardons with the president's personal counsel that as long as he stayed on message, he would be taken care of by the president, either through a pardon or through the investigation being shut down. 1034 1025 At Real Donald Trump 4121-1189 10 a.m. At tweets 1026 4121 18th Email Costello to Cohen 1028 Cohen 9112 18th 302 At 11 1029 Cohen 9,112,118 302 At 10 Cohen 9/12 18th 302 At IO 1031031 Cohen 11/20/18 302 At 7 At a White House press briefing on April 23, 2018, in response to a question about whether the White House had closed right bracket the door one way or the other on the president pardoning Michael Cohen, Sanders said it's hard to close the door on something that hasn't taken place. I don't like to discuss or comment on hypothetical situations that may or may not ever happen. I would refer you to personal attorneys to comment on anything specific regarding that case, but we don't have anything at this point. Sarah Sanders, White House Daily Briefing, C-SPAN April 23, 2018. 1032 Cohen 11/20/18 302 At 7 Cohen 319 302 At 3 1033 Cohen 319 302 At 3 1034 Cohen 319 302 At 3 to 4 On April 24, 2018, the president responded to a reporter's inquiry whether he would consider a pardon for Cohen with stupid question. 1035 On June 8, 2018, the president said he hadn't even thought about pardons for Manafort or Cohen and continued it's far too early to 1036 be thinking about that. They haven't been convicted of anything. There's nothing to pardon. And on June 15, 2018, the president expressed sympathy for Cohen, Manafort, and Flynn in a press interview and said, I feel badly about a lot of them because I think a lot of it is very unfair. 1037-5 The president's conduct after Cohen began cooperating with the government on July 2, 2018. ABC News reported based on an exclusive interview with Cohen that Cohen strongly signaled his willingness to cooperate with special counsel Robert Mueller and federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, even if that puts President Trump in jeopardy. 1038 That week, the media reported that Cohen had added an attorney to his legal team who previously had worked as a legal advisor to President Bill Clinton. 1039 Beginning on July 20, 2018, the media reported on the existence of a recording Cohen had made of a conversation he had with candidate Trump about a payment made to a second woman who said she had had an affair with Trump. 1040 On July 21, 2018, the president responded, inconceivable that the government would break into a lawyer's office early in the morning, almost unheard of. Even more inconceivable that a lawyer would tape a client, totally unheard. 1041 of ampersand perhaps illegal. The good news is that your favorite president did nothing wrong. On July 27, 2018, after the media reported that Cohen was willing to inform investigators that Donald 1042 Trump Jr. told his father about the June 9, 2016 meeting to get dirt on Hillary Clinton, the president tweeted, left bracket so the fake news doesn't waste my time with dumb questions. No, I did not know of the meeting with my son, Don Jr. Sounds to me like someone is trying to make up 1035 remarks by President Trump and President Macron of France before restricted bill. April meeting, the White House April 24, 2018. 1036 President Donald Trump holds media availability before departing for the G7 summit. CQ Newsmaker transcripts June 8, 2018. 1037 Remarks by President Trump in press gaggle, the White House June 15, 2018. 1038 Exclusive. Michael Cohen says family and country, not President Trump, is his first loyalty. ABC July 2, 2018. Cohen said in the interview, to be crystal clear, my wife, my daughter and my son, and this country have my first loyalty. 1039 CEG Darren Samuelson. Michael Cohen hires Clinton scandal veteran Lanny Davis. Politico July 5, 2018. 1040 CEG Matt Apuzzo et al. Michael Cohen secretly taped Trump discussing payment to Playboy model. New York Times July 20, 2018. 104-1 at R-ALDONALDTRUMP 721-18 8:10 a.m. at tweet 1042 CEG Jim Seato Cuomo primetime transcript CNN July 26, 2018 148 U.S. Department of Justice R/Emmy R.VRK pre-et//MACM 1 TAIH material pre-T2U air VR critical P60 stories in order to get himself out of an unrelated jam taxi cabs maybe. He even retained Bill 1043 and Crooked Hillary's lawyer. Gee, I wonder if they helped him make the choice. On August 21, 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty in the Southern District of New York to 8 felony charges, including 2 counts of campaign finance violations based on the payments he had made during the final weeks of the campaign to women who said they had affairs with the president. 1044. During the plea hearing, Cohen stated that he had worked at the direction of the candidate in making those payments. 1045. The next day, the president contrasted Cohen's cooperation with Manafort's refusal to cooperate, tweeting, "I feel very badly for Paul Manafort and his wonderful family. Justice took a 12-year-old tax case, among other things, applied tremendous pressure on him, and unlike Michael Cohen, he refused to make-up stories in order to get a deal. Such respect for a brave man." 1046. On September 17, 2018, this office submitted written questions to the president that included questions about the Trump Tower Moscow project and attached Cohen's written statement to Congress and a letter of intent signed by the president. 1047. Among other issues, the questions asked the president to describe the timing and substance of discussions he had with Cohen about the project, whether they discussed a potential trip to Russia, and whether the president at any time direct left bracket ed right bracket or suggest left bracket ed right bracket that discussions about the Trump Moscow project should cease, or whether the president was informed at any time that the project had been abandoned. 1048. On November 20, 2018, the president submitted written responses that did not answer those questions about Trump Tower Moscow directly and did not provide any information about the timing of the candidate's discussions with Cohen about the project, or whether he participated in any discussions about the project being abandoned or no longer pursued. 1049. Instead, the president's answers stated in relevant part, "I had few conversations with Mr. Cohen on this subject. As I recall, they were brief and they were not memorable. I was not enthused about the proposal, and I do not recall any discussion of travel to Russia in connection with it. I do not remember discussing it with 1043. At Real Donald Trump 727-18 7:26 a.m. at tweet. At Real Donald Trump 727-18 7:38 a.m. at tweet. At Real Donald Trump 727-18 7:56 a.m. at tweet. At the time of these tweets, the press had reported that Cohen's financial interests in taxi cab medallions were being scrutinized by investigators. CEG, Matt Apuzzo et al. Michael Cohen secretly taped Trump discussing payment to Playboy model. New York Times, July 20, 2018. 1044. Cohen information. 1045. Cohen 8/21/18 transcript at 23. 1046. At Real Donald Trump 8/22/18921 a.m. at tweet. 1047. 9/17/18 letter. Special counsel's office to president's personal counsel attaching written questions for the president with attachments. 1048. 9/17/18 letter. Special counsel's office to president's personal counsel attaching written questions for the president. Question III. Partsa, Rugi. 1049. Written responses of Donald J. Trump November 20, 2018. 149. U.S. Department of Justice Mary Senior Probe / Masente I material pre attacker archival. P6C. Anyone else at the Trump Organization, although it is possible, T do not recall being aware at the time of any communications between Mr. Cohen and Felix Sater and any Russian government official regarding the letter of intent. 1050. On November 29, 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress based on his statements about the Trump Tower Moscow project. 1051. In a plea agreement with this office, Cohen agreed to provide truthful information regarding any and all matters as to which this office deems relevant. 1052. Later, on November 29, after Cohen's guilty plea had become public, the president spoke to reporters about the Trump Tower Moscow project, saying, "I decided not to do the project. I decided ultimately not to do it. There would have been nothing wrong if he did do it. If Phil did do it, there would have been nothing wrong. That was my business. It was an option that I decided not to do. I decided not to do it. The primary reason T was focused on running for president. I was running my business while I was campaigning. There was a good chance that I wouldn't have won, in which case I would have gone back into the business. And why should I lose lots of opportunities?" 1053. The president also said that Cohen was a weak person. And by being weak, unlike other people that you watch, he is a weak person. And what he's trying to do is get a reduced sentence. So he's lying about a project that everybody knew about. 1054. The president also brought up Cohen's written submission to Congress regarding the Trump Tower Moscow project. So here's the story. Go back and look at the paper that Michael Cohen wrote before he testified in the House and or Senate. It talked about his position. 1055. The president added, even if left bracket Cohen right bracket was right, it 1056 does matter, because I was allowed to do whatever I wanted during the campaign. In light of the president's public statements following Cohen's guilty plea that he decided not to do the project, this office again sought information from the president about whether he participated in any discussions about the project being abandoned or no longer pursued, including when he decided not to do the project, who he spoke to about that decision, and what motivated. 1050. Written responses of Donald J. Trump November 20, 2018 at 15. Response to question III. Partsa, Rugi. 1051. Cohen information. Cohen 8/21/18 transcript. 1052. Plea agreement at 4. United States v. Michael Cohen. 1. L8CR 850 SDNY November 29, 2018. 1053. President Trump departure remarks. CSPN November 29, 2018. In contrast to the president's remarks, FOLLOWINGCOHE and guilty plea, Cohen's August 28, 2017 statement to Congress stated that Cohen, not the president, decided to abandon the proposal in late January 2016. That Cohen did not ask or brief Mr. Trump before I made the decision to terminate further work on the proposal, and that the decision to abandon the proposal was unrelated to the campaign. PSCO 000000947 Statement of Michael D. Cohen, August 28, 2017. 1054. President Trump departure remarks. C-SPAN November 29, 2018. 1055 President Trump departure remarks, C-SPAN November 29, 2018. 1056 President Trump departure remarks, C-SPAN November 29, 2018. The decision 1057. The office also again asked for the timing of the president's discussions with Cohen about Trump Tower Moscow and asked him to specify what period of the campaign he was involved in discussions concerning the project. 1058. In response, the president's personal counsel declined to provide additional information from the president and stated that the president has fully answered the questions at issue. 1059. In the weeks following Cohen's plea and agreement to provide assistance to this office, the president repeatedly implied that Cohen's family members were guilty of crimes. On December 3, 2018, after Cohen had filed his sentencing memorandum, the president tweeted, "Michael Cohen asks judge for no prison time. You mean he can do all of the terrible, unrelated to Trump, things having to do with fraud, big loans, taxes, etc., and not serve a long prison term? He makes up stories to get a great ampersand already reduced deal for himself and get his wife and father-in-law who has the money off scot-free. He lied for this outcome and should in my opinion serve a full and complete sentence." 1060. On December 12, 2018, Cohen was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. 1062. The next day, the president sent a series of tweets that said, "I never directed Michael Cohen to break the law. Those charges were just agreed to by him in order to embarrass the president and get a much reduced prison sentence, which he did, including the fact that his family was temporarily let off the hook. As a lawyer, Michael has great liability to me." 1063. On December 16, 2018, the president tweeted, "Remember Michael Cohen only became a rat after the FBI did something which was absolutely unthinkable, ampersand unheard of until the witch hunt was illegally started. They broke into an attorney's office. Why didn't they break into the DNC to get the server or Crooked's office?" 1064. In January 2019, after the media reported that Cohen would provide public testimony in a congressional hearing, the president made additional public comments, suggesting that Cohen's 1057-123-19 letter, Special Counsel's Office to President's Personal Counsel, 1058-1/23/19 letter, Special Counsel's Office to President's Personal Counsel, 1059-2/6/L9 letter, President's Personal Counsel to Special Counsel's Office, 1060 at READONALDTRUMP 12/3/18-10:24 a.m. at and L0:29 a.m. at tweets emphasis added, 1061 at Real Donald Trump 12/3/18-10:48 a.m. at tweet, 1062 Cohen 12/12/18 transcript, 1063 at Real Donald Trump 12/13/18 state, 17 a.m. at 8:25 a.m. at and 8:39 a.m. at tweets emphasis 1064 at Real Donald Trump 12/16/189:39 a.m. at tweet, added, 151 U.S. Department of Justice AU 6RTTE W6RKPR 6ETTET//MASI 6TTTAITT Material PTA or FR Crivel. P60. Family members had committed crimes. In an interview on Fox on January 12, 2019, the president was asked whether he was worried about Cohen's testimony and responded, left bracket I in order to get his sentence reduced, left bracket Cohen right bracket says I have an idea, I'll give you some information on the president. Well, there is no information. But he should give information maybe on his father-in-law, because that's the one that people want to look at, because where does that money? That's the money in the family. And I guess he didn't want to talk about his father-in-law. He's trying to get his sentence reduced. So it's a 1065. Pretty sad. You know, it's weak and it's very sad to watch a thing like that. On January 18, 2019, the president tweeted, Kevin Cork at Fox News, don't forget Michael Cohen has already been convicted of perjury and fraud, and as recently as this week, the Wall Street Journal has suggested that he may have stolen tens of thousands of dollars, lying to reduce his jail time. Watch Father-in-Law /1066 on January 23, 2019. Cohen postponed his congressional testimony, citing threats against his family. 1067. The next day, the president tweeted, so interesting that bad lawyer Michael Cohen, who sadly will not be testifying before Congress, is using the lawyer of crooked Hillary Clinton to represent him. How did that happen? 1068. Also in January 2019, Giuliani gave press interviews that appeared to confirm Cohen's account that the Trump Organization pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project well past January 2016. Giuliani stated that it's our understanding that left bracket discussions about the Trump Moscow project right bracket went on throughout 2016. Weren't a lot of them, but there were conversations. Can't be sure of the exact date, but the president can remember having conversations with him about it. The president also remembers probably could be up to as far as October, November. 1069. In an interview with the New York Times, Giuliani quoted the president as saying that the discussions regarding the Trump Moscow project were going on from the day I announced to the day I won. 1070. On January 21, 2019, Giuliani issued a statement that said, my recent statements about discussions during the 2016 campaign between Michael Cohen and candidate Donald Trump about a potential Trump Moscow project were hypothetical and not based on conversations I had with the president. 1071-1065. Jeanine Pirro interview with President Trump, Fox News January 12, 2019, emphasis added. 1066 at READONALDTRUMP 1/18/19 10:02 a.m. at tweet emphasis added. 1067 statement by Lanny Davis Cohen, S. Personal Counsel January 23, 2019. 1068 at Real Donald Trump 1/24/19748 a.m. at tweet. 1069 meet the press interview with Rudy Giuliani, NBC January 20, 2019. 1070 Mark Motsetti et al. Moscow skyscraper talks continued through the day I won. Trump is said to acknowledge New York Times January 20, 2019. 1071 Maggie Haberman, Giuliani says his Moscow Trump Tower comments were hypothetical. New York Times January 2, 2019. In a letter to this office, the President's counsel stated that Giuliani's public comments were not intended to suggest nor did they reflect knowledge of the existence or timing 152 U.S. Department of Justice Amir Fluk work pre at / may semte full material per check UFAER FER crim. P6C Analysis in analyzing the President's conduct related to Cohen. The following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Obstructive act. We gathered evidence of the President's conduct related to Cohen on two issues. I. Whether the President or others aided or participated in Cohen's false statements to Congress. And E. Whether the President took actions that would have the natural tendency to prevent Cohen from providing truthful information to the government. I. First, with regard to Cohen's false statements to Congress, while there is evidence described below that the President knew Cohen provided false testimony to Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project, the evidence available to us does not establish that the President directed or aided Cohen's false testimony. Cohen said that his statements to Congress followed a party line that developed within the campaign to align with the President's public statements distancing the President from Russia. Cohen also recalled that, in speaking with the President in advance of testifying, he made it clear that he would stay on message, which Cohen believed they both understood would require false testimony. But Cohen said that he and the President did not explicitly discuss whether Cohen's testimony about the Trump Tower Moscow project would be or was false, and the President did not direct him to provide false testimony. Cohen also said he did not tell the President about the specifics of his planned testimony. During the time when his statement to Congress was being drafted and circulated to members of the JOA, Cohen did not speak directly to the President about the statement, but rather communicated with the President's personal counsel, as corroborated by phone records showing extensive communications between Cohen and the President's personal counsel before Cohen submitted his statement and when he testified before Congress. Cohen recalled that in his discussions with the President's personal counsel on August 27, 2017, the day before Cohen's statement was submitted to Congress, Cohen said that there were more communications with Russia and more communications with candidate Trump than the statement reflected. Cohen recalled expressing some concern at that time. According to Cohen, the President's personal counsel, who did not have first-hand knowledge of the product, responded by saying that there was no need to muddy the water, that it was unnecessary to include those details because the product did not take place, and that Cohen should keep his statement short and tight, not elaborate, stay on message, and not contradict the President. Cohen's recollection of the content of those conversations is consistent with direction about the substance of Cohen's draft statement that appeared to come from members of the JOA. For example, Cohen omitted any reference to his outreach to Russian government officials to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin during the United Nations General Assembly, and Cohen believed it was a decision of conversations beyond that contained in the President's left bracket written responses to the Special Counsel's office right bracket. 2619 letter, President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. The idea to delete the sentence, the building project led me to make limited contacts with Russian government officials. The President's personal counsel declined to provide us with his account of his conversations with Cohen, and there is no evidence available to us that indicates that the President was aware of the information Cohen provided to the President's personal counsel. The President's conversations with his personal counsel were presumptively protected by attorney-client privilege, and we did not seek to obtain the contents of any such communications. The absence of evidence about the President and his counsel's conversations about the drafting of Cohen's statement precludes us from assessing what, if any, role the President played. Second, we considered whether the President took actions that would have the natural tendency to prevent Cohen from providing truthful information to criminal investigators or to Congress. Before Cohen began to cooperate with the government, the President publicly and privately urged Cohen to stay on message and not flip. Cohen recalled the President's personal counsel telling him that he would be protected so long as he did not go rogue. In the days and weeks that followed the April 1, 2018 searches of Cohen's home and office, the President told reporters that Cohen was a good man and said he was a fine person with a wonderful family, who I have always liked, & respected. Privately, the President told Cohen to hang in there and stay strong. People who were close to both Cohen and the President passed messages to Cohen that the President loves you, the boss loves you, and everyone knows the boss has your back. Through the President's personal counsel, the President also had previously told Cohen thanks for what you do, after Cohen provided information to the media about payments to women that, according to Cohen, both Cohen and the President knew was false. At that time, the Trump Organization continued to pay Cohen's legal fees, which was important to Cohen. Cohen also recalled discussing the possibility of a pardon with the President's personal counsel, who told him to stay on message and everything would be fine. The President indicated in his public statements that a pardon had not been ruled out, and also stated publicly that left bracket most people will flip if the government lets them out of trouble, but that he didn't right bracket see Michael doing that. After it was reported that Cohen intended to cooperate with the government, however, the President accused Cohen of making right bracket up stories in order to get himself out of an unrelated gem taxi cabs maybe. Called Cohen a rat, and on multiple occasions publicly suggested that Cohen's family members had committed crimes. The evidence concerning this sequence of events could support an inference that the President used inducements in the form of positive messages in an effort to get Cohen not to cooperate, and then turn to attacks and intimidation to deter the provision of information or undermine Cohen's credibility once Cohen began cooperating. Nexus to an official proceeding. The President's relevant conduct towards Cohen occurred when the President knew the Special Counsel's office, Congress, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York were investigating Cohen's conduct. The President acknowledged through his public statements and tweets that Cohen potentially could cooperate with the government investigations. C. Intent. In analyzing the President's intent in his actions towards Cohen as a potential witness, there is evidence that could support the inference that the President intended to discourage Cohen from cooperating with the government because Cohen's information would shed adverse light on the President's campaign period conduct and statements. Cohen's false congressional testimony about the Trump Tower Moscow project was designed to minimize connections between the president and Russia and to help limit the congressional and Russia investigations, a goal that was in the president's interest as reflected by the president's own statements. During and after the campaign, the president made repeated statements that he had no business in Russia and said that there were no deals that could happen in Russia because we've stayed away. As Cohen knew, and as he recalled communicating to the president during the campaign, Cohen's pursuit of the Trump Tower Moscow project cast doubt on the accuracy or completeness of these statements. In connection with his guilty plea, Cohen admitted that he had multiple conversations with candidate Trump to give him status updates about the Trump Tower Moscow project, that the conversations continued through at least June 2016, and that he discussed with Trump possible travel to Russia to pursue the project. The conversations were not offhand, according to Cohen, because the project had the potential to be so lucrative. In addition, text messages to and from Cohen and other records further established that Cohen's efforts to advance the project did not end in January 2016 and that in May and June 2016, Cohen was considering the timing for possible trips to Russia by him and Trump in connection with the project. The evidence could support an inference that the president was aware of these facts at the time of Cohen's false statements to Congress. Cohen discussed the project with the president in early 2017 following media inquiries. Cohen recalled that on September 20, 2017, the day after he released to the public his opening remarks to Congress, which said the project was terminated in January of 2016, the president's personal counsel told him the president was pleased with what Cohen had said about Trump Tower Moscow. And after Cohen's guilty plea, the president told reporters that he had ultimately decided not to do the project, which supports the inference that he remained aware of his own involvement in the project and the period during the campaign in which the project was being pursued. The president's public remarks following Cohen's guilty plea also suggest that the president may have been concerned about what Cohen told investigators about the Trump Tower Moscow project. At the time the president submitted written answers to questions from this office about the project and other subjects, the media had reported that Cohen was cooperating with the government, but Cohen had not yet pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress. Accordingly, it was not publicly known what information about the project Cohen had provided to the government. In his written answers, the president did not provide details about the timing and substance of his discussions with Cohen about the project and gave no indication that he had decided to no longer pursue the project. Yet after Cohen pleaded guilty, the president publicly stated that he had personally made the decision to abandon the project. The president then declined to clarify the seeming discrepancy to our office or answer additional questions. The content and timing of the president's provision of information about his knowledge and actions regarding the Trump Tower Moscow project is evidence that the president may have been concerned about the information that Cohen could provide as a witness. 155 U.S. Department of Justice ATTOFF /E/WAD/FOLCHAT/MTT Cotimatrital Proticular Feel Arcrifl P60. The president's concern about Cohen cooperating may have been directed at the Southern District of New York investigation into other aspects of the president's dealings with Cohen rather than an investigation of Trump Tower Moscow. There also is some evidence that the president's concern about Cohen cooperating was based on the president's stated belief that Cohen would provide false testimony against the president in an attempt to obtain a lesser sentence for his unrelated criminal conduct. The president tweeted that Manafort, unlike Cohen, refused to break and make up stories in order to get a deal. And after Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress, the president said, "What left bracket Cohen right brackets trying to do is get a reduced sentence. So he's lying about a project that everybody knew about." But the president also appeared to defend the underlying conduct, saying even if left bracket Cohen right bracket was right, it does matter, because I was allowed to do whatever I wanted during the campaign. As described above, there is evidence that the president knew that Cohen had made false statements about the Trump Tower Moscow project and that Cohen did so to protect the president and minimize the president's connections to Russia during the campaign. 111. If, finally, the president's statements insinuating that members of Cohen's family committed crimes after Cohen began cooperating with the government could be viewed as an effort to retaliate against Cohen and chill further testimony adverse to the president by Cohen or others, it is possible that the president believes, as reflected in his tweets, that Cohen left bracket right bracket up stories in order to get a deal for himself and get his wife and father-in-law off scot-free. It also is possible that the president's mention of Cohen's wife and father-in-law were not intended to affect Cohen as a witness, but rather were part of a public relations strategy aimed at discrediting Cohen and deflecting attention away from the president on Cohen-related matters. But the president's suggestion that Cohen's family members committed crimes happened more than once, including just before Cohen was sentenced at the same time as the president stated that Cohen should, in my opinion, serve a full and complete sentence, and again just before Cohen was scheduled to testify before Congress. The timing of the statements supports an inference that they were intended at least in part to discourage Cohen from further cooperation. Overarching factual issues. Although this report does not contain a traditional prosecution decision or declination decision, the evidence supports several general conclusions relevant to analysis of the facts concerning the president's course of conduct. 1. 3 features of this case render it atypical compared to the heartland obstruction of justice prosecutions brought by the Department of Justice. First, the conduct involved actions by the president. Some of the conduct did not implicate the president's constitutional authority and raises garden variety obstruction of justice issues. Other events we investigated, however, drew upon the president's Article 2 authority, which raised constitutional issues that we address in Volume 2, Section III.B, Infra. A factual analysis of that conduct would have to take into account both that the president's acts were facially lawful and that his position as head of the executive branch provides him with unique and powerful means of influencing official proceedings, subordinate officers, and potential witnesses. 156 U.S. Department of Justice ATTER 11EY Work Pre-Chat/May Secate Material Pre-TTU 11EER FR Krill P60. Second, many obstruction cases involve the attempted or actual cover-up of an underlying crime. Personal criminal conduct can furnish strong evidence that the individual had an improper obstructive purpose, c.e.g., United States v. Willoughby, 860 F.2D15, 24 2D Sir, 1988, or that he contemplated an effect on an official proceeding, c.e.g., United States v. Binjay, 804 F.3D558, 591 2D Sir, 2015. But proof of such a crime is not an element of an obstruction offense. See United States v. Greer, 872 F.3D790, 798 6th Sir, 2017, stating, in applying the obstruction sentencing guideline, that obstruction of a criminal investigation is punishable even if the prosecution is ultimately unsuccessful, or even if the investigation ultimately reveals no underlying crime. Obstruction of justice can be motivated by a desire to protect non-criminal personal interests, to protect against investigations where underlying criminal liability falls into a gray area, or to avoid personal embarrassment. The injury to the integrity of the justice system is the same regardless of whether a person committed an underlying wrong. In this investigation, the evidence does not establish that the president was involved in an underlying crime related to Russian election interference, but the evidence does point to a range of other possible personal motives animating the president's conduct. These include concerns that continued investigation would call into question the legitimacy of his election and potential uncertainty about whether certain events such as advance notice of WikiLeaks' release of hacked information or the June 9, 2016 meeting between senior campaign officials and Russians could be seen as criminal activity by the president, his campaign, or his family. Third, many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with the government and suggestions of possible future pardons, occurred in public view. While it may be more difficult to establish that public-facing acts were motivated by a corrupt intent, the president's power to influence actions, persons, and events is enhanced by his unique ability to attract attention through use of mass communications, and no principle of law excludes public acts from the scope of obstruction statutes. If the likely effect of the acts is to intimidate witnesses or alter their testimony, the justice system's integrity is equally threatened. 2. Although the events we investigated involved discrete acts, e.g., the president's statement to Corney about the Flynn investigation, his termination of Corney, and his efforts to remove the special counsel, it is important to view the president's pattern of conduct as a whole. That pattern sheds light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. Our investigation found multiple acts by the president that were capable of exerting undue influence over law enforcement investigations, including the Russian interference and obstruction investigations. The incidents were often carried out through one-on-one meetings, in which the president sought to use his official power outside of usual channels. These actions ranged from efforts to remove the special counsel and to reverse the effect of the Attorney General's recusal, to the attempted use of official power to limit the scope of the investigation, to direct and indirect contacts with witnesses with the potential to influence their testimony. Viewing the acts collectively can help to illuminate their significance. For example, the president's direction to McGahn to have the special counsel removed was followed almost immediately by his direction to Lewandowski to tell the Attorney General to limit the scope of the Russia investigation to prospective election interference. Only a temporal connection that suggests that both acts were taken with a related purpose with respect to the investigation. The president's efforts to influence the investigation were mostly unsuccessful, but that is largely because the persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his requests. Corney did not end the investigation of Flynn, which ultimately resulted in Flynn's prosecution and conviction for lying to the FBI. McGahn did not tell the acting Attorney General that the special counsel must be removed, but was instead prepared to resign over the president's order. Lewandowski and Dearborn did not deliver the president's message to Sessions that he should confine the Russia investigation to future election meddling only, and McGahn refused to recede from his recollections about events surrounding the president's direction to have the special counsel removed, despite the president's multiple demands that he do so. Consistent with that pattern, the evidence we obtained would not support potential obstruction charges against the president's aides and associates beyond those already filed. B. In considering the full scope of the conduct we investigated, the president's actions can be divided into two distinct phases, reflecting a possible shift in the president's motives. In the first phase, before the president fired Corney, the president had been assured that the FBI had not opened an investigation of him personally. The president deemed it critically important to make public that he was not under investigation, and he included that information in his termination letter to Corney after other efforts to have that information disclosed were unsuccessful. Soon after he fired Corney, however, the president became aware that investigators were conducting an obstruction of justice inquiry into his own conduct. That awareness marked a significant change in the president's conduct and the start of a second phase of action. The president launched public attacks on the investigation and individuals involved in it who could possess evidence adverse to the president, while in private the president engaged in a series of targeted efforts to control the investigation. For instance, the president attempted to remove the special counsel. He sought to have Attorney General Sessions and recuse himself and limit the investigation. He sought to prevent public disclosure of information about the June 9, 2016 meeting between Russians and campaign officials, and he used public forums to attack potential witnesses who might offer adverse information and to praise witnesses who declined to cooperate with the government. Judgments about the nature of the president's motives during each phase would be informed by the totality of the evidence. 158 U.S. Department of Justice Attorney. Workpert // May set KI material pre-T to UARFR Krivl. P60. II legal defenses to the application of obstruction of justice statutes to the President. The President's personal counsel has written to this office to advance statutory and constitutional defenses to the potential application of the obstruction of justice statutes to the President's conduct. 1072. As a statutory matter, the President's counsel has argued that a core obstruction of justice statute 18 U.S.C. 1512 C2 does not cover the President's actions. 1073. As a constitutional matter, the President's counsel argued that the President cannot obstruct justice by exercising his constitutional authority to close Department of Justice investigations or terminate the FBI director. 1074. Under that view, any statute that restricts the President's exercise of those powers would impermissibly intrude on the President's constitutional role. The President's counsel has conceded that the President may be subject to criminal laws that do not directly involve exercises of his Article G authority, such as laws prohibiting bribing witnesses or suborning perjury. 1075. But counsel has made a categorical argument that the President's exercise of his constitutional authority here to terminate an FBI director and to close investigations cannot constitutionally constitute obstruction of justice. 1076. In analyzing counsel's statutory arguments, we concluded that the President's proposed interpretation of Section 1512 C2 is contrary to the litigating position of the Department of Justice and is not supported by principles of statutory construction. As for the constitutional arguments, we recognize that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these constitutional issues. We therefore analyze the President's position through the framework of Supreme Court precedent addressing the separation of powers. Under that framework, we concluded Article 8 of the Constitution does not categorically and permanently immunize the President from potential liability for the conduct that we investigated. Rather, our analysis led us to conclude that the obstruction of justice statutes can 1072 62317 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. See also 12918 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. 2/6/18 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. 8818 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 4. 1073 2618 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 2-9. Counsel has also noted that other potentially applicable obstruction statutes, such as 18 U.S.C. 1505, protect only pending proceedings. 62317 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 7-8. Section 1512 C2 is not limited to pending proceedings, but also applies to future proceedings that the person contemplated. See Volume 2, Section III.A, Supra. 1074 62317 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 1 left bracket The President cannot obstruct by simply exercising these inherent constitutional powers. 1075 62317 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 2 and 1. 1076 6/23/17 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 2 n. I dash is omitted. See also 8818 letter President's personal counsel to Special Counsel's office. At 4 left bracket The obstruction of justice statutes cannot be read so expansively as to create potential liability based on facially lawful acts undertaken by the President in furtherance of his core Article TT discretionary authority to remove principal officers or carry out the prosecution function. 159 U.S. Department of Justice Attorney Workpert //ma SETIMATERIA 1 pre-T to UARFR Crifle. P60. Validly prohibit a President's corrupt efforts to use his official powers to curtail and or interfere with an investigation. Statutory defenses to the application of obstruction of justice provisions to the conduct under investigation. The obstruction of justice statute most readily applicable to our investigation is 18 U.S.C. 1512 C2. Section 1512 C provides, c. Whoever corruptly alters, destroys, mutilates, or conceals a record, document, or other object or attempts to do so with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, or 2. Otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding or attempts to do so, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. The Department of Justice has taken the position that Section 1512 C2 states a broad, independent, and unqualified prohibition on obstruction of justice. 1077 While defendants have argued that subsection C2 should be read to cover only acts that would impair the availability or integrity of evidence because that is subsection CL's focus, strong arguments weigh against that proposed limitation. The text of Section 1512 C2 confirms that its sweep is not tethered to Section 1512 C1. Courts have so interpreted it. Its history does not counsel otherwise, and no principle of statutory construction dictates a contrary view. On its face, therefore, Section 1512 C2 applies to all corrupt means of obstructing a proceeding, pending or contemplated, including by improper exercises of official power. In addition, other statutory provisions that are potentially applicable to certain conduct we investigated broadly prohibit obstruction of proceedings that are pending before courts, grand juries, and Congress. See 18 U.S.C. 1503, 1505. Congress has also specifically prohibited witness tampering. C 18U.S.C 1512-6. The text of Section 15L2C2 prohibits a broad range of obstructive acts. Several textual features of Section 1512C2 support the conclusion that the provision broadly prohibits corrupt means of obstructing justice and is not limited by the more specific prohibitions in Section 1512CI, which focus on evidence impairment. First, the text of Section 1512C2 is unqualified. It reaches acts that obstruct left bracket right bracket, influence left bracket right bracket, or impede left bracket right bracket any official proceeding when committed corruptly. Nothing in Section 1512C2's text limits the provision to acts that would impair the integrity or availability of evidence for use in an official proceeding. In contrast, Section 1512CI explicitly includes the requirement that the defendant act with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability. 1077 CUSPR, United States v. Kumar Nas 0654882 CRL 0655650 4CR Con 2D Sir, filed October 26, 2007, at pages 15 to 28. United States v. Singleton, NOS H04CR 514SS H06CR ATSD text, filed June 5, 2006. 1 for use in an official proceeding, a requirement that Congress also included into other sections of Section 1512. C 18 U.S.C. 1512A2B, use of physical force with intent to cause a person to destroy an object with intent to impair the integrity or availability of the object for use in an official proceeding. 1512-6-2B, use of intimidation, threats, corrupt persuasion, or misleading conduct with intent to cause a person to destroy an object with intent to impair the integrity or availability of the object for use in an official proceeding. But no comparable intent or conduct element focused on evidence impairment appears in Section 1512C2. The intent element in Section L512C2 comes from the word corruptly. CEG, United States v. McKibbins, 656 F.3D 707, 711 7th Sir, 2011. The intent element is important because the word corruptly is what serves to separate criminal and innocent acts of obstruction. Internal quotation marks omitted. And the conduct element in Section 1512C2 is OBSTRUCTING right bracket, INFLUENCING right bracket, or IMPEDING right bracket, a proceeding. Congress is presumed to have acted intentionally in the disparate inclusion and exclusion of evidence impairment language. See Lauren v. United States 573 U.S. 351, 358 2014, left bracket WHE, and Congress includes particular language in one section of a statute but omits it in another, let alone in the very next provision. Is court presume left bracket S right bracket that Congress intended a difference in meaning, quoting Russell O.V. United States 464 U.S. 1623 1983, Accord Digital Realty Trust Inc. v. Summers 138 SCT 767 777 2018. Second, the structure of Section 1512 supports the conclusion that Section 1512C2 defines an independent offense. Section 1512C2 delineates a complete crime with different elements from Section 15I2CI, and each subsection of Section 1512C contains its own attempt prohibition, underscoring that they are independent prohibitions. The two subsections of Section 1512C are connected by the conjunction or, indicating that each provides an alternative basis for criminal liability. See Lauren, 573 U.S. at 357. Ordinary use left bracket of or right bracket is almost always disjunctive, that is, the words it connects are to be given separate meanings, internal quotation marks omitted. In Lauren, for example, the Supreme Court relied on the use of the word or to hold that adjacent and overlapping subsections of the Bank Fraud Statute 18 U.S.C. 1344 state distinct offenses, and that subsection 1344-2 therefore should not be interpreted to contain an additional element specified only in subsection 1344-1. Id. See also Shaw v. United States 137 SCT 462 465-469 2016, recognizing that the subsections of the Bank Fraud Statute overlap substantially, but identifying distinct circumstances covered by each. 1078. And here, as in Lauren, Section 1512C's two clauses have separate numbers, line breaks before, between, and after them, and equivalent indentation, thus placing the clauses visually on an equal footing and indicating that they have separate meanings. 573 U.S. at 359. Third, the introductory word otherwise in Section 1512C2 signals that the provision covers obstructive acts that are different from those listed in Section 1512CI. See Black's Law Dictionary 1101 6th ed. 1990. Otherwise means in a different manner, in another way, or in other ways. See also e.g. American Heritage College Dictionary Online in another way. 1078. The Office of Legal Counsel recently relied on several of the same interpretive principles in concluding that language that appeared in the first clause of the Wire Act 18 U.S.C.I. 084 restricting its prohibition against certain betting or wagering activities to any sporting event or contest did not apply to the second clause of the same statute, which reaches other betting or wagering activities. See reconsidering whether the Wire Act applies to non-sports gambling November 2, 2018. Slip Hop 7 relying on plain language. It at 11 finding it not tenable to read into the second clause the qualifier on any sporting event or contest that appears in the first clause. It at 12 relying on digital realty. 161 U.S. Department of Justice at alert / pretilchet / may such a material pre-teach it to let fr crim p60 differently. 2. Under other circumstances, see also Gooch v. United States 297 U.S. 124-128-1936 characterizing otherwise as a broad term and holding that a statutory prohibition on kidnapping for ransom or reward or otherwise is not limited by the words ransom and reward to kidnappings for pecuniary benefits. Colazos v. United States 368 F.3d 190,202d Sir 2004 construing otherwise in 28 U.S.C. 2466 L.C. to reach beyond the specific examples listed in prior subsections, thereby covering the myriad means that human ingenuity might devise to permit a person to avoid the jurisdiction of a court. Cf. Begay v. United States 553 U.S. 137-144-2006 recognizing that otherwise is defined to mean in a different way or manner and holding that the word otherwise introducing the residual clause in the Armed Career Criminal Act 18 U.S.C. 924 E2b can but need not necessarily refer to a crime that is similar to the listed examples in some respects but different in others. 1079. The purpose of the word otherwise in section 1512 C2 is therefore to clarify that the provision covers obstructive acts other than the destruction of physical evidence with the intent to impair its integrity or availability, which is the conduct addressed in section L5L2CI. The word otherwise does not signal that section 1512 C2 has less breadth in covering obstructive conduct than the language of the provision implies. 2. Judicial decisions support a broad reading of section 1512 C2. Courts have not limited section 1512 C2 to conduct that impairs evidence, but instead have read it to cover obstructive acts in any form. As one court explained, left bracket THIS expansive subsection operates as a catch-all to cover otherwise obstructive behavior that might not constitute a more specific offense, like document destruction, which is listed in CL. United States v. Bolton Desto 746 F.3d 273 286 7th Sir 2014 some quotation marks omitted. For example, in United States v. Ring 628 EFSA 2D 195 DDC 2009, the court rejected the argument that 1512 C2's reference to conduct that otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding is limited to conduct that is similar to the type of conduct proscribed by subsection CL, namely, conduct that impairs the integrity or availability of RECORDS right bracket, documents left bracket S right bracket, or other OBJECTS right bracket for use in an official proceeding. It at 224. The court explained that the meaning of 1512 C2 is plain on its face. It alternations in original, and courts have upheld convictions under section L512 C2 that did not involve evidence impairment but instead resulted from conduct that more broadly thwarted arrests or investigations. CEG, United States v. Martinez 862 F.3d 223 238 2d Sir 2017. Police officer tipped off suspects about issuance of arrest warrants before outstanding warrants could be executed, thereby potentially interfering with an ongoing grand jury proceeding. United States v. Arnsfield 698 F.3d 1310 1324 to 1326 10th Sir 2012 officer disclosed existence of an undercover investigation to its target. United States v. Phillips 583 F.3d 1261 1265 10th Sir 2009 defendant disclosed identity of an undercover officer, thus preventing him from making controlled purchases from methamphetamine dealers. Those cases illustrate that section 1512 C2 applies to corrupt acts, including by public officials that frustrate the 1079 in Sykes v. United States 564 U.S. 1 152011. The Supreme Court substantially abandoned Begay's reading of the residual clause, and in Johnson v. United States 135 SCT 2551 2015 the court invalidated the residual clause as unconstitutionally vague. Begay's analysis of the word otherwise is thus of limited value. 162 U.S. Department of Justice ATTE greater than FFLC IFAF burnout / MTT sent an MTTLEFITTLPRETEETA under feel. Arc Fiffle. P6e, commencement or conduct of a proceeding, and not just to acts that make evidence unavailable or impair its integrity. Section 1512 C2's breadth is reinforced by the similarity of its language to the Omnibus Clause of 18 U.S.C. 1503, which covers anyone who, corruptly, obstructs or impedes or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the due administration of justice. That clause of Section 1503 follows two more specific clauses that protect jurors, judges, and court officers. The Omnibus Clause has nevertheless been construed to be far more general in scope than the earlier clauses of the statute. United States v. Aguilar 515 U.S. 593 599 1995. The Omnibus Clause is essentially a catch-all provision, which generally prohibits conduct that interferes with the due administration of justice. United States v. Brenson 104 F.3d 1267 1275 11th Sir 1997. Courts have accordingly given it a non-restrictive reading. United States v. Kumar 617 F.3d 612 622d Sir 210. It at 620 N.7 collecting cases from the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 11th circuits. As one court has explained, the Omnibus Clause prohibits acts that are similar in result rather than manner to the conduct described in the first part of the statute. United States v. Howard 569 F.2d 1331 1333 5th Sir 1978. While the specific clauses forbid certain means of obstructing justice, the Omnibus Clause aims at obstruction of justice itself, regardless of the means used to reach that result. It collecting cases. Given the similarity of Section 1512 C2 to Section 1503's Omnibus Clause, Congress would have expected Section 1512 C2 to cover acts that produced a similar result to the evidence impairment provisions, i.e., the result of obstructing justice, rather than covering only acts that were similar in manner. Read this way, Section 1512, C2, serves a distinct function in the federal obstruction of justice statutes. It captures corrupt conduct other than document destruction that has a natural tendency to obstruct contemplated as well as pending proceedings. Section 1512, C2, overlaps with other obstruction statutes, but it does not render them superfluous. Section 1503, for example, which covers pending grand jury and judicial proceedings, and Section 1505, which covers pending administrative and congressional proceedings, reach endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceedings, a broader test for inchoate violations than Section 1512 C2's attempt standard, which requires a substantial step towards a completed offense. See United States v. Sampson, 898 F.3d, 287,302 D. Sir. 2018, left bracket EFFORTS to witness tamper that rise to the level of an endeavor, yet fall short of an attempt, cannot be prosecuted under 1512. United States v. Leisure, 844 F.2d, 1347, 1366 to 13678 Sir. 1988, collecting cases recognizing the difference between the endeavor and attempt standards, and 18 U.S.C. 1519, which prohibits destruction of documents or records in contemplation of an investigation or proceeding, does not require the nexus showing under Aguilar, which Section 1512 C2 demands. CEG, United States v. Yielding, 657 F.3d 688 712 8 Sir. 2011, the requisite knowledge and intent left bracket under Section 1519 right bracket can be present even if the accused lacks knowledge that he is likely to succeed in obstructing the matter. United States v. Gray, 642 F.3d, 371, 376 to 3772d, Sir. 2011, left bracket IN, enacting 1519, Congress rejected any requirement that the government prove a link between a defendant's conduct and an imminent or pending official proceeding. The existence of even substantial overlap is not uncommon in criminal statutes. Lauren, 573 U.S. at 359 N.4. C. Shaw, 137 SCT at 458 to 469. Aguilar, 515 U.S. at 616 Scalia. Day dissenting. The fact that there is now some overlap between 1503 and 1512 is no more intolerable than the fact that there is some overlap between the omnibus clause of 1503 and the other provisions of 1503 itself. But given that sections 1503, 1505 and 1519 each reach conduct that Section 1512 C2 does not, the overlap provides no reason to give Section 1512 C2 an artificially limited construction. C. Shaw, 137 SCT at 469-10803. The legislative history of Section L512C2 does not justify narrowing its text given the straightforward statutory command in Section L512C2. There is no reason to resort to legislative history. United States v. Gonzalez, 520 U.S. 161997. In any event, the legislative history of Section 1512C2 is not a reason to impose extra-textual limitations on its reach. Congress enacted Section 1512C2 as part of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, Pub. L. No. 107 to 204, Tit. Xi. 1102, 116 Stat. 807. The relevant section of the statute was entitled Tampering with the Record or Otherwise Impeding an Official Proceeding. 116 Stat. 807. Emphasis added. That title indicates that Congress intended the two clauses to have independent effect. Section 1512C was added as a floor amendment in the Senate and explained as closing a certain loophole with respect to document shredding. C. 148 Cong. Rec. S6545 July I 2002 Sen. Lot. It at S6549 S6550 Sen. Hatch. But those explanations do not limit the enacted text. See Pittston Cole Group v. 7, 488 U.S. 105, 115 1988 left bracket LT is not the law that a statute can have no effects which are not explicitly mentioned in its legislative history. See also Encino Motor Cars, LLC v. Navarro, 138 SCT, 1134, 1143 2018. Even if Congress did not foresee all of the applications of the statute, that is no reason not to give the statutory text a fair reading. The floor statements thus cannot detract from the meaning of the enacted text. See Barnhart v. Sigmund Kolko, 534 U.S. 438 457 2002. Floor statements from two senators. Cannot amend the clear and unambiguous language of a statute. We see no reason to give greater weight to the views of two senators than to the collective votes of both houses, which are memorialized in the unambiguous statutory text. That principle has particular force where one of the proponents of the amendment to Section 1512 introduced his remarks as only briefly elaborating right bracket on some of the specific provisions contained in this bill. 148 Kong. Rec. S6550 Sen. Hatch. Indeed, the language Congress used in Section 1512 C2 prohibiting corruptly obstructing right bracket influencing right bracket or impeding right bracket any official proceeding or attempting to do so parallels a provision that Congress considered years earlier in a bill designed to strengthen protections against witness tampering and obstruction of justice. While the earlier provision is not a direct antecedent of Section 1512 C2, Congress's understanding of the broad scope of the 1080, the Supreme Court's decision in Marinello v. United States 138 SCT 1101 2018 does not support imposing a non-textual limitation on Section 1512 C2. Marinello interpreted the tax obstruction statute 26 U.S.C. 7212A to require a nexus between the defendant's conduct and a particular administrative proceeding. It at 1109. The court adopted that construction in light of the similar interpretation given to other obstruction provisions, it citing Aguilar and Arthur Anderson, as well as considerations of context, legislative history, structure of the criminal tax laws, fair warning, and lenity. It at 1106 to 1108. The type of nexus element the court adopted in Marinello already applies under section 1512c2, and the remaining considerations the court cited do not justify reading into section L 512c2 language that is not there. See Bates v. United States 522 U.S. 2329, 1997. The court ordinarily resists left bracket s right bracket reading words or elements into a statute that do not appear on its face. Earlier provision is instructive, recognizing that the proper administration of justice may be impeded or thwarted by a variety of corrupt methods, limited only by the imagination of the criminally inclined. S. Rep. number 532, 97th Cong 2D, Sess 17-18, 1982. Congress considered a bill that would have amended section 1512 by making it a crime, inter alia, when a person corruptly influences, obstructs, or impedes left bracket the enforcement and prosecution of federal law, administration of a law under which an official proceeding is being or may be conducted, or the exercise of a federal legislative power of inquiry. It at 17-19, quoting S. 2420. The Senate committee explained that left bracket the purpose of preventing an obstruction of or miscarriage of justice cannot be fully carried out by a simple enumeration of the commonly prosecuted obstruction offenses. There must also be protection against the rare type of conduct that is the product of the inventive criminal mind and which also thwarts justice. It at 18. The report gave examples of conduct actually prosecuted under the current residual clause left bracket in 18 U.S.C. 1503 right bracket, which would probably not be covered in this series left bracket of provisions right bracket without a residual clause. One prominent example was left bracket right bracket conspiracy to cover up the Watergate burglary and its aftermath by having the Central Intelligence Agency seek to interfere with an ongoing FBI investigation of the burglary. It's citing United States v. Haldeman, 559 F.2D, 31 D.C., Sir 1976. The report therefore indicates a congressional awareness, not only that residual clause language, resembling section 1512 C2, broadly covers a wide variety of obstructive conduct, but also that such language reaches the improper use of governmental processes to obstruct justice, specifically the Watergate cover-up orchestrated by White House officials, including the President himself. See Haldeman, 559 F.3D at 51, 86 to 87, 120 to 129, 162 10814. General principles of statutory construction do not suggest that section 1512c2 is inapplicable to the conduct in this investigation. The requirement of fair warning in criminal law, the interest in avoiding due process concerns in potentially vague statutes, and the rule of lenity do not justify narrowing the reach of section 1512c2 s text 1082. As with other criminal laws, the Supreme Court has exercised restraint in interpreting obstruction of justice provisions, both out of respect for Congress's role in defining crimes and in the interest of providing individuals with fair warning of what a criminal statute prohibits. Marinello v. United States 138 SCT 1101 1106 2018. Arthur Anderson 544 U.S. at 703 1081. The Senate ultimately accepted the House version of the bill, which excluded an omnibus clause. See United States v. Poindexter, 951 F.2D 369, 382 to 383 D.C. Sir, 1991, tracing history of the proposed omnibus provision in the witness protection legislation. During the floor debate on the bill, Senator Hines, one of the initiators and primary backers of the legislation, explained that the omnibus clause was beyond the scope of the witness protection measure at issue and likely duplicative of other obstruction laws. 128 Cong. Rec. 26,810 1982. Sen. Hines, presumably referring to sections 1503 and 1505, 1082 in a separate section, addressing considerations unique to the presidency. We consider principles of statutory construction relevant in that context. See volume TL, section III.B.L, infra. Aguilar, 515 U.S. at 599 to 602. In several obstruction cases, the court has imposed a nexus test that requires that the wrongful conduct targeted by the provision be sufficiently connected to an official proceeding to ensure the requisite culpability. Marinello, 138 SCT at 1109. Arthur Anderson, 544 U.S. at 707 to 708. Aguilar, 515 U.S. at 600 to 602. Section 1512c2 has been interpreted to require a similar nexus. CEG, United States v. Young, 916 F.3D 368 3864 Sir 2019. United States v. Petrick, 781 F.3D 438 445 8 Sir 2015. United States v. Phillips, 583 F.3D 1261 1264 10th Sir 2009. United States v. Reich, 479 F.3D 179 186 2D Sir 2007. To satisfy the nexus requirement, the government must show as an objective matter that a defendant acted in a manner that is likely to obstruct justice, such that the statute excludes defendants who have an evil purpose but use means that would only unnaturally and improbably be successful. Aguilar, 515 U.S. at 601 to 602 internal quotation marks omitted. See it at 599. The endeavor must have the natural and probable effect of interfering with the due administration of justice internal quotation marks omitted. The government must also show as a subjective matter that the actor contemplated a particular foreseeable proceeding. Petrick, 781 F.3D at 445. Those requirements alleviate fair warning concerns by ensuring that obstructive conduct has a close enough connection to existing or future proceedings to implicate the dangers targeted by the obstruction laws and that the individual actually has the obstructive result in mind. Courts also seek to construe statutes to avoid due process vagueness concerns. C.E.G. McDonald v. United States 136 SCT 2355 2373 2016. Skilling v. United States 561 U.S. 358 368 402-40 for 2010. Vagueness doctrine requires that a statute define a crime with sufficient definiteness that ordinary people can understand what conduct is prohibited and in a manner that does not encourage arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. It at 402 to 403 internal quotation marks omitted. The obstruction statute's requirement of acting corruptly satisfies that test. Acting corruptly within the meaning of 1512 C2 means acting with an improper purpose and to engage in conduct knowingly and dishonestly with a specific intent to subvert, impede or obstruct the relevant proceeding. United States v. Gordon 710 F.3D1 124 I 151 10th Sir 2013. Some quotation marks omitted. The majority opinion in Aguilar did not address the defendant's vagueness challenge to the word corruptly 515 U.S. at 601, but Justice Scalia's separate opinion did reach that issue and would have rejected the challenge. It at 616 to 617 Scalia J joined by Kennedy and Thomas J concurring in part and dissenting in part. Statutory language need not be colloquial, Justice Scalia explained, and the term corruptly in criminal laws has a long-standing and well-accepted meaning. It denotes an act done with an intent to give some advantage inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. It at 616 internal quotation marks omitted. Citing lower court authority and legal dictionaries, Justice Scalia added that in the context of obstructing jury proceedings, any claim of ignorance of wrongdoing is incredible. It at 617. Lower courts have also rejected vagueness challenges to the word corruptly. C.E.G. United States v. Edwards 869 F.3D 490 501 to 502 7th Sir 2017. United States v. Brenson 104 F.3D 1267 1280 to 1281 11th Sir 1997. United States v. Howard 569 F.2D 1331 1336 N.9 5th Sir 1978. This well-established intent standard precludes the need to limit the obstruction statutes to only certain kinds of inherently wrongful conduct. 1083 1083 in United States v. Poindexter 951 F.2D 369 D.C. Sir 1991. The Court of Appeals found the term corruptly in 18 U.S.C. 1505 vague as applied to a person who provided false information to Congress. After suggesting that the word corruptly was vague on its face, 951 F.2D at 378 the Court 166 U.S. Department of Justice at Fleawork pre-duet//MFT. C. Demetriftal pre-TTR Fed Arcreolful. P6E. C. Finally, the rule of lenity does not justify treating Section 1512 C2 as a prohibition on evidence impairment as opposed to an omnibus clause. The rule of lenity is an interpretive principle that resolves ambiguity in criminal laws in favor of the less severe construction. Cleveland v. United States 531 U.S. 12252000. Left bracket right bracket S left bracket. The court has right bracket repeatedly emphasized, however, the rule of lenity applies only if, after considering text, structure, history and purpose, there remains a grievous ambiguity or uncertainty in the statute such that the court must simply guess as to what Congress intended. Abramsky v. United States 573 U.S. 169 188 N 102014. Internal quotation marks omitted. The rule has been cited, for example, in adopting a narrow meaning of tangible object in an obstruction statute when the prohibition's title, history, and list of prohibited acts indicated a focus on destruction of records. C. Yates v. United States 135 S. CT 1074 1088 2015. Plurality opinion. Interpreting tangible object in the phrase record, document, or tangible object in 18 U.S.C. 1519 to mean an item capable of recording or preserving information. Here, as discussed above, the text structure and history of Section L. 5I2C2 leaves no grievous ambiguity about the statute's meaning. Section L. 512 C2 defines a structurally independent general prohibition on obstruction of official proceedings. 5. Other obstruction statutes might apply to the conduct in this investigation regardless whether Section 1512 C2 covers all corrupt acts that obstruct, influence, or impede pending or contemplated proceedings. Other statutes would apply to such conduct in pending proceedings, provided that the remaining statutory elements are satisfied. As discussed above, the Omnibus Clause in 18 U.S.C. 1503A applies generally to obstruction of pending judicial and grand proceedings. 1084 C. Aguilar 515 U.S. at 598, noting that the clause is far more general in scope than preceding provisions. Section 1503A's protections extend to witness tampering and to other obstructive conduct that has a nexus to pending proceedings. C. Sampson 898 F.3D at 298 to 303 N.6 collecting cases from 8 circuits holding that Section 1503 covers witness-related obstructive conduct and cabining prior circuit authority, and Section 1505 broadly criminalizes obstructive conduct aimed at pending agency and congressional proceedings. 1085 C.E.G. United States v. Rainey 757 F.3D 234 241 to 247 5th Sir 2014. Concluded that the statute did not clearly apply to corrupt conduct by the person himself, and the core conduct to which Section 1505 could constitutionally be applied was one person influencing another person to violate a legal duty. It at 379 to 386. Congress later enacted a provision overturning that result by providing that left bracket AS used in left bracket SECTION 1505. The term corruptly means acting with an improper purpose, personally or by influencing another, including by making a false or misleading statement, or withholding, concealing, altering, or destroying a document or other information. 18 U.S.C. 1515b. Other courts have declined to follow Poindexter, either by limiting it to Section 1505 and the specific conduct at issue in that case. See Brenson, 104F.3d at 1280 to 1281, reading it as narrowly limited to CE 1 TAI and types of conduct. See United States v. Morrison, 98F.3d 619, 629 to 630 DC Sir I, 996, or by noting that it predated Arthur Anderson's interpretation of the term corruptly. See Edwards, 869 F.3d at 501 to 502. 1084 section, /503a, provides for criminal punishment of whoever, corruptly or by threats or force or by any threatening letter or communication, influences, obstructs, or impedes, or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the due administration of justice. 1085 section 1505 provides for criminal punishment of. Finally, 18 U.S.C.L. 512b3 criminalizes tampering with witnesses to prevent the communication of information about a crime to law enforcement. The nexus inquiry articulated in Aguilar that an individual has knowledge that his actions are likely to affect the judicial proceeding 515 U.S. at 599 does not apply to section 1512(6)(3). See United States v. Byrne, 435 F.3d I6 24 to 25 First Sir, 2006. The nexus inquiry turns instead on the actor's intent to prevent communications to a federal law enforcement official. See Fowler v. United States, 563 U.S. 668 673 to 678 2011. ***** In sum, in light of the breadth of section 1512 C2 and the other obstruction statutes, an argument that the conduct at issue in TH's investigation falls outside the scope of the obstruction laws lacks merit. B. Constitutional defenses to applying obstruction of justice statutes to presidential conduct. The president has broad discretion to direct criminal investigations. The Constitution vests the executive power in the president and enjoins him to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. U.S. Const. Art. 1-3. Those powers and duties form the foundation of prosecutorial discretion. See United States v. Armstrong, 517 U.S. 456 464 1996. Attorney General and United States attorneys have this latitude because they are designated by statute as the president's delegates to help him discharge his constitutional responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. The president also has authority to appoint officers of the United States and to remove those whom he has appointed. U.S. Const. Art. II. CL2 granting authority to the president to appoint all officers with the advice and consent of the Senate, but providing that Congress may vest the appointment of inferior officers in the president alone, the heads of departments, or the courts of law. See also Free Enterprise Fund v. Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, 561 U.S. 477, 492 to 493, 509 2010, describing removal authority as flowing from the president's responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Although the president has broad authority under Article 2, that authority coexists with Congress's Article 1 power to enact laws that protect congressional proceedings, federal investigations, the courts, and grand juries against corrupt efforts to undermine their functions. Usually those constitutional powers function in harmony with the president enforcing the criminal laws under Article 8 to protect against corrupt obstructive acts. But when the president's official actions come into conflict with the prohibitions in the obstruction statutes, any constitutional tension is reconciled through separation of powers analysis. Whoever corruptly influences, obstructs, or impedes, or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the due and proper administration of the law under which any pending proceeding is being had before any department or agency of the United States, or the due and proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which any inquiry or investigation is being had by either House or any committee of either House or any joint committee of the Congress. The President's Counsel has argued that the President's exercise of his constitutional authority to terminate an FBI director and to close investigations cannot constitutionally constitute obstruction of justice. 1086 as noted above, no Department of Justice position or Supreme Court precedent directly resolved this issue. We did not find counsel's contention, however, to accord with our reading of the Supreme Court authority addressing separation of powers issues. Applying the court's framework for analysis, we concluded that Congress can validly regulate the president's exercise of official duties to prohibit actions motivated by a corrupt intent to obstruct justice. The limited effect on presidential power that results from that restriction would not impermissibly undermine the president's ability to perform his Article 2 functions. 1. The requirement of a clear statement to apply statutes to presidential conduct does not limit the obstruction statutes. Before addressing Article 2 issues directly, we consider one threshold statutory construction principle that is unique to the presidency. The principle that general statutes must be read as not applying to the president if they do not expressly apply, where application would arguably limit the president's constitutional role. OLC, application of 28 U.S.C. 458 to presidential appointments of federal judges, 19 Op. OLC 350-352-1995. This clear statement rule, it has its source in two principles. Statutes should be construed to avoid serious constitutional questions, and Congress should not be assumed to have altered the constitutional separation of powers without clear assurance that it intended that result. OLC, the constitutional separation of powers between the President and Congress, 20 Op. OLC 124-178-1996. The Supreme Court has applied that clear statement rule in several cases. In one leading case, the court construed the administrative Administrative Procedure Act, 5 U.S.C. 701 et seq. Not to apply to judicial review of precedential action. Franklin v. Massachusetts, 505 U.S. 788 800-801 1992. The court explained that it would require an express statement by Congress before assuming it intended the president's performance of his statutory duties to be reviewed for abuse of discretion. It at 801. In another case, the court interpreted the word utilized in the Federal Advisory Committee Act FACA, 5 U.S.C. App to apply only to the use of advisory committees established directly or indirectly by the government, thereby excluding the American Bar Association's advice to the Department of Justice about federal judicial candidates. Public Citizen v. United States Department of Justice, 491 U.S. 440, 455, 462-467, 1989. The court explained that a broader interpretation of the term utilized in FACA would raise serious questions, whether the statute infringed unduly on the president's Article 2 power to nominate federal judges and violated the doctrine of separation of powers. It at 466-467. Another case found that an established canon of statutory construction applied with special force to provisions that would impinge on the president's foreign affairs powers if construed broadly. Sale v. Haitian Centers Council, 509 U.S. 155, 188, 1993, applying the presumption against extraterritorial application to construe the Refugee Act of 1980 as not governing in an overseas context where it could affect foreign and military affairs, for which the president has unique responsibility. See Application 1086-23/17 Letter, President's Personal Counsel to Special Counsel's Office at 2N. I-169U.S. Department of Justice AF 16MEY, Work PRED 11ET//Macy 6NTAIN Material Pernteached under Fed Archival. P60 of 28 U.S.C. 458 Presidential Appointments of Federal Judges, 19 Op OLC at 353-354 discussing Franklin, Public Citizen, and Sale. The Department of Justice has relied on this clear statement principle to interpret certain statutes as not applying to the President at all, similar to the approach taken in Franklin. CEG, Memorandum for Richard T. Burris, Office of the President, from Lawrence H. Silberman, Deputy Attorney General, Ray. Conflict of interest problems arising out of the President's nomination of Nelson A. Rockefeller to be Vice President under the 25th Amendment to the Constitution at 5 August 28, 1974. Criminal Conflict of Interest Statute 18 U.S.C. 208 does not apply to the President. Other OLC opinions interpret statutory text not to apply to certain presidential or executive actions because of constitutional concerns. See Application of 28 U.S.C. 458 Presidential Appointments of Federal Judges, 19 Op OLC at 350-357 Consanguinity Limitations on Court Appointments, 28 U.S.C. 458 found inapplicable to presidential appointments of judges to the federal judiciary. Constraints imposed by 18 U.S.C. 1913 on lobbying efforts, 13 Op OLC 300-304-306 1989. Limitation on the use of appropriated funds for certain lobbying programs found inapplicable to certain communications by the president and executive officials. But OLC has also recognized that this clear statement rule does not apply with respect to a statute that raises no separation of powers questions were it to be applied to the president, such as the Federal Bribery Statute 18 U.S.C. 201. Application of 28 U.S.C. 458 Presidential Appointments of Federal Judges, 19 Op OLC at 357 N.11 OLC explain that left bracket APPLICATION of 20I raises no separation of powers question, let alone a serious one, because left bracket THE Constitution confers no power in the president to receive bribes. It in support of that conclusion, OLC noted constitutional provisions that forbid increases in the president's compensation while in office, which is what a bribe would function to do. It citing U.S. Const. R2, 1, CL7, and the express constitutional power of Congress to impeach left bracket and convict right bracket a president for inter alia bribery. It citing U.S. Const. Art II 4. Under OLC's analysis, Congress can permissibly criminalize C1TAIN obstructive conduct by the president, such as suborning perjury, intimidating witnesses, or fabricating evidence, because those prohibitions raise no separation of powers questions. See Application of 28 U.S.C. 458 Presidential Appointments of Federal Judges, 19 Op OLC at 357 N.11. The Constitution does not authorize the president to engage in such conduct, and those actions would transgress the president's duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. U.S. Const. Art. 3. In view of those clearly permissible applications of the obstruction statutes to the president, Franklin's holding that the president is entirely excluded from a statute absent a clear statement would not apply in this context. A more limited application of a clear statement rule to exclude from the obstruction statutes only certain acts by the president, for example, removing prosecutors or ending investigations for corrupt reasons, would be difficult to implement as a matter of statutory interpretation. It is not obvious how a clear statement rule would apply to an omnibus provision like Section 1512 C2 to exclude corruptly motivated obstructive acts only when carried out in the president's conduct of office. No statutory term could easily bear that specialized meaning. For example, the word corruptly has a well-established meaning that does not exclude exercises of official power for corrupt ends. Indeed, an established definition states that corruptly means action with an intent to secure an improper advantage inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. Valentini's Law Dictionary, 276 3d ed. 1969. Emphasis added. and it would be contrary to ordinary rules of statutory construction to adopt an unconventional meaning of a statutory term only when applied to the president. See United States v. Santos, 553 U.S. 507-522-2008. Plurality opinion of Scalia, J. Rejecting proposal to give right bracket the same word in the same statutory provision, different meanings in different factual contexts. Cf. Public Citizen, 491 U.S. at 462-467, giving the term utilized in the FAQ uniform meaning to avoid constitutional questions. Nor could such an exclusion draw on a separate and established background interpretive presumption, such as the presumption against extraterritoriality applied in sale. The principle that courts will construe a statute to avoid serious constitutional questions is not a license for the judiciary to rewrite language enacted by the legislator. Salinas v. United States, 522 U.S. 52-59-60, 1997. It is one thing to acknowledge and accept well-defined or even newly enunciated generally applicable background principles of assumed legislative intent. It is quite another to espouse the broad proposition that criminal statutes do not have to be read as broadly as they are written, but are subject to case-by-case exceptions. Rogan v. United States, 522 U.S. 398-406-1998. When a proposed construction would thus function as an extra-textual limit on left bracket a statute's right bracket compass, thereby preventing the statute from applying to a host of cases falling within its clear terms. Lauren, 573 U.S. at 357. It is doubtful that the construction would reflect Congress's intent. That is particularly so with respect to obstruction statutes, which have been given a broad and all-inclusive meaning. Rainey, 757F.3d at 245, discussing sections 1503 and 1505 internal quotation marks omitted. Accordingly, since no established principle of interpretation would exclude the presidential conduct we have investigated from statutes such as sections 1503, 1505, I-512b and L, 512c2, we proceed to examine the separation of powers issues that could be raised as an Article 2 defense to the application of those statutes. 2. Separation of powers principles support the conclusion that Congress may validly prohibit corrupt obstructive acts carried out through the president's official powers. When Congress imposes a limitation on the exercise of Article 2 powers, the limitation's validity depends on whether the measure disrupts the balance between the coordinate branches. Nixon v. Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. 425-443-1977. Even when a branch does not arrogate power to itself, the separation of powers doctrine requires that a branch not impair another in the performance of its constitutional duties. Loving v. United States, 517 U.S. 748-757-1996. The separation of powers does not mean, however, that the branches ought to have no partial agency in or no control over the acts of each other. Clinton v. Jones, 520 U.S. 681,700, 1997, quoting James Madison, The Federalist No. 47, pages 325 to 326, Jacob ed. 1961, emphasis omitted. In this context, a balancing test applies to assess separation of powers issues. Applying that test here, we concluded that Congress can validly make obstruction of justice statutes applicable to corruptly motivated official acts of the President without impermissibly undermining his Article 2 functions. 171 U.S. Department of Justice at Work PR 0ATTET//May Full Material Pre-T to U Air FR Crivil P60. The Supreme Court's separation of powers balancing test applies in this context. A congressionally imposed limitation on presidential action is assessed to determine the extent to which it prevents the executive branch from accomplishing its constitutionally assigned functions, and if the potential for disruption is present left bracket right bracket, whether that impact is justified by an overriding need to promote objectives within the constitutional authority of Congress. Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. at 443. C. Nixon v. Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. 731,753-754-1982. United States v. Nixon, 418 U.S. 683-706-707 L. 974. That balancing test applies to 1087, a congressional regulation of presidential power through the obstruction of justice laws, when an Article 2 power has not been explicitly assigned by the text of the Constitution to be within the sole province of the President, but rather was thought to be encompassed within the general grant to the President of the executive power. The Court has balanced competing constitutional considerations. Public Citizen, 491 U.S. at 484 Kennedy, J. Concurring in the judgment, joined by Rehnquist, C.J., and O'Connor, J. As Justice Kennedy noted in Public Citizen, the Court has applied a balancing test to restrictions on the President's power to remove executive officers. A power left bracket that right bracket is not conferred by any explicit provision in the text of the Constitution as is the appointment power, but rather is inferred to be a necessary part of the grant of the executive power. It's citing Morrison v. Olson, 487 U.S. 654-694 L. 988, and Myers v. United States, 272 U.S. 52-115-116, 1926. Consistent with that statement, Morrison sustained a good cause limitation on the removal of an inferior officer with defined prosecutorial responsibilities, after determining that the limitation did not impermissibly undermine the President's ability to perform his Article 2 functions. 487 U.S. at 691 to 693, 695 to 696. The Court has also evaluated other general executive power claims through a balancing test. For example, the Court evaluated the President's claim of an absolute privilege for presidential communications about his official acts by balancing that interest against the judicial branch's need for evidence in a criminal case. United States v. Nixon, supra-recognizing a qualified constitutional privilege for presidential communications on official matters. The court has also upheld a law that provided for archival access to presidential records despite a claim of absolute presidential privilege over the records. Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. at 443 to 445, 451 to 455. The analysis in those cases supports applying a balancing test to assess the constitutionality of applying the obstruction of justice statutes to presidential exercises of executive power. Only in a few instances has the court applied a different framework. When the president's power is both exclusive and conclusive on the issue, Congress is precluded from regulating its exercise. Zivotofsky v. Kerry, I-35 SCT 2076-2084-2015. In Zivotofsky, for example, the court followed Justice Jackson's familiar tripartite framework in Youngstown Sheet ampersand Tubco v. Sawyer, 343 U.S. 579, 635-638 1952 Jackson, J. concurring, and held that the President's 1087 OLC applied such a balancing test in concluding that the President is not subject to criminal prosecution while in office, relying on many of the same precedents discussed in this section. C.A. Sitching President's amenability to indictment and criminal prosecution, 24 Op. OLC 222-237-238-244-245 2000, relying on inter alia, United States v. Nixon v. Fitzgerald and Clinton v. Jones, and quoting the legal standard from Administrator of General Services v. Nixon that is applied in the text. OLC recognized that left bracket THE balancing analysis it had initially relied on in finding that a sitting president is immune from prosecution had been adopted as the appropriate mode of analysis by the court. It at 244. Authority to recognize foreign nations is exclusive. It at 2083 2094. See also Public Citizen 491 U.S. at 485 to 486 Kennedy, J. concurring in the judgment, citing the power to grant pardons under U.S. Const. RTT 2, CL1, and the presentment clauses for legislation, U.S. Const. RT 7, CLSU 3, as examples of exclusive presidential powers by virtue of constitutional text. But even when a power is exclusive, Congress powers and its central role in making laws give it substantial authority regarding many of the policy determinations that precede and follow the President's Act. Zivotofsky, 135 SCT at 2087. For example, although the President's power to grant pardons is exclusive and not subject to congressional regulation, see United States v. Klein, U.S. 13 Wall, 128 147 148 1872, Congress has the authority to prohibit the corrupt use of anything of value to influence the testimony of another person in a judicial, congressional, or agency proceeding, 18 U.S.C. 201b3, which would include the offer or promise of a pardon to induce a person to testify falsely or not to testify at all. The offer of a pardon would precede the act of pardoning and thus be within Congress's power to regulate even if the pardon itself is not, just as the speech or debate clause, U.S. Const. Art 1, 6, CL. I absolutely protects legislative acts but not a legislature as taking or agreeing to take money for a promise to act in a certain way. For it is taking the bribe, not performance of the illicit compact that is a criminal act. United States v. Brewster, 408 U.S. 501, 526 1972. Emphasis omitted. The promise of a pardon to corruptly influence testimony would not be a constitutionally immunized act. The application of obstruction statutes to such promises therefore would raise no serious separation of powers issue. B. The effect of obstruction of justice statutes on the President's capacity to perform his Article 2 responsibilities is limited under the Supreme Court's balancing test for analyzing separation of powers issues. The first task is to assess the degree to which applying obstruction of justice statutes to presidential actions affects the President's ability to carry out his Article 2 responsibilities. Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. at 443. As discussed above, applying obstruction of justice statutes to presidential conduct that does not involve the President's conduct of office, such as influencing the testimony of witnesses, is constitutionally unproblematic. The President has no more right than other citizens to impede official proceedings by corruptly influencing witness testimony. The conduct would be equally improper whether effectuated through direct efforts to produce false testimony or suppress the truth, or through the actual, threatened, or promised use of official powers to achieve the same result. The President's action in curtailing criminal investigations or prosecutions or discharging law enforcement officials raises different questions. Each type of action involves the exercise of executive discretion in furtherance of the President's duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. U.S. Const. 2, 3. Congress may not supplant the President's exercise of executive power to supervise prosecutions or to remove officers who occupy law enforcement positions. See Bosher v. Sinar, 478 U.S. 714, 726-727 1986. Congress cannot reserve for itself the power of removal of an officer charged with the execution of the laws except by impeachment. Left bracket because the structure of the Constitution does not permit Congress to execute the laws. Left bracket this kind of congressional control over the execution of the laws is constitutionally impermissible. Yet the obstruction of justice statutes do not aggrandize power in Congress or usurp executive authority. Instead, they impose a discrete limitation on conduct, only when it is taken with the corrupt intent to obstruct justice. The obstruction statutes thus would restrict presidential action only by prohibiting the President from acting to obstruct official proceedings for the improper purpose of protecting his own interests. See volume it section TII.A.3 supra. The direct effect on the President's freedom of action would correspondingly be a limited one. A preclusion of corrupt official action is not a major intrusion on Article 2 powers. For example, the proper supervision of criminal law does not demand freedom for the president to act with the intention of shielding himself from criminal punishment, avoiding financial liability, or preventing personal embarrassment. To the contrary, a statute that prohibits official action undertaken for such personal purposes furthers, rather than hinders, the impartial and even-handed administration of the law. And the Constitution does not mandate that the president have unfettered authority to direct investigations or prosecutions, with no limits whatsoever, in order to carry out his Article 2 functions. See Heckler v. Cheney, 470 U.S. 821, 833, 1985. Congress may limit an agency's exercise of enforcement power, if it wishes, either by setting substantive priorities, or by otherwise circumscribing an agency's power to discriminate among issues or cases it will pursue. United States v. Nixon, 418 U.S. at 707, left bracket. He read the Art 2 powers of the president as providing an absolute privilege left bracket to withhold confidential communications from a criminal trial right bracket would upset the constitutional balance of a workable government and gravely impair the role of the courts under Art 3. Nor must the president have unfettered authority to remove all executive branch officials involved in the execution of the laws. The Constitution establishes that Congress has legislative authority to structure the executive branch by authorizing Congress to create executive departments and officer positions and to specify how inferior officers are appointed. E.g. U.S. Can start 1, 8, CL 18 necessary and proper clause. R2, 2, CL 1 opinions clause. RT, 2, CL 2 appointments clause. See Free Enterprise Fund, 561 U.S. at 499. While the president's removal power is an important means of ensuring that officers faithfully execute the law, Congress has a recognized authority to place certain limits on removal. It at 493 to 495. The president's removal powers are at their zenith with respect to principal officers, that is, officers who must be appointed by the president and who report to him directly. See Free Enterprise Fund, 561 U.S. at 493, 500. The president's exclusive and illimitable power of removal of those principal officers furthers the president's ability to ensure that the laws are faithfully executed. It at 493, 498 internal quotation marks omitted. Myers, 272 U.S. at 627. Thus there are some purely executive officials who must be removable by the president at will if he is able to accomplish his constitutional role. Morrison, 487 U.S. at 690. Myers, 272 U.S. at 134. The president's cabinet officers must do his will and left bracket the moment that he loses confidence in the intelligence, ability, judgment, or loyalty of any one of them, he must have the power to remove him without delay. C.F. Humphreys, Executor v. United States, 295 U.S. 6021935. Congress has the power to create independent agencies, headed by principal officers removable only for good cause. In light of those constitutional precedents, it may be that the obstruction statutes could not be constitutionally applied to limit the removal of a cabinet officer, such as the Attorney General. C5 U.S.C. 101. 28 U.S.C. 503. In that context, at least absent circumstances showing that the president was clearly attempting to thwart accountability for personal conduct while evading ordinary political checks and balances, even the highly limited regulation imposed by the obstruction statutes could possibly intrude too deeply on the president's freedom to select and supervise the members of his cabinet. The removal of inferior officers, in contrast, need not necessarily be at will for the president to fulfill his constitutionally assigned role in managing the executive branch. Left bracket INFERIOR officers are officers whose work is directed and supervised at some level by other officers appointed by the president with the Senate's consent. Free Enterprise Fund, 561 U.S. at 510. Quoting Edmund v. United States, 520 U.S. 651, 663, 1997. Internal quotation marks omitted. The Supreme Court has long recognized Congress' authority to place for-cause limitations on the president's removal of inferior officers, whose appointment may be vested in the head of a department. U.S. Cons. R2, 2, CL2. See United States v. Perkins, 116 U.S. 483, 485, 1886. The constitutional authority in Congress to thus vest the appointment left bracket of inferior officers in the heads of departments right bracket implies authority to limit, restrict, and regulate the removal by such laws as Congress may enact in relation to the officers so appointed. Quoting lower court decision. Morrison, 487 U.S. at 689 and 27. Citing Perkins, accorded at 723 to 724 ampersand and dot for Scalia, J. dissenting, recognizing that Perkins is established law. See also Free Enterprise Fund, 561 U.S. at 493, 495. Citing Perkins and Morrison. The category of inferior officers includes both the FBI director and the special counsel, each of whom reports to the Attorney General. See 28 U.S.C. 509, 5I5A, 531. 28 CF.R. Part 600. Their work is thus directed and supervised by a presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed officer. C. N. Ray. Grand Jury Investigation, _F.3D 2019 WL 921692 at *3 DC, Sir, February 26, 2019, holding that the special counsel is an inferior officer for constitutional purposes. Where the Constitution permits Congress to impose a good cause limitation on the removal of an executive branch officer, the Constitution should equally permit Congress to bar removal for the corrupt purpose of obstructing justice. Limiting the range of permissible reasons for removal to exclude a corrupt purpose imposes a lesser restraint on the president than requiring an affirmative showing of good cause. It follows that for such inferior officers, Congress may constitutionally restrict the president's removal authority if that authority was exercised for the corrupt purpose of obstructing justice, and even if a particular inferior officer's position might be of such importance to the execution of the laws that the president must have at will removal authority, the obstruction of justice statutes could still be constitutionally applied to forbid removal for a corrupt reason. 1088. A narrow and discrete limitation on removal that precluded corrupt action would leave ample room for all other considerations, including disagreement over policy or loss of confidence in the officer's judgment or commitment. A corrupt purpose prohibition therefore would not undermine the president's ability to perform his Article 2 functions. Accordingly, because the separation of powers question is whether the removal restrictions are of such a nature that they impede the president's ability to perform his constitutional duty. Morrison, 487 U.S. at 691. A restriction on removing an inferior officer. 4088. Although the FBT director is an inferior officer, he is appointed by the president and removable by him at will. See 28 U.S.C. 532 note, and it is not clear that Congress could constitutionally provide the FBI director with good cause tenure protection. COLC, Constitutionality of Legislation, extending the term of the FBI Director, 2011 WL, 2,566,125, at *3 OLC June 20, 2011 tenure protection, for an officer with the FBT Director's broad investigative, administrative and policy-making responsibilities, would raise a serious constitutional question, whether Congress had, right bracket the President's ability to perform his constitutional duty, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, quoting Morrison, 487 U.S. at 691. 175 U.S. Department of Justice ATTARLUI /arc prilchet //MTT calculing tritil pern detail ULEIER feel arcrifl P6E corrupt reason. A reason grounded in achieving personal rather than official ends does not seriously hinder the president's performance of his duties. The president retains broad latitude to supervise investigations and remove officials, circumscribed in this context only by the requirement that he not act for corrupt personal purposes. 1089 C. Congress has power to protect congressional, grand jury, and judicial proceedings against corrupt acts from any source where a law imposes a burden on the president's performance of Article 2 functions. Separation of powers analysis considers whether the statutory measure is justified by an overriding need to promote objectives within the constitutional authority of Congress. Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. at 443. Here Congress enacted the obstruction of justice statutes to protect, among other things, the integrity of its own proceedings, grand jury investigations, and federal criminal trials. Those objectives are within Congress's authority and serve strong governmental interests. Congress has Article 1 authority to define generally applicable criminal law and apply it to all persons including the President. Congress clearly has authority to protect its own legislative functions against corrupt efforts designed to impede legitimate fact-gathering and lawmaking efforts. See Watkins v. United States, 354 U.S. 178 187 206-207 1957. Chapman v. United States, 5 D.C. 122 130 1895. Congress also has authority to establish a system of federal courts which includes the power to protect the judiciary against obstructive acts. See U.S. Const. Art 1, 8 Ls 9, 18. The Congress shall have power to constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers. The long lineage of the obstruction of justice statutes, which can be traced to at least 183I, attests to the necessity for that protection. See an act declaratory of the law concerning contempts of court for Stat 487 to 488 to 1831, making it a crime if any person or persons shall corruptly endeavor to influence, intimidate, or impede any juror, witness, or officer in any court of the United States in the discharge of his duty, or shall corruptly obstruct or impede or endeavor to obstruct or impede the due administration of justice therein. A. The Article III courts have an equally strong interest in being protected against obstructive acts, whatever their source. As the Supreme Court explained in United States v. Nixon, a primary constitutional duty of the judicial branch is to do justice in criminal prosecutions. 418 U.S. at 707. A court Cheney v. United States District Court for the District of Columbia, 542 U.S. 367 384 2004. In Nixon, the court rejected the president's claim of absolute executive privilege because the allowance of the privilege to withhold evidence that is demonstrably 1089. The obstruction statutes do not disqualify the president from acting in a case simply because he has a personal interest in it or because his own conduct may be at issue. As the Department of Justice has made clear, a claim of a conflict of interest standing alone cannot deprive the president of the ability to fulfill his constitutional function. CEG, OLC, application of 28 U.S.C. 458 Presidential Appointments of Federal Judges, 19 OLC, Op. 356 Citing Memorandum for Richard T. Burris, Office of the President, from Lawrence H. Silberman, Deputy Attorney General, Ray. Conflict of interest problems arising out of the president's nomination of Nelson A. Rockefeller to be vice president under the 25th Amendment to the Constitution at 5 August 28, 1974. Relevant in a criminal trial, would cut deeply into the guarantee of due process of law and gravely impair the basic function of the courts. 407 U.S. at 712. As Nixon illustrates, the need to safeguard judicial integrity is a compelling constitutional interest. See it at 709, noting that the denial of full disclosure of the facts surrounding relevant presidential communications threatens left bracket the very integrity of the judicial system and public confidence in the system. I.e. Finally, the grand jury cannot achieve its constitutional purpose absent protection from corrupt acts. Serious federal criminal charges generally reach the Article III courts based on an indictment issued by a grand jury. Kobolitic v. United States 309 U.S. 323-327-1940. The Constitution itself makes the grand jury a part of the judicial process, and the grand jury's function is enshrined in the Fifth Amendment. U.S. Const. Amend. V. Left bracket no person shall be held to answer for a serious crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Left bracket the whole theory of left bracket the grand jury's right bracket function is that it belongs to no branch of the institutional government, serving as a kind of buffer or referee between the government and the people. United States v. Williams 504 U.S. 3647-1992. Pledged to indict no one because of prejudice and to free no one because of special favor. Costello v. United States 350 U.S. 359-362-1956. If the grand jury were not protected against corrupt interference from all persons, its function as an independent charging body would be thwarted, and an impartial grand jury investigation to determine whether probable cause exists to indict is vital to the criminal justice process. *****. The final step in the constitutional balancing process is to assess whether the separation of powers doctrine permits Congress to take action within its constitutional authority, notwithstanding the potential impact on Article 2 functions. See Administrator of General Services 433 U.S. at 443. See also Morrison 487 U.S. at 691 to 693, 695 to 696. United States v. Nixon 418 U.S. at 711 to 712. In the case of the obstruction of justice statutes, our assessment of the weighing of interests leads us to conclude that Congress has the authority to impose the limited restrictions contained in those statutes on the president's official conduct to protect the integrity of important functions of other branches of government. A general ban on corrupt action does not unduly intrude on the president's responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. U.S. Const. Art. 31090. To the contrary, the concept of faithful execution connotes the use of power in the interest of the public, not in the office holder's personal interests. See 1 Samuel Johnson, A Dictionary of the English Language 7631755. Faithfully, Def 3. Left bracket WITH, strict adherence to duty and allegiance, and immunizing the president from the generally applicable criminal prohibition against corrupt obstruction of official proceedings would seriously impair Congress's power to enact laws to promote objectives within left bracket its right bracket constitutional authority. Administrator of General Services 433 U.S. at 425 i.e. protecting the integrity of its own proceedings and the proceedings of Article TTI courts and grand juries. 1090 as noted above, the president's selection and removal of principal executive officers may have a unique constitutional status. Accordingly, based on the analysis above, we were not persuaded by the argument that the president has blanket constitutional immunity to engage in acts that would corruptly obstruct justice through the exercise of otherwise valid Article T powers. 1091-3. Ascertaining whether the president violated the obstruction statutes would not chill his performance of his Article 2 duties. Applying the obstruction statutes to the president's official conduct would involve determining as a factual matter whether he engaged in an obstructive act, whether the act had a nexus to official proceedings, and whether he was motivated by corrupt intent. But applying those standards to the president's official conduct should not hinder his ability to perform his Article 2 duties. C.F. Nixon v. Fitzgerald 457 U.S. at 752 to 753 &N.32. Taking into account chilling effect on the president in adopting a constitutional rule of presidential immunity from private civil damages action based on official duties, several safeguards would prevent a chilling effect: the existence of settled legal standards, the presumption of regularity in prosecutorial actions, and the existence of evidentiary limitations on probing the president's motives. And historical experience confirms that no impermissible chill should exist. As an initial matter, the term corruptly sets a demanding standard. It requires a concrete showing that a person acted with an intent to obtain an improper advantage for left bracket HIMSELF or someone else inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. Valentini's Law Dictionary 276 3d ed. 1969. See United States v. Pasha 797 F.3d 1122 1132 DC Sir. 2015. Aguilar 515 U.S. at 616 Scalia, J. Concurring in part and dissenting in part. That standard parallels the president's constitutional obligation to ensure the faithful execution of the laws, and virtually everything that the president does in the routine conduct of office will have a clear governmental purpose and will not be contrary to his official duty. Accordingly, the president has no reason to be chilled in those actions because, in virtually all instances, there will be no credible basis for suspecting a corrupt personal motive. That point is illustrated by examples of conduct that would and would not satisfy the stringent corrupt motive standard. Direct or indirect action by the president to end a criminal investigation into his own or his family members' conduct to protect against personal embarrassment or legal liability would constitute a core example of corruptly motivated conduct. So too would action to halt an enforcement proceeding that directly and adversely affected the president's financial interests for the purpose of protecting those interests. In those examples, 1091, a possible remedy through impeachment for abuses of power would not substitute for potential criminal liability after a president leaves office. Impeachment would remove a president from office but would not address the underlying culpability of the conduct or serve the usual purposes of the criminal law. Indeed, the impeachment judgment clause recognizes that criminal law plays an independent role in addressing an official's conduct distinct from the political remedy of impeachment. See U.S. Const. Art. L. 3, CL 7. Impeachment is also a drastic and rarely invoked remedy, and Congress is not restricted to relying only on impeachment rather than making criminal law applicable to a former president, as OLC has recognized. A sitting president's amenability to indictment and criminal prosecution. 24 Op. OLC at 255. Recognizing an immunity from prosecution for a sitting president would not preclude such prosecution once the president's term is over or he is otherwise removed from office. by resignation or impeachment. Official power is being used for the purpose of protecting the president's personal interests. In contrast, the president's actions to serve political or policy interests would not qualify as corrupt. The president's role as head of the government necessarily requires him to take into account political factors in making policy decisions that affect law enforcement actions and proceedings. For instance, the president's decision to curtail a law enforcement investigation to avoid international friction would not implicate the obstruction of justice statutes. The criminal law does not seek to regulate the consideration of such political or policy factors in the conduct of government. And when legitimate interests animate the president's conduct, those interests will almost invariably be readily identifiable based on objective factors. Because the president's conduct in those instances will obviously fall outside the zone of obstruction law, no chilling concern should arise. B. There is also no reason to believe that investigations, let alone prosecutions, would occur except in highly unusual circumstances, when a credible factual basis exists to believe that obstruction occurred. Prosecutorial action enjoys a presumption of regularity. Absent clear evidence to the contrary, courts presume that left bracket prosecutors have properly discharged their official duties. Armstrong, 517 U.S. at 464, quoting United States v. Chemical Foundation, Inc. 272 U.S.I. 14215, 1926. The presumption of prosecutorial regularity would provide even greater protection to the president than exists in routine cases, given the prominence and sensitivity of any matter involving the president and the likelihood that such matters will be subject to thorough and careful review at the most senior levels of the Department of Justice. Under OLC's opinion that a sitting president is entitled to immunity from indictment, only a successor administration would be able to prosecute a former president, but that consideration does not suggest that a president would have any basis for fearing abusive investigations or prosecutions after leaving office. There are obvious political checks against initiating a baseless investigation or prosecution of a former president. See Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. at 448, considering political checks in separation of powers analysis, and the Attorney General holds the power to conduct the criminal litigation of the United States government. United States v. Nixon, 4I8 U.S. at 694, citing 28 U.S.C. 516, which provides a strong institutional safeguard against politicized investigations or prosecutions. 1092-1092. Similar institutional safeguards protect Department of Justice officers and line prosecutors against unfounded investigations into prosecutorial acts. Prosecutors are generally barred from participating in matters implicating their personal interests, see 28 CFR 45.2, and are instructed not to be influenced by their own professional or personal circumstances. Justice Manual 927.260. So prosecutors would not frequently be in a position to take action that could be perceived as corrupt and personally motivated, and if such cases arise, criminal investigation would be conducted by responsible officials at the Department of Justice, who can be presumed to refrain from pursuing an investigation absent a credible factual basis. Those facts distinguish the criminal context from the common law rule of prosecutorial immunity, which protects against the threat of suit by a defendant left bracket who right bracket often will transform his resentment at being prosecuted into the ascription of improper and malicious actions. Impler v. Pacman, 424 U.S. 409,425, 1976. As the Supreme Court has noted, the existence of civil immunity does not justify criminal immunity. See Ashia v. Littleton, 414 U.S. 488, 503, 1974. Whatever may be the case with respect to civil liability generally, we have never held that the performance of the duties of judicial, legislative, or executive officers requires or contemplates the immunization of otherwise criminal deprivation of constitutional rights. Citations omitted. These considerations distinguish the Supreme Court's holding in Nixon v. Fitzgerald that in part because inquiries into the president's motives would be highly intrusive, the president is absolutely immune from private civil damages actions based on his official conduct. 457 U.S. at 756 to 757. As Fitzgerald recognized, there is a lesser public interest in actions for civil damages than, for example, in criminal prosecutions. Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. at 754 and 37. C. Cheney, 542 U.S. at 384. And private actions are not subject to the institutional protections of an action under the supervision of the Attorney General and subject to a presumption of regularity. Armstrong, 517 U.S. at 464. C. In the rare cases in which a substantial and credible basis justifies conducting an investigation of the president, the process of examining his motivations to determine whether he acted for a corrupt purpose need not have a chilling effect. Ascertaining the president's motivations would turn on any explanation he provided to justify his actions, the advice he received, the circumstances surrounding the actions, and the regularity or irregularity of the process he employed to make decisions. But grand juries and courts would not have automatic access to confidential presidential communications on those matters. Rather, they could be presented in official proceedings only on a showing of sufficient need. Nixon, 418 U.S. at 712. In Racial Case 121 F.3d 729, 754, 756 to 757 D.C. Sir, 1997. See also Administrator of General Services, 433 U.S. at 448 to 449. Former president can invoke presidential communications privilege, although successor's failure to support the claim detracts from left bracket its right bracket weight. In any event, probing the president's intent in a criminal matter is unquestionably constitutional in at least one context. The offense of bribery turns on the corrupt intent to receive a thing of value in return for being influenced in official action. 18 U.S.C. 20 LB2. There can be no serious argument against the president's potential criminal liability for bribery offenses, notwithstanding the need to ascertain his purpose and intent. See U.S. Const. Art 1, 3. Art 4. See also application of 28 USC 458 presidential appointments of federal judges 19 up OLC at 357 N.11 application of 20 I left bracket to the president right bracket raises no separation of powers issue, let alone a serious one. D. Finally, history provides no reason to believe that any asserted chilling effect justifies exempting the president from the obstruction laws. As a historical matter, presidents have very seldom been the subjects of grand jury investigations, and it is rarer still for circumstances to raise even the possibility of a corrupt personal motive for arguably obstructive action through the president's use of official power. Accordingly, the president's conduct of office should not be chilled based on hypothetical concerns about the possible application of a corrupt motive standard in this context. In sum, contrary to the position taken by the president's counsel, we concluded that, in light of the Supreme Court precedent governing separation of powers issues, we had a valid basis for investigating the conduct at issue in this report. In our view, the application of the obstruction statutes would not impermissibly burden the president's performance of his Article 2 function to supervise prosecutorial conduct or to remove inferior law enforcement officers, and the protection of the criminal justice system from corrupt acts by any person including the president accords with the fundamental principle of our government that left bracket no left bracket person right bracket in this 180U.S Department of Justice 3 work pre-chat / nature tear material pre-TTA or FR griff P60 country is so high that he is above the law. United States v. Lee I-06 US 196-220-1882. See also Clinton v. Jones 520 US at 697. United States v. Nixon Supra. IV conclusion. Because we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, we did not draw ultimate conclusions about the president's conduct. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that would need to be resolved if we were making a traditional prosecutorial judgment. At the same time, if we had confidence, after a thorough investigation of the facts, that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, we are unable to reach that judgment. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Appendix of FICE of TKA put J /TTORTTEJJNR1 tilde UEL 1I11 SFN1T tilde dot less than L. 20,530 Order. No 3915 to 2017 Appointment of Special Counsel to investigate Russian interference with the 2016 presidential election and related matters by virtue of the authority vested in me as acting Attorney General, including 28U.SC 509, 5I0, and 5I5, in order to discharge my responsibility to provide supervision and management of the Department of Justice and to ensure a full and thorough investigation of the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. I hereby order as follows. Robert S. Mueller I left bracket is appointed to serve as Special Counsel for the United States Department of Justice. B. The Special Counsel is authorized to conduct the investigation, continued by then FBI Director James B. Corney, in testimony before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence on March 20, 2017, including I. Any links and / or coordination, Belwek and the Russian government and individuals associated with the campaign of President Donald Trump, and C. E. Any matters that arose or may risk directly from the investigation, and i.e. any other matters within the scope of 2 CFR 600.4a. If the Special Counsel believes it is necessary and appropriate, the Special Counsel is authorized to prosecute federal crimes arising from the investigation of these matters. D. Section 600.4 through 600.io of Title 28 of the Code of Federal Regulations are applicable to the Special Counsel. Tilde N/D2, date A1U.S Department of Justice tilde, work PRETI, 11CT / may set AI material pre-checked at UTIR R-Crim. P6CU.S Department of Justice Amini / work proclute / MACM, 1TAIN material protechical Clerfecal, R-Current. P6E, Appendix U.S Department of Justice Atomi Work Product / may COF 1TAIN material protechical Clerfecal, R-Crifle. P6EU.S Department of Justice ATTORFLC Work Pro IMI, Cote Full Material Project Kerfi R-Crim. P6C, Appendix B. Glossary. The following glossary contains names and brief descriptions of individuals and entities referenced in the 2 volumes of this report. It is not intended to be comprehensive and is intended only to assist a reader in reading the rest of the report. Referenced persons: Agalarov, Eraz, Russian real estate developer, owner of the Crocus Group, met Donald Trump in connection with the Miss Universe pageant and helped arrange the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Natalia Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. Agalarov, M. performer, executive vice president of Crocus Group and son of Eraz Agalarov, helped arrange the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Natalia Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. Akhmatov Reinat, former member in the Ukrainian parliament, who hired Paul Manafort to conduct work for Ukrainian political PAI1Y, the Party of Regents. Akhmatin Reinat, U.S. lobbyist and associate of Natalia Veselnitskaya, who attended the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. Aslanov Chakhanjay, head of U.S. Department of the Internet Research Agency, which engaged in an active measures social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Assange Julian, founder of WikiLeaks, which in 2016 posted on the internet documents stolen from entities and individuals affiliated with the Democratic Party. Avayan Petra, chairman of the board of Alpha Bank, who attempted outreach to the presidential transition team in connection with anticipated post-election sanctions. Bannon Steve, White House chief strategist and senior counselor to President Trump, January 2017 August 2017. Chief executive of the Trump campaign. Baranov, Andrei, director of investor relations at Russian state-owned oil company, Rosneft, and associate of Carter Page. Berkowitz, a V assistant to Jared Kushner. Bonk Dana, acting Attorney General, January 2017, February 2017. Acting Deputy Attorney General, February 2017, April 2017. Bogacheva, an Internet Research Agency employee who worked on active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Traveled to the United States under false pretenses in 2014. Bossert, Thomas Tom, former Homeland Security Advisor to the President, who also served as a senior official on the presidential transition team. B1U.S. Department of Justice AT10N10Y Nork Produce / may contain material protected in Chlorfed Arcrily. P60, Boyarkin, Victor, employee of Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska. Boyd, Charles, Chairman of the Board of Directors at the Center for the National Interest, a U.S.-based think tank with operations in and connections to Russia. Boyko, Yuri, member of the Ukrainian political party Opposition Bloc and member of the Ukrainian Parliament. Brand, Rachel, Associate Attorney General, May 2017, February 2018. Browder, William Bill, founder of Hermitage Capital Management, who lobbied in favor of the Magnitsky Act, which imposed financial and travel sanctions on Russian officials. Ulatov, Alexander, Russian intelligence official, who associated with Carter Page in 2008. Burkic, Mikhail, Executive Director of the Internet Research Agency, which engaged in an active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Burke, William, personal attorney to Don McGahn, White House counsel. Burnham James, attorney in the White House counsel's office, who attended January 2017 meetings between Sally Yates and Donald McGahn. Burt Richard, former U.S. ambassador, who had done work Alpha Bank and was a board member of the Center for the National Interest. Bystrov Mikhail, general director of the Internet Research Agency, which engaged in an active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Calamari, Matt, chief operating officer for the Trump Organization. Caputo, Michael, Trump campaign advisor. Cheka, Yuri, prosecutor general of the Russian Federation, who also maintained a relationship with Iraz Agalarov. Christie, Chris, former governor of New Jersey. Clapper James, director of National Intelligence, August 2010, January 2017. Clovis, Samuel Jr., chief policy advisor and national co-chair of the Trump campaign. Coates Dan, director of National Intelligence. Cobb, special counsel to the president, July 2017, May 2018. Cohen, Michael, former vice president to the Trump Organization and special counsel to Donald Trump, who spearheaded an FO11 to build a Trump-branded property in Moscow. He admitted to lying to Congress about the project. Corney, James Jr., director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, September 4, 2013, May 9, 2017. B2U.S. Department of Justice at turf.back/erg product/ma co1 Taiwan material protected U under Fedar Griltel. P60, Conway, KN counselor to President Trump and manager of the Trump campaign. Corallo Mark, spokesman for President Trump's personal legal team, June 2017, July 2017. Corsi Jerome Costello, Robert, attorney, who represented he had a close relationship with Rudolph Giuliani, the president's personal counsel. Credico, Randolph Randy, radio talk show host who interviewed Julian Assange in 2016. Davis, Richard Rick, junior partner with Pegasus Sustainable Century Merchant Bank, business partner of Paul Manafort and co-founder of the Davis Manafort lobbying firm. Dearborn, Rick, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, who previously served as Chief of Staff to Senator Jeff Sessions. Dempsey, Michael, Office of Director of National Intelligence official, who recalled discussions with Dan Coates after Coates' meeting with President Trump on March 22, 2017. Denman, Diana, delegate to 2016 Republican National Convention, who proposed a platform plank amendment that included armed support for Ukraine. Deripaska, a Russian businessman with ties to Vladimir Putin, who hired Paul Manafort for consulting work between 2005 and 2009. Dylan Utum, attorney in the White House counsel's office, January 2017, June 2018. Dmitry Kirill, head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, RDLF, met with Eric Prince in the Seychelles in January 2017 and separately drafted a U.S. Russia reconciliation plan with Rick Durson. Donaldson, NE Chief of Staff to White House counsel Donald McGahn, January 2017, December 2018. Dvorkovich Arkady, Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the New Economic School in Moscow. He met with Carter Page twice in 2016. Voskin, Evgeny, Executive of General Bank in Crimea and Associate of Felix Sacher. Eisenberg, John, attorney in the White House counsel's office and legal counsel for the National Security Council. Urkova, Lanu A/K/A Lanu Alexander, ex-wife of Dmitry Kulakov, who emailed Ivanka Trump to introduce Kulakov to the Trump campaign in the fall of 2015. Fabrizio, Anthony Tony, partner at the research and consulting firm Fabrizio, Lee Ampersand Associates. He was a pollster for the Trump campaign and worked with Paul Manafort on Ukraine-related polling after the election. Fishbein, Jason, attorney, who performed work for Julian Assange and also sent WikiLeaks a password for an unlaunched website putintrump.org on September 20, 2016. Flynn, Michael G.A/K/A Michael Flynn Jr., son of Michael T. Flynn, National Security Advisor, January 20, 2017, February 132017. Flynn, Michael T. National Security Advisor, January 20, 2017, February 13, 2017, Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, July 2012, August 7, 2014, and Trump Campaign Advisor. He pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI about communications with Ambassador Sergei Kislyak in December 2016. Forceman, Robert Bob, investment banker, who sought meetings with the Trump campaign in spring 2016 to discuss Russian foreign policy and after the election met with Michael Flynn. Futerfas Allen, outside counsel for the Trump Organization and subsequently personal counsel for Donald Trump Jr. Garton Allen, general counsel of the Trump Organization. Gates, Richard Rick, III deputy campaign manager for Trump campaign, Trump inaugural committee deputy chairman and longtime employee of Paul Manafort. He pleaded guilty to conspiring to defraud the United States and violate U.S. laws, as well as making false statements to the FBI. Jerson, Richard Rick, New York hedge fund manager and associate of Jared Kushner. During the transition period, he worked with Kirill Dmitriev on a proposal for reconciliation between the United States and Russia. Bistaro, Edward, Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Intelligence Integration. Glasner, Michael, Political Director of the Trump campaign, who helped introduce George Papadopoulos to others in the Trump campaign. Goldstone, Robert, publicist for Emin Agalarov, who contacted Donald Trump Jr. to arrange the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Natalia Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. Gordon, Jeffrey J.D., National Security Advisor to the Trump campaign, involved in changes to the Republican Party platform, and who communicated with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak at the Republican National Convention. Gaurkov, Sergei, Chairman of Vneshekonombank Bank, a Russian state-owned bank, who met with Jared Kushner during the transition period. Raf Runa, Senior Vice President and Executive Assistant to Donald J. Trump at the Trump Organization. B4U.S. Department of Justice /horny/L/01K Project /Macot 1 2 TAITT Material Perntech.Kerfed Arkrim. P6C, harm to ongoing matter Hucker, Jonathan, Public Relations Consultant at FTI Consulting. Worked with Davis Manafort International LLC on public relations campaign in Ukraine. Heilbrunn, Jacob, editor of The National Interest, the periodical that officially hosted candidate Trump's April 2016 foreign policy speech. Hicks, Hope, White House Communications Director August 2017, March 2018, and press secretary for the Trump campaign. Holt, Lester, NBC News anchor, who interviewed President Trump on May 11, 2017. Hunt, Jody, Chief of Staff to Attorney General Jeff Sessions, February 2017, October 2017. Ivanov, Igor, President of the Russian International Affairs Council and former Russian Foreign Minister. Ivan Timofeyev told George Papadopoulos that Ivanov advised on arranging a Moscow visit for the Trump campaign. Ivanov, Sergei, Special Representative of Vladimir Putin, former Russian Deputy Prime Minister and former FSB Deputy Director. In January 2016, Michael Cohen emailed the Kremlin requesting to speak to Ivanov. Kasowitz, Mark, President Trump's personal counsel, May 2017, July 2017. Katsev, Denis, son of Peter Katsev, owner of Russian company Privizon Holdings Limited and associate of Natalia Veselnitskaya. Katsev, Peter, Russian businessman and father of Denis Katsev. Harm to ongoing matter Kavaladze, IRPI, Vice President at Crocus Group and Eraz Agalarov's deputy in the United States. He participated in the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Natalia Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. K. Verzina, Irina, employee of the Internet Research Agency, which engaged in active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Kelly, John, White House Chief of Staff, July 2017, January 2019. Khalil Zaid, Zal, U.S. Special Representative to Afghanistan and former U.S. Ambassador. He met with Senator Jeff Sessions during foreign policy dinners put together through the Center for the National Interest. Kilimnik, Konstantin, Russian-Ukrainian political consultant and longtime employee of Paul Manafort, assessed by the FBI to have ties to Russian intelligence. Kislyak, Sergei, former Russian ambassador to the United States and current Russian senator from Mordovia. Klimenchov, Denis, employee of the New Economic School, who informed high-ranking Russian government officials of Carter Page's July 2016 visit to Moscow. B5 Klimenchov, Dmitry, brother of Denis Klimenchov, who contacted Kremlin press secretary Dmitry Peskov about Carter Page's July 2016 visit to Moscow. Kulakov, Dmitry, executive for PJSC, Federal Grid Company of Unified Energy System and former aide to Russia's Minister of Energy. He communicated with Michael Cohen about a possible meeting between Vladimir Putin and candidate Trump. Kubiakov, Anton, advisor to Vladimir Putin and member of the Roscongress Foundation, who invited candidate Trump to the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Krikovic Andrei, professor at the Higher School of Economics, who recommended that Carter Page give a July 20, 16 commencement address in Moscow. Krylov, Alexandru, Internet Research Agency employee, who worked on active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Traveled to the United States under false pretenses in 2014. Kushner, Jared, President Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor to the president. Kuznetsov, Sergei, Russian government official at the Russian embassy to the United States, who transmitted Vladimir Putin's congratulations to President-elect Trump for his electoral victory on November 9, 2016. Landrum, Pete, advisor to Senator Jeff Sessions, who attended the September 2016 meeting between Sessions and Russian ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Lavrov, Sergei, Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs and former permanent representative of Russia to the United Nations. Ladine Barber, Senate staffer and associate of Michael Flynn, who sought to obtain Hillary Clinton emails during the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign period. Ladine, Michael, member of the presidential transition team, who advised on foreign policy and national security matters. Legit Richard, Deputy Director of the National Security Agency, January 2014, April 2017. Present when President Trump called Michael Rogers on March 26, 2017. Lewandowski, Corey, campaign manager for the Trump campaign, January 2015, June 2016. Lofsander, legislative director for Senator Jeff Sessions, attended a September 2016 meeting between Sessions and Russian ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Lyovachkin, Sergei, member of Ukrainian parliament and member of Ukrainian political party, opposition bloc party. Magnitsky, Sergei, Russian tax specialist who alleged Russian government corruption and died in Russian police custody in 2009. His death prompted passage of B61, the Magnitsky Act, which imposed financial and travel sanctions on Russian officials. Malik, Theodore, Ted, Chief Executive Officer of Global Fiduciary Governance and the Roosevelt Group. He was a London-based associate of Jerome Corsi. Manafort, Paul Jr. Trump campaign member March 2016 August 2016 and Chairman and Chief Strategist May 2016 August 2016. Mashburn, John Trump administration official and former policy director to the Trump campaign. McCabe, Andrew acting director of the FBI May 2017 August 2017. Deputy director of the FBI February 2016 January 2018. McCord, Mary acting assistant attorney general October 2016 May 2017. McFarland, Kathleen Katie, Deputy White House National Security Advisor January 2017, May 2017. McGahn, Donald Don, White House Counsel January 2017, October 2018. Medvedev, Dmitry Prime Minister of Russia. Melnik Yuri spokesperson for the Russian Embassy in Washington, D.C., who connected with George Papadopoulos on social media. Mifsud Joseph Maltese national and former London-based professor who, immediately after returning from Moscow in April 2016, told George Papadopoulos that the Russians had dirt in the form of thousands of Clinton emails. Mueller, Matt Trump campaign staff member, who was present at the meeting of the National Security and Defense Platform Subcommittee in July 2016. Miller, Stephen Senior advisor to the president. Milyan, Sergey founder of the Russian-American Chamber of Commerce, who met with George Papadopoulos during the campaign. Mnuchin, Stephen Secretary of the Treasury. Harm to ongoing matter Mueller Magoon, Andrew member of Hacker Association Chaos Computer Club and associate of Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks. Nader George advisor to the United Arab Emirates' Crown Prince, who arranged a meeting between Kirill Dmitriev and Eric Prince during the transition period. Netchik Show, Victor Russian military officer in command of a unit involved in Russian hack and release operations to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. B7 Oganov, Georgia advisor to Oleg Deripaska and a board member of investment company Basic Element. He met with Paul Manafort in Spain in early 2017. Okniansky, Henry A/K/A Henry Greenberg, Florida-based Russian individual who claimed to have derogatory information pertaining to Hillary Clinton. He met with Roger Stone in May 2016. Page Carter, foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign, who advocated pro-Russian views and made July 2016 and December 2016 visits to Moscow. Papadopoulos, George, foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign, who received information from Joseph Mifsud that Russians had dirt in the form of thousands of Clinton emails. He pleaded guilty to lying to the FBI about his contact with Mifsud. Parscale, Bradley, digital media director for the 2016 Trump campaign. Patton, William Sam, junior lobbyist and business partner of Konstantin Kilimnik. Peskov, Dmitry, deputy chief of staff of and press secretary for the Russian presidential administration. Fairs, Walid, foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign and co-secretary general of the Transatlantic Parliamentary Group on Counterterrorism TAG. P. NATO, Richard, U.S. person, who pleaded guilty to a single count information of identity fraud. Podesta, John Jr. Clinton campaign chairman, whose email account was hacked by the GRU. WikiLeaks released his stolen emails during the 2016 campaign. Podobny, Victor, Russian intelligence officer, who interacted with Carter Page while operating inside the United States, later charged in 2015 with conspiring to act as an unregistered agent of Russia. Polyakova, Elena, personal assistant to Dmitry Peskov, who responded to Michael Cohen's outreach about the Trump Tower Moscow project in January 2016. Polonskaya, Olga, Russian national introduced to George Papadopoulos by Joseph Mifsud as an individual with connections to Vladimir Putin. Pompeo, Michael, U.S. Secretary of State, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency January 2017, April 2018. Porter, Robert, White House Staff Secretary January 2017, February 2018. Priebus, Rian's White House Chief of Staff January 2017, July 2017. Chair of the Republican National Committee January 2011, January 2017. Prigozhin, Yevgeny, head of Russian companies Concord Catering and Concord Management and Consulting. Supported and financed the Internet Research Agency, which engaged in an active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. B8U.S. Department of Justice Attorn, work produced / make OTI full material proteated or fee archival. P60, Prihodko Sergey, first deputy head of the Russian government office and former Russian deputy prime minister. In January 2016, he invited candidate Trump to the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Prince Eric, businessman and Trump campaign supporter, who met with presidential transition team officials after the election and traveled to the Seychelles to meet with Kirill Dmitriev in January 2017. Raffle, Josh, White House Communications Advisor April 2017, February 2018. Rayson, Alexei, Ukrainian associate of Henry Okniansky, who claimed to possess derogatory information regarding Hillary Clinton. Rogers, Michael, Director of the National Security Agency April 2014, May 2018. Rosenstein, Rod, Deputy Attorney General April 2017, present. Acting Attorney General for the Russian Election Interference Investigation May 2017, November 2018. Razov, Andrei, Chairman of LC Expert Investment Company, a Russian real estate development corporation that signed a letter of intent for the Trump Tower Moscow project in 2015. Rick Hiladz, Georgia, executive of the Silk Road Transatlantic Alliance, LLC, who communicated with Cohen about a Trump Tower Moscow proposal. Ruddy, Christopher, chief executive of Newsmax Media and associate of President Trump. Rybitsky, James, FBI, chief of staff May 2015, February 2018. Samakarnov, Anatoly, translator, who worked with Natalia Veselnitskaya and attended a June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. Sanders, Sarah Huckabee, White House press secretary, July 2017, present. Satter, Felix, real estate advisor, who worked with Michael Cohen to pursue a Trump Tower Moscow project. project. Saunders Paul J. Executive, with the Center for the National Interest, who worked on outlines and logistics of candidate Trump's April 2016 foreign policy speech. Session, Igor Executive Chairman of Rosneft, a Russian state-owned oil company. Sessions, Jefferson I. Jeff, Attorney General, February 2017, November 2018. U.S. Senator, January 1997, February 2017. Head of the Trump campaign's foreign policy advisory team. Shoigu, Sergei, Russian Minister of Defense. Symes Dmitry, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the National Interest. B91 Smith, Peter, investment banker active in Republican politics, who sought to obtain Hillary Clinton emails during the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign period. Spicer, Sean, White House Press Secretary and Communications Director, January 2017, July 2017. Stone, Roger Tillerson, Rex, U.S. Secretary of State, February 2017, March 2018. Timofeyev, Ivan, Director of Programs at the Russian International Affairs Council and Program Director of the Valdai Discussion Club WHO, communicated in 2016 with George Papadopoulos, attempting to arrange a meeting between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. Trump, Donald Jr., President Trump's son, trustee and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, helped arrange and attended the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between Natalia Veselnitskaya and Trump campaign officials. Trump, Eric, President Trump's son, trustee and executive vice president of the Trump Organization. Trump, Ivanka, President Trump's daughter, advisor to the president and former executive vice president of the Trump Organization. Ushakov, Yuri Viktorovich, aide to Vladimir Putin and former Russian ambassador to the United States, identified to the presidential transition team as the proposed channel to the Russian government. Beno, Anton C. Chief of Staff to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Van der Zwaan, Alexander, former attorney at Skadden, Ark Slate, Mar Ampersand Flom, LLP. Worked with Paul Manafort and Rick Gates. Vargas, Catherine, executive assistant to Jared Kushner. Vasilchenko, Gleb, Internet Research Agency employee, who engaged in active measures, Sochel media campaign, to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Veselnitskaya Natalia, Russian attorney, who advocated for the repeal of the Magnitsky Act and was the principal speaker at the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower with Trump campaign officials. Weber Shlomo, rector of the new economic school NES in Moscow, who invited Carter Page to speak at NES commencement in July 2016. Yanukovych, Viktor, former president of Ukraine, who had worked with Paul Manafort. B10U.S. Department of Justice Attorn, Wall PROD 11ET//Ma, Korhermadi Alpern Teacher Fed Arkrifel. P60, Yates, Sally, acting attorney general, January 20, 2017, January 30, 2017. Deputy Attorney General, January 10, 2015, January 30, 2017. Yatsenko, Sergey, Deputy Chief Financial Officer of Gazprom, a Russian state-owned energy company and associate of Carter Page. Zakharova, Maria, Director of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs Information and Press Department, who received notification of Carter Page's speech in July 2016 from Denis Klimenchov. Zayed Al Nahyan, Mohammed bin Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Deputy Supreme Commander of the United Arab Emirates UAE Armed Forces. Entities and organizations: Alpha Bank, Russia's largest commercial bank, which is headed by Petr Avayan. Center for the National Interest, CNI, US-based think tank with expertise in and connections to Russia. CNI's publication, The National Interest, hosted candidate Trump's foreign policy speech in April 2016. Concord, umbrella term for Concord Management and Consulting, LLC, and Concord Catering, which are Russian companies, controlled by Yevgeny Prigozhin. Crocus Group or Crocus International, a Russian real estate and property development company that in 2013 hosted the Miss Universe pageant and from 2013 through 2014 worked with the T-Rump organization on a Trump Moscow project. Clique's fictitious online persona operated by the GRU that released stolen documents during the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign period. Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Political Committee working to elect Democrats to the House of Representatives. Hacked by the GRU in April 2016. Democratic National Committee formal governing body for the Democratic Party. Hacked by the GRU in April 2016. Duma, lower house of the National Legislature of the Russian Federation. Gazprom, Russian oil and gas company majority owned by the Russian government. Global Energy Capital, LLC, investment and management firm founded by Carter Page. Global Partners in Diplomacy event hosted in partnership with the U.S. Department of State and the Republican National Convention. In 2016, Jeff Sessions and J.D. Gordon delivered speeches at the event and interacted with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. B11U.S. Department of Justice Attorn, Wall Predet//May, Kofel Chifel Metrial Proteachid U1 Fed Arkrifi. P60, Gukchai 2.0 fictitious online persona operated by the GRU that released stolen documents during the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign period. IC Expert Investment Company, Russian Real Estate and Development Corporation that signed a letter of intent with the Trump Organization subsidiary to develop a Trump Moscow property. Internet Research Agency IRA, Russian entity based in St. Petersburg and funded by Concord that engaged in active measures, social media campaign to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. KLS Research LLC business, established by an associate of and at the direction of Peter Smith to further Smith's search for Hillary Clinton emails. Kremlin official residence of the President of the Russian Federation. It is used colloquially to refer to the office of the President or the Russian government. Letter-owned company that includes Petr Avayan and Richard Burt as board members. During a board meeting in December 2016, Avayan asked for Burt's help to make contact with the presidential transition team. Link Campus University in Rome, Italy, where George Papadopoulos was introduced to Joseph Mifsud. London Centre of International Law Practice LSILP, International Law Advisory Organization in London that employed Joseph Mifsud and George Papadopoulos, main intelligence director of the General Staff GRU, Russian Federation's military intelligence agency. New economic school in Moscow. Moscow-based school that invited Carter Page to speak at its July 2016 commencement ceremony. Opposition bloc Ukrainian political party that incorporated members of the defunct Party of Regions. Party of Regions Ukrainian political party of former President Yanukovych. It was generally understood to align with Russian policies. Pericles Emerging Market Partners LLP company registered in the Cayman Islands by Paul Manafort and his business partner Rick Davis. Oleg Deripaska invested in the fund. Privizon Holdings Limited Russian company that was a defendant in a U.S. civil action alleging the laundering of proceeds from fraud exposed by Sergei Magnitsky. Roscongress Foundation Russian entity that organized the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Rosneft Russian state-owned oil and energy company. Russian Direct Investment Fund Sovereign Wealth Fund established by the Russian government in 2011 and headed by Kirill Dmitriev. B12U.S Department of Justice Attorney / Erkprochet / Masi 0HTAIT 1 tilde Foterial Protechid UT 1 DE1 PET RCRI 1 T1. P6E Russian International Affairs Council Russia-based non-profit established by Russian government decree. It is associated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and its members include Ivan Timofeev, Dmitry Peskov, and Petr Avayan. Silk Road Group privately held investment company that entered into a licensing agreement to build a Trump-branded hotel in Georgia. St. Petersburg International Economic Forum annual event held in Russia and attended by prominent Russian politicians and businessmen. Tatneft Russian energy company. Transatlantic Parliamentary Group on Counterterrorism European group that sponsored a summit between European Parliament lawmakers and U.S. persons. George Papadopoulos, Sam Clovis, and Wally Fairs attended the TAG summit in July 2016. Unit 26165 GRU Military Cyber Unit dedicated to targeting military, political, governmental, and non-governmental organizations outside of Russia. It engaged in computer intrusions of U.S. persons and organizations as well as the subsequent release of the stolen data in order to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Unit 74455 GRU Military Unit with multiple departments that engaged in cyber operations. It engaged in computer intrusions of U.S. persons and organizations as well as the subsequent release of the stolen data in order to interfere in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Valdai Discussion Club Group that holds a conference attended by Russian government officials, including President Putin. WikiLeaks organization founded by Julian Assange that posts information online, including data stolen from private corporate and U.S. government entities. Released data stolen by the GRU during the 2016 U.S. presidential election. B13 Index of acronyms CNI Center for the National Interest DCCC Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee DNC Democratic National Committee FBI Federal Bureau of Investigation FSB Russian Federal Security Service GEC Global Energy Capital LLC GRU Russian Federation's Main Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff CUS House of Representatives Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence HRC Hillary Rodham Clinton IRU Internet Research Agency ILSILP London Center of International Law Practice NATO North Atlantic Treaty Organization NESNU Economic School NSA National Security Agency ODNI Office of the Director of National Intelligence PTT Presidential Transition Team Rediff Russian Direct Investment Fund RIAC Russian International Affairs Council SBOE State Boards of Elections SCO Special Councils Office SJC US Senate Judiciary Committee SSCI US Senate Select Committee on Intelligence TAG Transatlantic Parliamentary Group on Counterterrorism Vegvanesh Econom Bank B14 Appendix Introductory Note: the President provided written responses through his personal counsel to questions submitted to him by the Special Counsel's office. We first explain the process that led to the submission of written questions and then attach the President's responses. Beginning in December 2017, this office sought for more than a year to interview the President on topics relevant to both Russian election interference and obstruction of justice. We advised counsel that the President was a subject of the investigation under the definition of the Justice Manual, a person whose conduct is within the scope of the grand jury's investigation. Justice Manual 911.151, 2018. We also advised counsel that left bracket A an interview with the President is vital to our investigation and that this office had carefully considered the constitutional and other arguments raised by counsel and the DID right bracket not provide us with reason to forego seeking an interview. 1. We additionally stated that it is in the interest of the presidency and the public for an interview to take place and offered numerous accommodations to aid the President's preparation and avoid surprise. 2. After extensive discussions with the Department of Justice about the Special Counsel's objective of securing the President's testimony, these accommodations included the submissions of written questions to the President on certain Russia-related topics. 3. We received the President's written responses in late November 2018. 4. In December 2018, we informed counsel of the insufficiency of those responses in several respects. 5. We noted, among other things, that the President stated on more than 30 occasions that he does not recall or remember or have an independent recollection of information called for by the question. 6. Other answers were incomplete or imprecise. 7. The written responses, we informed counsel, demonstrate the inadequacy of the written format as we have had no opportunity to ask follow-up questions that would ensure complete answers and potentially refresh your client's recollection or clarify the extent or nature of his lack of recollection. 8. We again requested an in-person interview limited to certain topics, advising the President's counsel that left bracket THIS is the President's 1/5/16/18 letter, Special Counsel to the President's Personal Counsel at 1. 2/5/16/18 letter, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel at L. C. 7/30/18 letter, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel at I. Describing accommodations. 3/9/17/18 letter, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel at I. Submitting written questions. 4/11/2018 letter, President's Personal Counsel to the Special Counsel's Office transmitting written responses of Donald J. Trump. 5-12-3-18 Lecture, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel, at 3. 6-12-3-18 Lecture, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel, at 3. 7-12-3-18 Lecture, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel, at 3. See noting, for example, that the President did not answer whether he had at any time directed or suggested that discussions about the Trump-Moscow project should cease, but he has since made public comments about that topic. 8-12-3-18 Lecture, Special Counsel's Office to the President's Personal Counsel, at 3. See one opportunity to voluntarily provide us with information for us to evaluate in the context of all of the evidence we have gathered. 9. The President declined. 10. Recognizing that the President would not be interviewed voluntarily, we considered whether to issue a subpoena for his testimony. We viewed the written answers to be inadequate, but at that point our investigation had made significant progress and had produced substantial evidence for our report. We thus weighed the costs of potentially lengthy constitutional litigation with resulting delay in finishing our investigation against the anticipated benefits for our investigation and report. As explained in Volume 2, Section HB, we determined that the substantial quantity of information we had obtained from other sources allowed us to draw relevant factual conclusions on intent and credibility, which are often inferred from circumstantial evidence and assessed without direct testimony from the subject of the investigation. *9 10 *12-3-18 Lecture, Special Counsel to the President's Personal Counsel. 12-12-18 Lecture, President's Personal Counsel to the Special Counsel's Office, at 2. C2, Written Questions to be answered under oath by President Donald J. Trump. I. June 9, 2016 Meeting at Trump Tower. A. When did you first learn that Donald Trump, Jr. Paul Manafort or Jared Kushner was considering participating in a meeting in June 2016 concerning potentially negative information about Hillary Clinton? Describe who you learned the information from and the substance of the discussion. B. Attached to this document as exhibit is a series of emails from June 2016 between, among others, Donald Trump, Jr. and Rob Goldstone. In addition to the emails reflected in Exhibit A, Donald Trump, Jr. had other communications with Rob Goldstone and Emin Agalarov between June 3, 2016 and June 9, 2016. I. Did Mr. Trump, Jr. or anyone else tell you about or show you any of these communications? If yes, describe who discussed the communications with you when and the substance of the discussion. S. A. When did you first see or learn about all or any part of the emails reflected in Exhibit A? I.e., when did you first learn that the proposed meeting involved or was described as being part of Russia and its government's support for your candidacy? If, did you suggest to or direct anyone not to discuss or release publicly all or any portion of the emails reflected in Exhibit A? If yes, describe who you communicated with when, the substance of the communication. S. And why you took that action. C. On June 9, 2016, Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, and Jared Kushner attended a meeting at Trump Tower with several individuals, including a Russian lawyer, Natalia Veselnitskaya. The June 9 meeting. I. Other than as set forth in your answers to IA and LB, what, if anything, were you told about the possibility of this meeting taking place or the scheduling of such a meeting? Describe who you discussed this with when and what you were informed about the meeting. A. When did you learn that some of the individuals attending the June 9 meeting were Russian or had any affiliation with any part of the Russian government? Describe who you learned this information from and the substance of the discussion. S. I.e., what were you told about what was discussed at the June 9 meeting? Describe each conversation in which you were told about what was discussed at the meeting, who the conversation was with when it occurred, and the substance of the statements they made about the meeting. 11C3 If, were you told that the June 9 meeting was about, in whole or in part, adoption and / or the Magnitsky Act? If yes, describe who you had that discussion with when and the substance of the discussion. D. For the period June 6, 2016 through June 9, 2016, for what portion of each day were you in Trump Tower? I. Did you speak or meet with Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner on June 9, 2016? If yes, did any portion of any of those conversations or meetings include any reference to any aspect of the June 9 meeting? If yes, describe who you spoke with and the substance of the conversation. B. Did you communicate directly or indirectly with any member or representative of the Agalarov family after June 3, 2016? If yes, describe who you spoke with when and the substance of the communication. F. Did you learn of any communications between Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner and any member or representative of the Agalarov family, Natalia Veselnitskaya, Rob Goldstone, or any Russian official or contact that took place after June 9, 2016 and concerned the June 9 meeting or efforts by Russia to assist the campaign? If yes, describe who you learned this information from when and the substance of what you learned. G. On June 7, 2016, you gave a speech in which you said, in part 1, I'm going to give a major speech on probably Monday of next week and we are going to be discussing all of the things that have taken place with the Clintons. I. Why did you make that statement? A. What information did you plan to share with respect to the Clintons? I.e., what did you believe the sources of that information would be? If, did you expect any of the information to have come from the June 9 meeting? V. Did anyone help draft the speech that you were referring to? If so, who? V. Why did you ultimately not give the speech you referenced on June 7, 2016? H. Did any person or entity inform you during the campaign that Vladimir Putin or the Russian government supported your candidacy or opposed the candidacy of Hillary Clinton? If yes, describe the sources of the information when you were informed and the content of such discussion. S. I. Did any person or entity inform you during the campaign that any foreign government or foreign leader other than Russia or Vladimir Putin had provided, wished to provide, or offered to provide tangible support to your campaign, including by way of offering to provide negative information on Hillary Clinton? If C4 yes, describe the sources of the information when you were informed and the content of such discussion. S. I. Russian hacking / Russian efforts using social media / WikiLeaks. On June 14, 2016, it was publicly reported that computer hackers had penetrated the computer network of the Democratic National Committee (DNC) and that Russian intelligence was behind the unauthorized access or hack. Prior to June 14, 2016, were you provided any information about any potential or actual hacking of the computer systems or email accounts of the DNC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC, the Clinton campaign, Hillary Clinton, or individuals associated with the Clinton campaign? If yes, describe who provided this information, when, and the substance of the information. B. On July 22, 2016, WikiLeaks released nearly 20,000 emails sent or received by Democratic Party officials. I. Prior to the July 22, 2016 release, were you aware from any source that WikiLeaks Cipher 2.0 leaks or Russians had or potentially had possession of or planned to release emails or information that could help your campaign or hurt the Clinton campaign? If yes, describe who you discussed this issue with, when, and the substance of the discussion. A. After the release of emails by WikiLeaks on July 22, 2016, were you told that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess additional information that could be released during the campaign? If yes, describe who provided this information, when, and what you were told. C. Are you aware of any communications during the campaign, directly or indirectly, between Roger Stone, Donald Trump, Jr. Paul Manafort, or Rick Gates and WikiLeaks? B. Julian Assange. C. Other representatives of WikiLeaks. D. Cipher 2.0. E. Representatives of Cipher 2.0, or F. Representatives of Cliques. If yes, describe who provided you with this information, when you learned of the communications, and what you know about those communications. D. On July 27, 2016, you stated at a press conference, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. I. Why did you make that request of Russia as opposed to any other country, entity, or individual? A. In advance of making that statement, what discussions, if any, did you have with anyone else about the substance of the statement? I.e., were you told at any time, before or after you made that statement, that Russia was attempting to infiltrate or hack computer systems or email accounts of Hillary Clinton or her campaign? If yes, describe who provided this information, when, and what you were told. C5U.S Department of Justice @leffel /LCHECPT 1ECLTTET//MOISECHMOTET 1IOL PERNTICLUHEIERFRCT 1IFFL P6E 1E. On October 7, 2016, emails hacked from the account of John Podesta were released by WikiLeaks. I. Where were you on October 7, 2016? A. Were you told at any time, in advance of, or on the day of, the October 7th release that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess emails related to John Podesta? If yes, describe who told you this, when, and what you were told. I.e., are you aware of anyone associated with you or your campaign, including Roger Stone, reaching out to WikiLeaks either directly or through an intermediary on or about October 7, 2016? If yes, identify the person and describe the substance of the conversations or contacts. F. Were you told of anyone associated with you or your campaign, including Roger Stone, having any discussions directly or indirectly with WikiLeaks Cipher 2.0 or cliques regarding the content or timing of release of hacked emails? If yes, describe who had such contacts, how you became aware of the contacts, when you became aware of the contacts, and the substance of the contacts. G. From June 1, 2016 through the end of the campaign, how frequently did you communicate with Roger Stone? Describe the nature of your communication with Mr. Stone. I. During that time period, what efforts did Mr. Stone tell you he was making to assist your campaign, and what requests, if any, did you make of Mr. Stone? A. Did Mr. Stone ever discuss WikiLeaks with you, or as far as you were aware, with anyone else associated with the campaign? If yes, describe what you were told, from whom and when. I. Did Mr. Stone at any time inform you about contacts he had with WikiLeaks or any intermediary of WikiLeaks, or about forthcoming releases of information? If yes, describe what Stone told you, and when. H. Did you have any discussions, prior to January 20, 2017, regarding a potential pardon or other action to benefit Julian Assange? If yes, describe who you had the discussion with, when, and the content of the discussion. I. Were you aware of any efforts by foreign individuals or companies, including those in Russia, to assist your campaign, through the use of social media postings, or the organization of rallies? If yes, identify who you discussed such assistance with, when, and the content of the discussion. C6U.S Department of Justice ATT 6RFLE/LT 6RLCPR 6ATTET//MASI 6HTAIFL Material PT 6TEETEA LRFR Krill P6E1IL. The Trump Organization Moscow Project A. In October 2015, a letter of intent, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit B, was signed for a proposed Trump Organization project in Moscow. The Trump Moscow Project. I. When were you first informed of discussions about the Trump Moscow Project? By whom? What were you told about the project? A. Did you sign the letter of intent? B. In a statement provided to Congress, attached as Exhibit C, Michael Cohen stated, to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Trump was never in contact with anyone about this proposal other than me, on 3 occasions, including signing a non-binding letter of intent in 2015. Describe all discussions you had with Mr. Cohen, or anyone else associated with the Trump Organization, about the Trump Moscow Project, including who you spoke with, when, and the substance of the discussion. C. Did you learn of any communications between Michael Cohen or Felix Sater and any Russian government officials, including officials in the office of Dmitry Peskov, regarding the Trump Moscow Project? If so, identify who provided this information to you, when, and the substance of what you learned. D. Did you have any discussions between June 2015 and June 2016 regarding a potential trip to Russia by you and/or Michael Cohen for reasons related to the Trump-Moscow project? If yes, describe who you spoke with when and the substance of the discussion. B. Did you at any time direct or suggest that discussions about the Trump-Moscow project should cease, or were you informed at any time that the project had been abandoned? If yes, describe who you spoke with when, the substance of the discussion, and why that decision was made. F. Did you have any discussions regarding what information would be provided publicly or in response to investigative inquiries about potential or actual investments or business deals the Trump organization had in Russia, including the Trump-Moscow project? If yes, describe who you spoke with when and the substance of the discussion. G. Aside from the Trump-Moscow project, did you or the Trump organization have any other prospective or actual business interest, investments or arrangements with Russia or any Russian interest or Russian individual during the campaign? If yes, describe the business interests, investments, or arrangements. C7U.S Department of Justice @tilde work pre-tilchet //nacelttill material pre-tquleer crim. P6C IV. Contacts with Russia and Russia-related issues during the campaign. Prior to mid-August 2016, did you become aware that Paul Manafort had ties to the Ukrainian government? If yes, describe who you learned this information from when and the substance of what you were told. Did Mr. Manafort's connections to the Ukrainian or Russian governments play any role in your decision to have him join your campaign? If yes, describe that role. B. Were you aware that Paul Manafort offered briefings on the progress of your campaign to Oleg Deripaska? If yes, describe who you learned this information from when, the substance of what you were told, what you understood the purpose was of sharing such information with Mr. Deripaska, and how you responded to learning this information. C. Were you aware of whether Paul Manafort or anyone else associated with your campaign sent or directed others to send internal Trump campaign information to any person located in Ukraine or Russia or associated with the Ukrainian or Russian governments? If yes, identify who provided you with this information when, the substance of the discussion. What you understood the purpose was of sharing the internal campaign information, and how you responded to learning this information. D. Did Paul Manafort communicate to you, directly or indirectly, any positions Ukraine or Russia would want the U.S. to support? If yes, describe when he communicated those positions to you and the substance of those communications. B. During the campaign, were you told about efforts by Russian officials to meet with you or senior members of your campaign? If yes, describe who you had conversations with on this topic when and what you were told. F. What role, if any, did you have in changing the Republican Party platform regarding arming Ukraine during the Republican National Convention? Prior to the convention, what information did you have about this platform provision? After the platform provision was changed, who told you about the change? When did they tell you? What were you told about why it was changed, and who was involved? G. On July 27, 2016, in response to a question about whether you would recognize Crimea as Russian territory and lift sanctions on Russia, you said, "We'll be looking at that." Yeah, we'll be looking. Did you intend to communicate by that statement or at any other time during the campaign a willingness to lift sanctions and/or recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea if you were elected? C8U.S Department of Justice @TTERHE tilde plus //ERT// P setim tritil pre T2 ARFI ARCTFI. P6E, I. What consideration did you give to lifting sanctions and/or recognizing Russia's annexation of Crimea if you were elected? Describe who you spoke with about this topic when, the substance of the DISCUSSIONS. V. Contacts with Russia and Russia-related issues during the transition. Were you asked to attend the World Chess Championship Gala on November 10, 2016? If yes, who asked you to attend? When were you asked, and what were you told about why your presence was requested? I. Did you attend any part of the event? If yes, describe any interactions you had with any Russians or representatives of the Russian government at the event. B. Following the Obama administration's imposition of sanctions on Russia in December 2016 Russia sanctions, did you discuss with Lieutenant General LTG, Michael Flynn, KT McFarland, Steve Bannon, Ryan Scrivas, Jared Kushner, Eric Prince, or anyone else associated with the transition what should be communicated to the Russian government regarding the sanctions? If yes, describe who you spoke with about this issue when and the substance of the DISCUSSIONS. C. On December 29 and December 31, 2016, LTG Flynn had conversations with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak about the Russia sanctions and Russia's response to the Russia sanctions. I. Did you direct or suggest that LTG Flynn have discussions with anyone from the Russian government about the Russia sanctions? A. Were you told in advance of LTG Flynn's December 29, 2016 conversation that he was going to be speaking with Ambassador Kislyak? If yes, describe who told you this information, when and what you were told. If no, when and from whom did you learn of LTG Flynn's December 29, 2016 conversation with Ambassador Kislyak? I.e., when did you learn of LTG Flynn and Ambassador Kislyak's call on December 31, 2016? Who told you, and what were you told? If, when did you learn that sanctions were discussed in the December 29 and December 31, 2016 calls between LTG Flynn and Ambassador Kislyak? Who told you, and what were you told? D. At any time between December 31, 2016 and January 20, 2017, did anyone tell you or suggest to you that Russia's decision not to impose reciprocal sanctions was attributable in any way to LTG Flynn's communications with Ambassador Kislyak? If yes, identify who provided you with this information, when and the substance of what you were told. C9U.S Department of Justice @Work work protichet / Cotton Tritil Protichetio at your FIAR career. P60B. On January 12, 2017, The Washington Post published a column that stated that LTG Flynn phoned Ambassador Kislyak several times on December 29, 2016. After learning of the column, did you direct or suggest to anyone that LTG Flynn should deny that he discussed sanctions with Ambassador Kislyak? If yes, who did you make this suggestion or direction to? When, what did you say, and why did you take this step? I. After learning of the column, did you have any conversations with LTG Flynn about his conversations with Ambassador Kislyak in December 2016? If yes, describe when those discussions occurred and the content of the discussions. F. Were you told about a meeting between Jared Kushner and Sergei Garkov that took place in December 2016? I. If yes, describe who you spoke with when, the substance of the discussion S, and what you understood was the purpose of the meeting. G. Were you told about a meeting or meetings between Eric Prince and Kyriy Dmitriev or any other representative from the Russian government that took place in January 2017? I. If yes, describe who you spoke with when, the substance of the discussion S, and what you understood was the purpose of the meeting S. H. Prior to January 20th, 2017, did you talk to Steve Bannon, Jared Kushner, or any other individual associated with the transition regarding establishing an unofficial line of communication with Russia? If yes, describe who you spoke with when, the substance of the discussion S, and what you understood was the purpose of such an unofficial line of communication. C10U.S Department of Justice and we work per / mock contain MATE 1IAL pre T2 underfield RCT 1ITTT P60 Responses of President Donald J. Trump June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower A. When did you first learn that Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner was considering participating in a meeting in June 2016 concerning potentially negative information about Hillary Clinton? Describe who you learned the information from and the substance of the discussion. B. Attached to this document as exhibit is a series of emails from June 2016 between, among others, Donald Trump, Jr. and Rob Goldstone. In addition to the emails reflected in Exhibit A, Donald Trump, Jr. had other communications with Rob Goldstone and Min Agalarov between 3/2016 and June 9, 2016. C. I. Did Mr. Trump, Jr. or anyone else tell you about or show you any of these communications? If yes, describe who discussed the communications with you, when, and the substance of the discussion. S11. When did you first see or learn about all or any part of the emails reflected exhibit A, i.e., when did you first learn that the proposed meeting involved Sir was described as being part of Russia and its government's support for your candidacy? 1V. Did you suggest to or direct anyone not to discuss or release publicly all or any portion of the emails reflected in exhibit A? If yes, describe who you communicated with when, the substance of the communication S, and why you took that action. On June 9, 2016, Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, and Jared Kushner attended a meeting at Trump Tower with several individuals, including a Russian lawyer, Natalia Yaselnitskaya. The June 9 meeting. I. Other than as set forth in your answers to IA and LB, what, if anything, were you told about the possibility of this meeting taking place or the scheduling of such a meeting? Describe who you discussed this with when and what you were informed about the meeting. A. When did you learn that some of the individuals attending the June 9 meeting were Russian or had any affiliation with any part of the Russian government? Describe who you learned this information from and the substance of the discussion. S. 6C11U.S Department of Justice at N1EY Nork PRNE 11ET//M1T CHT1TIHM 1TTERI 1TL pre-TT or FR Criffy P6E D IE. What were you told about what was discussed at the June 9 meeting? Describe each conversation in which you were told about was discussed at the meeting, who the conversation was with when it occurred, and the substance of the statements Lay made about the meeting. If. Were you told that the June 9 meeting was about, in whole or in part, adoption and / or the Magnitsky Act? If yes, describe who you had that discussion with when, and the substance of the discussion. For the period June 6, 2016 through June 9, 2016, for what portion of each day were you in Trump Tower? 1. Did you speak or meet with Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner on June 9, 2016? If yes, did any portion of any of those conversations or meetings include any reference to any aspect of the June 9 meeting? If yes, describe who you spoke with and the substance of the conversation. B. Did you communicate directly or indirectly with any member or representative of the Agalarov family after June 3, 2016? If yes, describe who you spoke with when and the substance of the communication. F. Did you learn of any communications between Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner and any member or representative of the Agalarov family, Natalia Veselnitskaya, Rob Goldstone, or any Russian official or contact that took place after June 9, 2016 and concerned the June 9 meeting or efforts by Russia to assist the campaign? If yes, describe who you learned this information from when and the substance of what you learned. G. On June 7, 2016, you gave a speech in which you said, in part left bracket, I'm going to give a major speech on probably Monday of next week, and we are going to be discussing all of the things that have taken place with the Clintons. H. 1. Why did you make that statement? A. What information did you plan to share with respect to the Clintons? 111. What did you believe the sources of that information would be? If. Did you expect any of the information to have come from the June 9 meeting? V. Did anyone help draft the speech that you were referring to? If so, who? BT. Why did you ultimately not give the speech you referenced on June 7, 2016? Did any person or entity inform you during the campaign that Vladimir Putin or the Russian 7C12 government supported your candidacy or opposed the candidacy of Hillary Clinton? If yes, describe the sources of the information when you were informed and the content of such discussion. S. 1. Did any person or entity inform you during the campaign that any foreign government or foreign leader other than Russia or Vladimir Putin had provided, wished to provide, or offered to provide tangible support to your campaign, including by way of offering to provide negative information on Hillary Clinton? If yes, describe the sources of the information when you were informed and the content of such discussion. S. Response to question L. Parts A through C. I have no recollection of learning at the time that Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner was considering participating in a meeting in June 2016 concerning potentially negative information about Hillary Clinton. Nor do I recall learning during the campaign that the June 9, 2016 meeting had taken place, that the referenced emails existed, or that Donald J. Trump, Jr. had other communications with Emin Agalarov or Robert Goldstone between June 3, 2016 and June 9, 2016. Response to question I, Part D. I have no independent recollection of what portion of these 4 days in June of 2016 I spent in Trump Tower. This was one of many busy months during a fast-paced campaign as the primary season was ending and we were preparing for the general election campaign. I am now aware that my campaign's calendar indicates that I was in New York City from June 6, 2016. Calendars kept in my Trump Tower office reflect that I had various calls and meetings scheduled for each of these days. While those calls and meetings may or may not actually have taken place, they do indicate that I was in Trump Tower during a portion of each of these working days, and I have no reason to doubt that I was. When I was in New York City, I stayed at my Trump Tower apartment. My Trump Organization desk calendar also reflects that I was outside Trump Tower during portions of these days. The June 7, 2016 calendar indicates I was scheduled to leave Trump Tower in the early evening for Westchester, where I gave remarks after winning the California, New Jersey, New Mexico, Montana, and South Dakota Republican primaries held that day. The June 8, 2016 calendar indicates a scheduled departure in late afternoon to attend a ceremony at my son's school. The June 9, 2016 calendar indicates I was scheduled to attend midday meetings and a fundraising luncheon at the Four Seasons Hotel. At this point, I do not remember on what days these events occurred, but I do not currently have a reason to doubt that they took place as scheduled on my calendar. Widely available media reports, including television footage, also shed light on my activities during these days. For example, I am aware that my June 7, 2016 victory remarks at the Trump 8C13U.S Department of Justice /erg prequel /ma cm tilde tttil kelatil pre-tichikal ufklerfekel arcrifel. P6E, National Golf Club in Briarcliff Manor, New York, were recorded and published by the media. One remember winning those primaries, and generally recall delivering remarks that evening. At this point in time, I do not remember whether I spoke or met with Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner on June 9, 2016. My desk calendar indicates I was scheduled to meet with Paul Manafort on the morning of June 9, but I do not recall if that meeting took place. It was more than 2 years ago, at a time when I had many calls and interactions daily. Response to question I, Party. I have no independent recollection of any communications I had with the Agalarov family, or anyone are understood to be a representative of the Agalarov family, after June 3, 2016 and before the end of the campaign. While preparing to respond to these questions, I have become aware of written communications with the Agalarovs during the campaign that were sent, received, and largely authored by my staff, and which I understand have already been produced to you. In general, the documents include congratulatory letters on my campaign victories, emails about a painting Emin and Araz Agalarov arranged to have delivered to Trump Tower as a birthday present, and emails regarding delivery of a book written by Araz Agalarov. The documents reflect that the deliveries were screened by the Secret Service. Response to question I, Party. I do not recall being aware during the campaign of communications between Donald Trump, Jr., Paul Manafort, or Jared Kushner and any member or representative of the Agalarov family, Robert Goldstone, Natalia Yaselnitskaya, whose name I was not familiar with, or anyone I understood to be a Russian official. Response to question I, Part G. In remarks I delivered the night I won the California, New Jersey, New Mexico, Montana, and South Dakota Republican primaries, I said I am going to give a major speech on probably Monday of next week, and we are going to be discussing all of the things that have taken place with the Clintons. In general, L expected to give a speech referencing the publicly available negative information about the Clintons, including, for example, Mrs. Clinton's failed policies, the Clintons' use of the State Department to further their interests and the interests of the Clinton Foundation, Mrs. Clinton's improper use of a private server for State Department business, the destruction of 33,000 emails on that server, and Mrs. Clinton's temperamental unsuitability for the office of president. In the course of preparing to respond to your questions, I have become aware that the campaign documents already produced to you reflect the drafting evolution and sources of information for the speech I expected to give probably on the Monday following my June 7, 2016 comments. These documents generally show that the text of the speech was initially drafted by campaign staff 9C14U.S Department of Justice ATTERFLE //macofltaifl. Material per FRCRI 1FL. P6E, with input from various outside advisors, and was based on publicly available material, including in particular information from the book Content Cache by Peter Schweizer. The Pulse nightclub terrorist attack took place in the early morning hours of Sunday, June 12, 2016. In light of that tragedy, I gave a speech directed more specifically to national security and terrorism than to the Clintons. That speech was delivered at the St. Anselm College Institute of Politics in Manchester, New Hampshire, and as reported, opened with the following. This was going to be a speech on Hillary Clinton and how bad a president, especially in these times of radical Islamic terrorism, she would be. Even her former Secret Service agent, who has seen her under pressure and in times of stress, has stated that she lacks the temperament and integrity to be president. There will be plenty of OPPO1TUNITY to discuss these important issues at a later time, and I will deliver that speech soon. But today there is only one thing to discuss, the growing threat of terrorism inside of our borders. I continued to speak about Mrs. Clinton's failings throughout the campaign, using the information prepared for inclusion in the speech to which I referred on June 7, 2016. Response to question I, Part H. I have no recollection of being told during the campaign that Vladimir Putin or the Russian government supported my candidacy or opposed the candidacy of Hillary Clinton. However, I was aware of some reports indicating that President Putin had made complimentary statements about me. Response to question I, Part I. I have no recollection of being told during the campaign that any foreign government or foreign leader had provided, wished to provide, or offered to provide tangible support to my campaign. II Russian hacking / Russian efforts using social media / WikiLeaks. On June 14, 2016, it was publicly reported that computer hackers had penetrated the computer network of the Democratic National Committee DNC and that Russian intelligence was behind the unauthorized access or hack. Prior to June 14, 2016, were you provided any information about any potential or actual hacking of the computer systems or email accounts of the DNC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC, the Clinton campaign, Hillary Clinton, or individuals associated with the Clinton campaign? If yes, describe who provided this information, when, and the substance of the information. 10C15B. On July 22, 2016, WikiLeaks released nearly 20,000 emails sent or received by Democratic Party officials. 1. Prior to the July 22, 2016 release, were you aware from any source that WikiLeaks Cipher 2.0 cliques or Russians had or potentially had possession of or planned to release emails or information that could help your campaign or hurt the Clinton campaign? If yes, describe who you discussed this issue with, when, and the substance of the discussion. 11. After the release of emails by WikiLeaks on July 22, 2016, were you told that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess additional information that could be released during the campaign? If yes, describe who provided this information, when, and what you were told. C. Are you aware of any communications during the campaign, directly or indirectly, between Roger Stone, Donald Trump, Jr. Paul Manafort, or Rick Gates and WikiLeaks? B. Julian Assange. C. Other representatives of WikiLeaks. D. Gucci for 2.0. E. Representatives of Gucci for 2.0, or F. Representatives of cliques. If yes, describe who provided you with this information, when you learned of the communications, and what you know about those communications. D. On July 27, 2016, you stated at a press conference, Russia, if you, Ray, listening, I hope you, Ray, able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. B. 1. Why did you make that request of Russia, as opposed to any other country, entity, or individual? A. In advance of making that statement, what discussions, if any, did you have with anyone else about the substance of the statement? I.e., were you told at any time, before or after you made that statement, that Russia was attempting to infiltrate or hack computer systems or email accounts of Hillary Clinton or her campaign? If yes, describe who provided this information, when, and what you were told. On October 7, 2016, emails hacked from the account of John Podesta were released by WikiLeaks. I. Where were you on October 7, 2016? A. Were you told at any time, in advance of, or on the day of, the October 7th release that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess emails related to John Podesta? If yes, describe who told you this, when, and what you were told. 11C16U.S Department of Justice Attorney Work Pressed at //ma CM tilde material pre-Keitsa for Krifl. P60, i.e., are you aware of anyone associated with you or your campaign, including Roger Stone, reaching out to WikiLeaks either directly or through an intermediary on or about October 7, 2016? If yes, identify the person and describe the substance of the conversations or contacts. F. Were you told of anyone associated with you or your campaign, including Roger Stone, having any discussions directly or indirectly with WikiLeaks Cipher 2.0 or cliques regarding the content or timing of release of hacked emails? If yes, describe who had such contacts, how you became aware of the contacts, when you became aware of the contacts, and the substance of the contacts. G. From June 1, 2016 through the end of the campaign, how frequently did you communicate with Roger Stone? Describe the nature of your communication with Mr. Stone. 1. During that time period, what efforts did Mr. Stone tell you he was making to assist your campaign, and what requests, if any, did you make of Mr. Stone? A. Did Mr. Stone ever discuss WikiLeaks with you, or as far as you were aware, with anyone else associated with the campaign? If yes, describe what you were told, from whom and when. I.e., did Mr. Stone at any time inform you about contacts he had with WikiLeaks or any intermediary of WikiLeaks or about forthcoming releases of information? If yes, describe what Stone told you and when. H. Did you have any discussions prior to January 20, 2017 regarding a potential pardon or other action to benefit Julian Assange? If yes, describe who you had the discussion with, when, and the content of the discussion. I. Were you aware of any efforts by foreign individuals or companies, including those in Russia, to assist your campaign through the use of social media postings or the organization of rallies? If yes, identify who you discussed such assistance with, when, and the content of the discussion. Response to question II. Part I do not remember the date on which it was publicly reported that the DNC had been hacked, but my best recollection is that I learned of the hacking at or shortly after the time it became the subject of media reporting. I do not recall being provided any information during the campaign about the hacking of any of the named entities or individuals before it became the subject of media reporting. 12C17 Response to question U. Part B. I recall that in the months leading up to the election there was considerable media reporting about the possible hacking and release of campaign-related information, and there was a lot of talk about this matter. At the time, I was generally aware of these media reports and may have discussed these issues with my campaign staff or others, but at this point in time, more than 2 years later, I have no recollection of any particular conversation when it occurred or who the participants were. Response to question II. Part C. I do not recall being aware during the campaign of any communications between the individuals named in question IIC and anyone I understood to be a representative of WikiLeaks or any of the other individuals or entities referred to in the question. Response to question II. Part D. I made the statement quoted in question IID in jest and sarcastically, as was apparent to any objective observer. The context of the statement is evident in the full reading or viewing of the July 27, 2016 press conference, and I refer you to the publicly available transcript and video of that press conference. I do not recall having any discussion about the substance of the statement in advance of the press conference. I do not recall being told during the campaign of any efforts by Russia to infiltrate or hack the computer systems or email accounts of Hillary Clinton or her campaign prior to them becoming the subject of media repo 11ing, and I have no recollection of any particular particular conversation in that regard. Response to question I. Party. I was in Trump Tower in New York City on October 7, 2016. I have no recollection of being told that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess emails related to John Podesta before the release of Mr. Podesta's emails was reported by the media. Likewise, I have no recollection of being told that Roger Stone, anyone acting as an intermediary for Roger Stone, or anyone associated with my campaign, had communicated with WikiLeaks on October 7, 2016. Response to question I. Part 0. I do not recall being told during the campaign that Roger Stone or anyone associated with my campaign had discussions with any of the entities named in the question regarding the content or timing of release of hacked emails. Response to question LL. Part G. I spoke by telephone with Roger Stone from time to time during the campaign. I have no recollection of the specifics of any conversations I had with Mr. Stone between June 1.2016 and 13C18U.S. Department of Justice ATTERT1EY Work Preel Chat /MFD Sectageometry Tilparati Til Fed RCRI 1FL P6E November 8, 2016. I do not recall discussing WikiLeaks with him, nor do I recall being aware of Mr. Stone having discussed WikiLeaks with individuals associated with my campaign, although I was aware that WikiLeaks was the subject of media reporting and campaign-related discussion at the time. Response to question I. Part H. I do not recall having had any discussion during the campaign regarding a pardon or action to benefit Julian Assange. Response to question I. Part I. I do not recall being aware during the campaign of specific EFFO11s by foreign individuals or companies to assist my campaign through the use of social media postings or the organization of rallies. The Trump Organization Moscow Project A. In October 2015, a letter of intent, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit B, was signed for a proposed Trump Organization project in Moscow. The Trump Moscow Project. 1. When were you first informed of discussions about the Trump Moscow Project? By whom? What were you told about the project? A. Did you sign the letter of intent? B. In a statement provided to Congress, attached as Exhibit C, Michael Cohen stated, "To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Trump was never in contact with anyone about this proposal other than me on 3 occasions, including signing a non-binding letter of intent in 2015. Describe all discussions you had with Mr. Cohen or anyone else associated with the Trump Organization about the Trump Moscow Project, including who you spoke with when and the substance of the discussion. SC. Did you learn of any communications between Michael Cohen or Felix Sater and any Russian government officials, including officials in the office of Dmitry Peskov, regarding the Trump Moscow Project? If so, identify who provided this info-1MATION to you when and the substance of what you learned. D. Did you have any discussions between June 2015 and June 2016 regarding a potential trip to Russia by you and/or Michael Cohen for reasons related to the Trump Moscow Project? If yes, describe who you spoke with when and the substance of the discussion. S. B. Did you at any time direct or suggest that discussions about the Trump Moscow Project 14C19 should cease, or were you informed at any time that the project had been abandoned? If yes, describe who you spoke with when, the substance of the discussion. S. And why that decision was made. F. Did you have any discussions regarding what information would be provided publicly or in response to investigative inquiries about potential or actual investments or business deals the Trump Organization had in Russia, including the Trump Moscow Project? If yes, describe who you spoke with when and the substance of the discussion. S. G. Aside from the Trump Moscow Project, did you or the Trump Organization have any other prospective or actual business interests, investments, or arrangements with Russia or any Russian interest or Russian individual during the campaign? If yes, describe the business interests, investments, or arrangements. Response to question I. Parts A through G. Sometime in 2015, Michael Cohen suggested to me the possibility of a Trump Organization project in Moscow. As I recall, Mr. Cohen described this as a proposed project of a general type we have done in the past in a variety of locations. I signed the non-binding letter of intent attached to your questions as Exhibit B, which required no equity or expenditure on our end and was consistent with our ongoing efforts to expand into significant markets around the world. I had few conversations with Mr. Cohen on this subject. As I recall, they were brief and they were not memorable. I was not enthused about the proposal and do not recall any discussion of travel to Russia in connection with it. I do not remember discussing it with anyone else at the Trump Organization, although it is possible. I do not recall being aware at the time of any communications between Mr. Cohen or Felix Sater and any Russian government official regarding the letter of intent. In the course of preparing to respond to your questions, I have become aware that Mr. Cohen sent an email regarding the letter of intent to Mr. Peskov at a general public email account, which should show there was no meaningful relationship with people in power in Russia. I understand those documents already have been provided to you. I vaguely remember press inquiries and media reporting during the campaign about whether the Trump Organization had business dealings in Russia. I may have spoken with campaign staff or Trump Organization employees regarding responses to requests for information, but have no current recollection of any particular conversation with whom L may have spoken when or the substance of any conversation. As I recall, neither I nor the Trump Organization had any projects or proposed projects in Russia during the campaign other than the letter of intent. IV contacts with Russia and Russia-related issues during the campaign. Prior to mid-August 2016, did you become aware that Paul Manafort had ties to the Ukrainian government? If yes, describe who you learned this information from when and the substance of what you were told. Did Mr. Manafort's connections to the Ukrainian or 15C20U.S. Department of Justice Attorney work / may contain material pre-Delinquer FCTL, RCRI1T1, P6C, Russian governments play any role in your decision to have him join your campaign? If yes, describe that role. B. Were Were you aware that Paul Manafort offered briefings on the progress of your campaign to Oleg Deripaska? LFES, describe who you learned this information from, when, the substance of what you were told, what you understood the purpose was of sharing such information with Mr. Deripaska, and how you responded to learning this information. C. Were you aware of whether Paul Manafort or anyone else associated with your campaign sent or directed others to send internal Trump campaign information to any person located in Ukraine or Russia or associated with the Ukrainian or Russian governments? If yes, identify who provided you with this information, when, the substance of the discussion. S. What you understood the purpose was of sharing the internal campaign information, and how you responded to learning this information. D. Did Paul Manafort communicate to you, directly or indirectly, any positions Ukraine or Russia would want the U.S. to support? If yes, describe when he communicated those positions to you and the substance of those communications. D. During the campaign, were you told about efforts by Russian officials to meet with you or senior members of your campaign? If yes, describe who you had conversations with on this topic, when and what you were told. F. What role, if any, did you have in changing the Republican Party platform regarding arming Ukraine during the Republican National Convention? Prior to the convention, what information did you have about this platform provision? After the platform provision was changed, who told you about the change? When did they tell you? What were you told about why it was changed, and who was involved? G. On July 27, 2016, in response to a question about whether you would recognize Crimea as Russian territory and lift sanctions on Russia, you said, "We'll be looking at that." Yeah, we'll be looking. Did you intend to communicate by that statement or at any other time during the campaign a willingness to lift sanctions and / or recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea if you were elected? 1. What consideration did you give to lifting sanctions and / or recognizing Russia's annexation of Crimea if you were elected? Describe who you spoke with about this topic, when, the substance of the discussion. S. Response to question IV. Parza, through D. Mr. Manafort was hired primarily because of his delegate work for prior presidential candidates, including Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, and Bob Dole. I knew that Mr. Manafort had done international consulting work, and at some time before Mr. Manafort left the 16C21 campaign, I learned that he was somehow involved with individuals concerning Ukraine, but I do not remember the specifics of what I knew at the time. L had no knowledge of Mr. Manafort offering briefings on the progress of my campaign to an individual named Oleg Deripaska, nor do I remember being aware of Mr. Manafort or anyone else associated with my campaign sending or directing others to send internal Trump campaign information to anyone I knew to be in Ukraine or Russia at the time, or to anyone I understood to be a Ukrainian or Russian government employee or official. I do not remember Mr. Manafort communicating to me any particular positions Ukraine or Russia would want the United States to support. Response to question IV. Party. I do not recall being told during the campaign of efforts by Russian officials to meet with me or with senior members of my campaign. In the process of preparing to respond to these questions, I became aware that on March 17, 2016, my assistant at the Trump Organization, Rona Graf, received an email from a Sergei Protako, who identified himself as Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Foundation Roscongress, inviting me to participate in the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum to be held in June 2016. The documents show that Ms. Graf prepared for my signature a brief response declining the invitation. I understand these documents already have been produced to you. Response to question IV. Party. I have no recollection of the details of what, when, or from what source I first learned about the change to the platform amendment regarding arming Ukraine, but I generally recall learning of the issue as PA1T of media reporting. I do not recall being involved in changing the language to the amendment. Response to question IV. Part G. My statement did not communicate any position. B. Contacts with Russia and Russia-related issues during the transition. A. Were you asked to attend the World Chess Championship Balu November Joe 2016? If yes, who asked you to attend? When were you asked? And what were you told about left bracket sick right bracket why your presence was requested? 1. Did you attend any part of the event? If yes, describe any interactions you had with any Russians or representatives of the Russian government at the event. 17C22U.S Department of Justice Atrali // Prechat / Ma Search Alert Material Pre-TTR Krim. P61 Response to question V. Part I. Do not remember having been asked to attend the World Chess Championship Gala, and I did not attend the event. During the course of preparing to respond to these questions, I have become aware of documents indicating that in March of 2016, the president of the World Chess Federation invited the Trump Organization to host at Trump Tower the 2016 World Chess Championship match to be held in New York in November 2016. I have also become aware that in November 2016, there were press inquiries to my staff regarding whether I had plans to attend the tournament, which was not being held at Trump Tower. I understand these documents have already been provided to you. Executi on NOFL &MLF.RCJ.0 2018 President of the United States 18C23 Appendix Special Counsel's Office Transferred Referred and Completed Cases. This appendix identifies matters transferred or referred by the Special Counsel's Office as well as cases prosecuted by the office that are now completed. It transfers the Special Counsel's Office has concluded its investigation into links and coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. Certain matters assigned to the office by the Acting Attorney General have not fully concluded as of the date of this report. After consultation with the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, the office has transferred responsibility for those matters to other components of the Department of Justice and the FBI. Those transfers include 1. United States v. Bijan Raifikian and Kami, Hakim Alptikin U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia awaiting trial. The Acting Attorney General authorized the Special Counsel to investigate, among other things, possible criminal conduct by Michael Flynn in acting as an unregistered agent for the government of Turkey. See August 2, 2017 memorandum from Rod J. Rosenstein to Robert S. Mueller, III. The Acting Attorney General later confirmed the Special Counsel's authority to investigate Raifikian and Alptikin because they may have been jointly involved with Flynn in FARA-related crimes. See October 20, 2017 memorandum from Associate Deputy Attorney General Scott Schools to Deputy Attorney General Rod J. Rosenstein. On December 1, 2017, Flynn pleaded guilty to an information charging him with making false statements to the FBI about his contacts with the Russian ambassador to the United States. As part of that plea, Flynn agreed to a statement of the offense, in which he acknowledged that the Foreign Agents Registration Act FARA documents he filed on March 7, 2017, contained materially false statements and omissions. Flynn's plea occurred before the Special Counsel had made a final decision on whether to charge Raifikian or Alptikin. On March 27, 2018, after consultation with the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, the Special Counsel's office referred the investigation of Raifikian and Alptikin to the National Security Division (NSD) for any action it deemed appropriate. The Special Counsel's office determined the referral was appropriate because the investigation of Flynn had been completed and that investigation had provided the rationale for the office's investigation of Raifikian and Alptikin. At NSD's request, the Eastern District of Virginia continued the investigation of Raifikian and Alptikin. 2. United States v. Michael Flynn U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia awaiting sentencing 0-13. United States v. Richard Gates U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia awaiting sentencing 4. United States v. Internet Research Agency et al. Russian social media campaign U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia National Security Division post-indictment pre-arrest & pre-trial 1-5. United States v. Konstantin Kilimnik U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia post-indictment pre-arrest 6. United States v. Paul Manafort U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia post-conviction 7. United States v. Victor Netikshko et al. Russian hacking operations U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania National Security Division post-indictment pre-arrest 8. United States v. William Samuel Patton U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia awaiting sentencing. The Acting Attorney General authorized the Special Counsel to investigate aspects of Patton's conduct that related to another matter that was under investigation by the office. The investigation uncovered evidence of a crime. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia handled the prosecution of Patton. 9. Harm to ongoing matter investigation ongoing. The Acting Attorney General authorized the Special Counsel to investigate, among other things, crime or crimes arising out of payments Paul Manafort received from the Ukrainian government before entering the tenure of President Viktor Yanukovych. See August 2, 2017 memorandum from Rod J. Rosenstein to Robert S. Mueller. The Acting Attorney General 1 defendant, Concord Management & Consulting LLC, appeared through counsel and is in pre-trial litigation. 1D2U.S. Department of Justice Attorney Work PRE 11ET/ may contain material pre-TT on your FR crifle. P6E, harm to ongoing matter. On October 27, 2017, Paul Manafort and Richard Gates were charged in the District of Columbia with various crimes including FARA in connection with work they performed for Russia-backed political entities in Ukraine. On February 22, 2018, Manafort and Gates were charged in the Eastern District of Virginia with various other crimes in connection with the payments they received for work performed for Russia-backed political entities in Ukraine. During the course of its, the Special Counsel's Office developed substantial evidence with respect to individuals and entities that were on February 23, 2018. Gates pleaded guilty in the District of Columbia to a multi-object conspiracy and to making false statements. The remaining charges against Gates were dismissed 3 thereafter. In consultation with the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, the Special Counsel's Office closed the and referred them for further investigation as it deemed appropriate. The office based its decision to close those matters on its mandate, the indictments of Manafort, Gates' plea, and its determination as to how best to allocate its resources, among other reasons. D. At harm to ongoing matter 1 IFRN, the investigation of those closed matters. 10. United States v. Roger Stone U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia awaiting trial. 1 I harm to ongoing matter investigation ongoing. B. Referrals during the course of the investigation. The office periodically identified evidence of potential criminal activity that was outside the scope of the Special Counsel's jurisdiction established by the Acting Attorney General. After consultation with the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, the office referred that evidence to appropriate law enforcement authorities, principally other components of the Department of Justice and the FBI. Those referrals listed 3. Manafort was ultimately convicted at trial in the Eastern District of Virginia and pleaded guilty in the District of Columbia. See Vol 1, Section IV.A.8. The trial and plea happened after the transfer decision described here. D3U.S. Department of Justice ATTORHE Work Pro @ / Decotcham UTF Foti to UAFE ARC FIFL. PG, alphabetically by subject, are summarized below. 2. Michael Cohen. During the course of the investigation, the Special Counsel's Office uncovered evidence of potential wire fraud and FICA violations pertaining to Michael Cohen. That evidence was referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and the FBI's New York Field Office. 4. Laurel Skadden, Arp Slate Mar & Flom LLP 5. During the course of the FARA investigation of Paul Manafort and Rick Gates, the Special Counsel's Office uncovered evidence of potential FARA violations pertaining to Gregory Craig Skadden, Arp Slate Mar & Flom LLP Skadden, and their work on behalf of the government of Ukraine. After consultation with the NSD, the evidence regarding Craig was referred to NSD, and NSD elected to partner _ with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and the FBI's New York Field Office. NSD later elected to partner on the Craig matter with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. NSD retained and handled issues relating to SCAD in itself. 6. Harm to ongoing matter 0 to 4 harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter D514. Harm to ongoing matter harm to ongoing matter C. Completed prosecutions in 3 cases prosecuted by the Special Counsel's Office. The defendants have completed or are about to complete their terms of imprisonment. Because no further proceedings are likely in any case, responsibility for them has not been transferred to any other office or component. 1. United States v. George Papadopoulos post-conviction, completed term of imprisonment December 7, 2018. 2. United States v. Alex van der Zwaan post-conviction, completed term of imprisonment June 4, 2018. 3. United States v. Richard Pinedo post-conviction, currently in residential reentry center, release date May 13, 2019. 0 to 6.